No, I'm glad you could do this. This is awesome. I'm pleased.
Is there a difference between lift overhead and lift off ground?
There's
like 2 slots for it.
Especially since you got so far to drive. So I really
It doesn't say on the sheet.
I'm glad you could join.
Cool. We'll just go with lift off ground, and we'll not.
After the presentation, I can't have one drink tonight. It will be an absinthe.
Yeah, so I'm joining you. So anybody who wants an absinthe, we've got all the stuff. He brought his absinthe waterer, which I call it's not really a waterer, but
Fountain.
yeah.
I will have this drink and one of those.
Okay.
You all unhappy.
Absinthe vial. I told a friend of mine,
this bottle.
told a friend of mine, I
It's
stopped
delicious.
at Total Wines and got me some
No,
stuff.
no, it's
She
not.
said,
Black licorice
you're gonna
scrubs.
drink to drive home. I said, sweetheart, we're gonna be going till probably midnight, 1 o'clock. If I stop at 9:30, 10 o'clock, I'm fine.
Right, right.
And I brought this. Now I may have to stop 14 times.
We got water, we got beer, we got bourbon. If you wanted to switch to whiskey, that would be okay too.
I don't know. I've never drank this. Shut up. both of you.
I don't have my vest on.
I owned up to my eye doctor that I drank a fair amount of whiskey the night before I had an early eye doctor appointment, which my eyes are demonstrably worse. And so Marla's like, you gotta tell him. You gotta tell him. So I had to go back in for different eye tests. And I was like, I have a concussion there.
Hey, lads, do we want red points the first level or just take max? First?
Take Max.
Take Max at first low.
Thank God.
Yeah,
You know,
Get all 4 of those.
Hang on, Seth.
the bad thing is I went to.
'Cause I got a
store
con
the
of
other day,
one.
realized I could get those Fireball whiskey bottles
Mhm.
in a
Favorite-
bucket.
Favorite class
They have a
in
bucket of
distillery?
Fireball?
Because
Bucket of Fireball
Tyler got
whiskey.
that.
It's a bucket of
you got
beds
5
that
skill
you-
points.
Oh, yeah.
The bucket of it, yeah. That's all I had. I thought, oh no, that's bad. And then a friend
It's
of
actually
mine-
cheaper.
A friend of mine sent me a link that shows how to make Fireball Jello shots.
Ooh,
I thought, oh.
That's trouble right there.
yeah.
Hey, cool. All of my skill ranks will have the same
In
bonus.
case you want
Just in
one.
case I need one, I got it, right?
All right.
This is my emergency Fireball, just in case. But it's
Yeah.
here if you need it.
Well, the thing is, I drank all those y'all gave me.
Wait, so you need
What
to
they were for.
you need to start the recording
Already did.
and then do the PowerPoint.
Well, we got stuff to do before we get to the.
Okay.
I'm done.
What's stuff got to do?
Yeah, so first of all, welcome to the game.
Oh,
Thank you.
It feels like a year and a half to make it. It feels like forever.
I didn't even know you were going to do this.
I feel like the serial killer next door. The neighbors are all asking, so did you know Les? What was he like? And they're like,
Oh, he's a great guy, yeah.
To himself, you know, nice guy. Do you think he was working like a year and a half on that strange AEONS game that he kept talking about?
Oh, yeah, that's all he
that's what we were talking
does.
about.
Did he kill Buckwheat? Oh, yeah, that's all he
Yeah,
does.
so this started. This was going to happen
A year ago, yep.
and I had already sort of said that I'm going to do this adventure path. This is a Paizo adventure path, and you know I had started building all the stuff and getting all the stuff ready and collecting the books and everything, and then they were like, oh, by the way, here's a play. So a while,
No in-person playing.
you know, it was a play.
No person
So-
did anything.
And then I got fired from my job, so I had like some free time. So I don't know if so I decided.
It's all bubbly and stuff.
I had some free time. So I started like doing what my wife calls arts and crafts. So we had just bought a freezer, so I had a lot of really high quality cardboard. So I started making. I'm too poor. I was unemployed, right? So I'm too poor to buy what is it called, Dwarven Forge, the
Hero
real
Forge?
life hero, or well, no, the Dwarven Forge
Oh.
dungeon stuff. So I decided to just make some. Now it's crude. It's not high quality cardboard. It's obvious cardboard. But the first book of this adventure path is a 6-book adventure path. The first book is essentially set in one place. It's a big mega dungeon, essentially. So I printed out the maps for it. And the maps, when I put them together for this one adventure dungeon, were 5 feet by 8 feet.
I need to make
Real
myself.
size. So it was enormous. So I sawed it into pieces and glued it onto cardboard and built walls. And you'll see.
I saw it in pieces.
So yeah, I made a bunch of stuff, but I think it's gonna be really fun. A lot of real maps, a lot of that kind of stuff. I think you guys will be. I think you guys will be pleased.
I was about to say, if you need help printing that stuff off, Gwen has access to a plotter at work.
Ooh, I may have
That's
to take
not
care of
easy.
that because I print it out
He
and like
prints-
have it together.
Yeah, he prints off his Avtech maps.
Nice.
Puts it
Okay.
on a big piece of paper and we've got him one of those big artist portfolios.
Very cool. All right, so I don't know if you guys know about Strange AEONS, but Strange AEONS was sort of Paizo's answer to Call of Cthulhu. So it is a Cthulhu-esque kind of game. It's going to be a little grody.
Nightmarish.
Yeah, it's a little nightmarish. There's a lot of things, but I've got a lot of cool things that I've sort of thrown in that I think will make things interesting. I made a fair amount of props, so that'll be fun too. Eyeballs floating in juice and stuff like that.
Cool.
But I think it's going to be a really sort of immersive experience. I think you guys can watch.
Do we get to eat the eyeballs?
If you want, sure, absolutely. I would never stop anybody from eating an eyeball.
Wanna make sure it was on?
But I know everybody has different comfort levels. I promise you, it's not gonna get weird. But there are some gross stuff. There'll be a lot of ooze, a fair amount of blood on the carpet. If everybody's cool with that. But if anybody isn't, just say the word, we're all friends and stuff.
Those are about my blood.
Cool?
Mhm.
All right. I think that's it. Any questions before we get started?
I figure I will have plenty once we get started.
What do we have to do to win?
Are you winning, son?
Yeah.
To win is to survive.
How do we score points?
Yeah.
You gotta get that? All right, I'll wait till you come back. Yeah, so you're over a year in the make. So it was hard, but I think it's gonna be cool. So I appreciate you guys signing up for this. And I think it's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
And as you can see, we've got plenty of food and drink. That will be the case almost every single time.
Yep.
I don't know what the schedule's gonna be like as far as playing. I know that. So on Friday nights,
Once a month.
yeah, I think I'm comfortable with the idea it's gonna be once a month. It may be more than that, depending. So it's kind of a weird, Friday nights are kind of weird. So Bob DeRoos, who runs Bob's Death Campaign, I don't think you've ever met. He sort of has dibs on Friday nights. And he likes to do first and third Friday night. But
Right.
Bob also has a tendency to bail out.
Bail
on
out.
his Friday
Bob?
nights at the
Really?
last minute. So at which point, the two other games going on are Steve Schindler's Age of Ashes campaign, which he's going to continue to do in this one. So what will happen is, I think right now Steve has sort of a tacit arrangement that I'm second Friday and he's fourth Friday. And
Okay.
I don't think that that's like formal.
No.
I think Steve and I are just going to end up hashing it out and say, hey, can you do it on second? Do you want me to take second?
Right.
We'll just go from there.
Right.
So it'll be catch as catch can. And when Bob inevitably bails out of a first or a third, Steve and I will hash out what's going to happen.
Who's going to take it? Right.
Well, I don't know how far everybody drives, but I work in East St. Louis.
Okay. So are you coming straight from work? Okay.
Me too. I work by the airport.
Yeah, well, I live in Winsville.
Yeah.
So when this is over.
So you're not going home
Yeah, I'm not
to come here, but
Yeah, no.
I live in Charlotte. So.
Today, a friend of mine took me out for my birthday.
you guys are opposite.
How was it? Red Robin.
It's good.
Yum.
Was good.
Like cheese.
I mean, that is their
Yeah.
slogan.
I don't think I've ever eaten a Red Robin.
Anyways, I need
Really?
to.
Although I do have reservations for next Friday night at Valentine's.
Do you?
Yeah. Is it good? Have you ever been there?
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Have
Steaks,
you
right?
never been there?
Never.
Yeah.
I've never been there either.
For real?
Valentine's and Freeburg?
Yeah.
No, I never been there. Why would I be there?
Because it's great steaks.
Yeah.
Well, Bob recommended it. So next Friday night is Marla and I's 33rd wedding anniversary.
Okay.
So we're
Me together.
I don't know their
Old
post-pandemic pricing, but before pandemic,
I just
you get
shave
a
off all my
12
gray hair.
ounce fillet for
That's why nobody knows.
$21.
Yeah.
and plus I'm mildly immature.
Yeah. You want the filet mignon,
Okay.
house salad, baked potato, green beans.
Green beans.
It comes with the green beans.
Are green beans good or is
I would
Oh,
get
yeah.
the crinkle cut fries instead of the baked potato because the fries dipped in the juice from the steak was amazing.
Oh yeah.
Actually, if I'm still married, my first husband will be celebrating 30 in about 2 weeks.
Yeah. Not bad. As Marla, with 33 years, we got married when we were 20. And as Marla points out, she says it seemed like a good idea.
Drinking it, Donald.
No.
No?
Well, she can learn from me and Don. It's never too late to change.
Honestly, I have to do whatever I can to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
because
Wow.
Frankly, the idea of being single again is I've never been on a date in 34 years. I don't know what to do.
Me either. That's why I got divorced.
I've been out of the loop. That's all I know.
No, if she kicks me to the curb, I think that's probably it for me. I'm done. I pretty much. I have a feeling. I'm just gonna go full nerd.
I like what it says pretty much.
Or you could end up with someone you had a crush on in junior high.
Then you didn't realize I had a crush on you at the same time.
Yeah. What the hell?
Glenn and I met in college, and then we didn't see each other for 18 years, and reconnected on Facebook. And we were both in the middle of a divorce.
That's kind of what he did.
Mhm.
What?
It's kind of what Don did.
Don was stalking Mindy for years, though. They called them class reunions.
Forget the fact that it was just two of them.
No, it's not gonna be
Nobody
long.
else got the invitation. It was just two
No,
of them.
there
He says, I don't know why.
there were two other
anybody-
former classmates he was talking at the same time.
All right, you guys ready for some PowerPoint?
Yes.
Sure.
All right. I want the campaign to be as much like work.
Do we
That's
really need to have PowerPoint? Is this something that could be done in an email?
It can't be done in an email. It could be done as maybe a blog post or something.
The
But
Slack conversation.
so get something on Slack or Microsoft Teams if you're a nerd. All right. I got a clicker too.
I know.
I'll tell you what, this is one of my favorite things. I always buy my own clickers, and when I go on business trips and stuff, there was one time where I was sitting next to our chief financial officer, and she was giving a presentation, and they didn't have a clicker, and the laptop was on the other side of the table, so she kept having to like signal some lackey to move the slide.
Next
And I
slide.
got up real quiet, got out my clicker, went over there, slid it in, came back over. Everybody's looking at me, and I hand her the clicker, and she clicks it and moved forward, and she's like,
Oh.
I was like, yes. All right, so we're starting in the dusky country of Ustalav. For those of you who don't know where Ustalav is, there's a map of Galarian over here. Ustalav is right
Next to the bad
there.
place.
Yeah, it's not great, but so you've got to the south, you've got Rasmarian and the River Kingdoms. This is generally okay to be around. The River Kingdoms are kind of a little bit of a lawless land. Numeria, a little bit funkier. Wide plains of Numeria are. This is where there's a lot of strange magical stuff going on in Numeria. It's where what happened? Did he bite?
No, he looked at my elbow.
So there's a lot of strange stuff in Numeria. There's strange creatures that come out of Numeria, but often as not, they do not go to Ustalav. On the to the west, you have the Hold of Belkzen. That is where it is the greatest area of orcs and giants in all of Galarian. That is where they sat. To the southwest, Lastwall, which is a bunch of knights. The Knights of Lastwall are the output of the Knights of Ozum.
They try to hold back the horde from the orcs and
They are
demons
essentially
and-
the cork that keeps the orcs of Belkzen from coming south into the primary areas of northern Galarian, north of the inner sea. And then directly to the north, you have the World Wound, which for those of you in my Sunday night campaign know, it is a place where there is a great crack in the earth that demons have emerged from and have tried to take over and establish a beachhead in Galarian, and various crusaders from Medved and some other places have been keeping them in check for essentially a century, trying to keep that thing going. So this is a very strange place. It is a windswept and dour land, and many things not of this earth are said to walk its dark and dangerous roads. One can't talk about Ustalav without returning to its history, and that history is the history of the Whispering Tyrant. In 3203 AR, and the current year is 4717 AR, so this would be 1200 years ago or so. Tar Bafan used the power of the Whispering Way to return to undead life as a lich. Tar Bafan was the king of what is now known as Ustalav. An ancient tome called The Whispers of the Immortal, purportedly written by a disciple of his, documents his transition into undeath. There are, however, significant doubts about the authenticity of this document. Nevertheless, Everybody knows that the newly risen lich sought Aroden's attention in order to gain revenge, but for unknown reasons, the deity did not take up the challenge, and having renamed himself the Whispering Tyrant, Tar-Baphon instead united the orcs of Belkzen under his rule and used them to conquer Ustalav, taking the city of Adarak as his capital. Adarak, I believe, is, I don't know, somewhere in there. I don't know. If you can find Adarak, point it out.
Deal.
No, it's.
When his troops and those of his enemy fell in battle, he simply brought them back as undead, and greatly bolstering the strength of his armies. He continued this for 5 centuries, holding much of central Aveston in his skeletal grasp and tolerating no threat to his rule. But centuries later, in 3754, Taldor sought to oust the Whispering Tyrant, giving rise to the drawn-out conflict which became known as the Shining Crusade. The forces of Taldor were aided by the dwarven kingdoms of Kragadan, modern-day Five Kings Mountains, and the Knights of Ozum. And in 3801, the Crusaders finally established a beachhead in the Ustalavic town of Volumis.
I thought that was down here. Let's see.
Balloons, you said?
Yeah.
That's not Balloon Mill down at the bottom
And
center.
began the slow and brutal process of advancing to the
That's
tyrant's
fun.
capital at Gallowspire. Where's Gallowspire? Might not even be in there anymore.
I don't think it's on here anymore.
Okay.
Might not be.
I think a lot of those
No,
things.
there's Gallowspire.
Okay.
The Loomis, I don't know. It has to be somewhere on the border because that's their beachhead.
Yep.
Closest I've got is Von Hill and Vigil.
I really think it's Vonto.
It could be Vontil. In 3818, I'm sorry, Ozum summoned Arzani, the herald of Aroden, to aid them, and in 3823, the tyrant killed him. In 3827, the Crusaders reached Gallowspire in ruined Adarak, and the Talon general Arnisant fought the Whispering Tyrant, and using an artifact known as the Shield of Aroden, he was able to withstand the Lich's magic. And the shield eventually shattered. It burned the Lich with holy fire, weakening the tyrant, forcing him to flee. And the Crusaders were unable to find his phylactery, which was hidden by Urgathoa. So no one, not even the gods, could locate it and find a way to destroy it, and to spare more resources to invade. Imprisoned him using a powerful magic ward known as the Great Seal. Each branch of the alliance was responsible for defeating the Whispering Tyrant was tasked with guarding one of the 3 lesser seals across Golarion that would keep the Great Seal intact. The province of Lastwall, which is now an independent country of the same name, was then established forever to watch over the Whispering Tyrant's prison. Or, that's what's claimed. One can find lively and merry Ustalavs populating towns and villages throughout the land, making good ale, garnet wine that is prized from here to Cheliac, strong sons, lovely daughters, dark-haired and full of dancing and merriment. And so it is in the town of Thrushmore. Now, Thrushmore, you can see, is on the lake. Can you see where it is?
Top center.
There. That's Thrushmore.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. In Thrushmore. Thrushmore today is as lovely a coastal town as Ustalav knows. Brisk and commercial, the fishermen of Thrushmore ply not only the Danver River, but deep into Avalon Bay, where bright salmon, Jesus Christ, salmon and whitefish are the main catches. Dredgers pull holds full of mussels from the Danver and Distache estuaries. And for those willing to go deeper into the lake, freshwater whales of medium size but significant taste lurk in the depths, alongside dangerous but delicious red devil squids. The fields to the north of the town are a sea of wheat and barley, sheep and oxen, and you can hear the low of cattle and the crow of roosters wherever you go. But like any town in Ustalav, Thrushmore has a dark patch of history, an especially dark patch. It is rare when anyone in the town will speak of it, but everyone knows of the vanishing. It is said that none survived the Thrushmore vanishing. Almost 700 years ago, all the residents, all 1,200 of them, of the town of Thrushmore, simply disappeared.
Uh-oh.
No one can say what caused every living thing in town to vanish, but in the centuries since, those who resettled the land have seen much and learned to be suspicious. And evil haunts the tales and memories of Thrushmore, and the people generally know it as the Briarstone Witch. Thrushmore is there in the county of Versailles. And that X in the river, that's the Danvers River. And just across, just in the middle of the Danvers River stands Briarstone Isle. Or it's just Briarstone. I wrote Briarwood. Sorry about that. There's an error here. But that's Briarwood Isle. And on there, let's talk a little bit about the Briarstone Isle. In 4596, which is about 120 years ago, the first Count Lowles of Versailles, Count Hazelton Lowles I, was sought to put an end to all the foolishness associated. Everybody in Thrushmore assumed that Briarstone Isle was the home of the Briarstone Witch. And the Briarstone Witch, in turn, was responsible for the vanishing. But Count Lowles wasn't having it. In a bid to erase the history and fear of witchcraft that was plaguing his county, Lowles invited the Church of Pharasma to perform an elaborate and showy exorcism on Briarstone Island, the setting of so many tales of strange disappearances. And while the Pharasmans found no evidence of undead or hauntings there, Lowles vociferously declared that the island was cleansed of evil. And soon after, with the aid of Rosenport's Syncomacty School of the Sciences, he funded the construction of a place called Briarstone Asylum on the foundation of an old half-built fort. And with that, Lowles claimed a victory for enlightenment and declared that the time of fear and superstition in Thrushmore was over. Briarstone Isle sits in the middle of the Danvers River. The Danvers River is big, several hundred yards across. Yes? You look like you had a question. No?
Just listening
Okay.
and watching.
Briarstone Island is large, probably a mile in length and another 3/4 of a mile in width. It's generally depopulated, except for the asylum. It's not very good. The ground isn't good for growing anything or anything like that. That is what everybody reckons the Briarstone Witch to look like. But after Lowles cleared the land, they built the asylum, Briarstone Asylum. For over 100 years, Briarstone Asylum has been there and it operated as a refuge of those affected by mental and magical illnesses. Even as the sanitarium drifted from the influence of the Syncomacty School, which were sciences, it remained a sanctuary, and there was a lot of medical research that went on there. In 4687, which is about 30 years ago, there was a new resident doctor there named Iliga Lysandra, began treating a former school student, a man named Olver Zandalus. Zandalus had been a promising protege of a man named Dr. Henri Mertman, but after returning from a venture with the doctor in Kadira, Zandalus began to suffer from nightmares. For decades, Zandalus lived under the supervision of Dr. Lysandra and the other doctors at Briarstone. He was an artist.
The Vanderbilt.
No, yes, the Zandalus, Olver Zandalus. He was an artist, and some of his art was even displayed in local galleries. And over the years, the new count, Hazelton Lowles IV, took a lot of notice. So Lowles the first count, was very much a no-nonsense fellow. Lowles IV, his great-grandson, was more of a pseudo-academic. He didn't have the disposition to be a scholar like most of his family was, but he kept trying to sort of insert himself in the scientific scene. And basically, he with a variety of funding and this sort of pseudoscience, tried to get involved in some of the operations of the asylum. And to a large extent, he was kind of involved in large operations of the asylum. He took a great interest and promoted the artwork of Olver Zandalus.
He bought his way in.
He bought his way in, essentially. And he's a self-styled scholar. But that's not where you guys are. You guys aren't in Thrushmore. You guys aren't even at the asylum. You're in the city. Wake up. Your eyes are unaccustomed to the yellow of the city. The city seems depopulated, but there are people all around like you who are sort of staggering around, confused, wondering what's going on, don't know what's happening. All around you is a wall of sticky yellow fog. You tumble through alleys and stuff like that. You see other people staggering around. Your heads. You have headaches that are just splitting headaches. It's like somebody has taken a spike and just driven it right through your head. It hurts like crazy. It keeps you from seeing properly. You don't know what's going on. You stagger around this empty city, but it's not empty. There are hundreds of other people around you, staggering around, moaning, but not speaking. You move around, the city becomes more grim. You see people moving around, birds in the distance, people hanging from various, your heads are throbbing like there's a sliver of metal right before your eyes. There are other people wandering around like you are. They seem lost and confused. As you watch, one of them kneels down on the cobblestone streets and begins hitting his head on the street next to a brick wall. It looks like he's injuring himself badly. The blood comes out of his head, looks yellowish, and it pours onto the street. And as you look, it begins to move on its own accord. You read. It says, "Wake up." You look up, and in the distance, you see a creature.
Where did you turn around to?
It's enormous. This creature is 25 feet tall and towers over a nearby building. Several of the dazed-looking people gaze up at it and whisper something to each other. You can hear the whispers of the thing. It says shatter, tattering, shatter man, something like that. You can't make it out. Some of them move toward it. And when one gets close enough, a long, jagged arm reaches over the building and grabs the person. They let out a whistling scream, which is cut abruptly short when the creature's anglerfish teeth, like needles made of ice, close around the man's head with a sickening crunch. People begin to moan, which is a horrible, low sound of fear and misery. The creature throws the headless body of the man across the street, where it smashes into a brick wall. Black as night, slides down, leaving blood across the wall. Everybody make.
That blood is also yellow.
Yeah.
And it made
Everything
this.
seems yellow. It's like you're looking through
Right.
the yellow filter.
What do you want?
I will say.
I should probably calculate mine.
You know what?
Will
Save. I rolled an 8.
Someone's gonna have to help me
Yep.
tell me what I'm supposed
Roll a
to do.
20-sided die.
20-sided die.
I got a rock.
What's your character's name, Alex?
Arivar, Arivar.
16.
16, okay.
And I decided to make him younger and go to the late at a dark side.
There you go.
Okay,
Elif,
That's
okay.
What's your character's name?
Grady,
You get
Great.
a +1, +2 against fear. Is +1,
Grady
so
Canal.
15 plus
Bella?
16.
No, this is 16.
Oh, so it'd be 17.
17.
last year.
I had that.
Your character's name's Bella, right?
Can I pick somebody, you know?
Aravel, what's your
family
will
member?
say?
Okay, that's a perfect one.
17.
Elif was the name of the
17
character
bet for Bella?
he was playing when he and I first
Okay.
met, when we met playing.
Hey, Revolt, what's your will save?
Mine is 7.
I got a rock. I nat 1. That's
Natural 1. Okay.
But you still get to add in.
Grady, what'd you roll?
You auto fail nat 1s on saving throws.
No, you still have your
Saving throws
bonuses.
and attack rolls. It's skill checks that don't automatically fail on that once.
Kevin,
Saving
you
throws and attack
got me a
rolls.
will set?
I rolled a 14.
14. You trying to figure out your bonus?
Yeah. +6, so.
Either way,
20.
my bonus is 3. I still don't think I passed.
Yep.
No buffer.
Find it.
Several people, as you guys are looking at this writing on the wall, several people move past you, moving up the street, mewling and hissing. And they move past you quickly. You turn around and you see more people sort of running, staggering toward you. They seem increasingly fearful. Beyond them, scuttling forward, you see a large group of people, which is quite different from the ones that are hurriedly passing you. They have yellow eyes. Several people have fallen in their rush to get away from the yellow-eyed creatures, and they are quickly overtaken. Even though it's hard to see, you can clearly hear the cries of the fallen people being devoured.
Hey,
Runnels of blood flow across the cobblestones in ways that seem to defy logic. Sounds like a fart machine back there.
So do you wanna know what he's doing tomorrow?
You look up across the city. You seem to be looking from a great height. On the horizon, you see a great fire burning, leaching into the city. Stepping in front of it comes a gargantuan thing, a creature from the blackest pit, and it moves smoothly among the flames, almost floating. A cornucopia of howls comes echoing across the city, distant and forlorn. In ones and twos, nearby people begin moving stiffly towards the creature. It emits a strange, unearthly call, kind of like a horn, kind of like a terrible bell. One man falls twitching to the street, landing hard on the stones, and blood pours from an ugly crack in his skull. You can hear the whispers again, louder now, but less distinct. Shatter, tattering, Shatterman. The crowd grows silent, and at the head of it, you can see it parting from some approaching creature. The people that were in front of it are falling aside like marionettes with their strings cut. Blood pours in the streets and gutters. Now the words are different. Creature is moving towards you. Now the blood looks like blood.
I do.
Creature continues to move towards you.
I wake up. Yes, please.
I'd like to wake up.
Yeah.
I don't know if I get to, but I'd like to.
And then you hear in the distance a voice. It seems like you everything goes to black, and you're like, you hear a man's voice like, "Wake up! Will you guys wake up? She's gonna be back in a minute. You guys gotta wake up! Hurry up! What's wrong with you? Wake up!"
Kevin the Bastard wakes up first, doesn't he?
Wake up! God, I can't believe this. You guys gotta wake up. She's gonna kill us.
I don't know if I am allowed to wake up. I feel.
Not even have pain.
Hey, look, this is better than what we dealt with last
Do you
time.
have a mini?
I do not.
Okay.
I need to get one. I just,
I don't know.
You don't have a mini either. All right, so let's find a
I'm
couple.
gonna send you a picture to use for a pawn in the future.
yeah, I'll. Can I drink for 2 of those?
Once for less.
He's double fisting. It
Okay.
still only counts as one.
Still only counts as one. If I drink it at
Wendy
the
is
same
out of
time.
town.
Y'all are crazy.
This is fun.
I've missed this.
2 o'clock. What you want?
She can see if he's drinking.
Drugs.
Did you have to log on to work at 8?
Hmm?
Did you have to log in to work at 8?
No, at 9.
9.
It's 8 p.m. Do you know where your children are?
You said 8.
I know I said 8. I was wrong.
What are you doing?
Really old, like
Which-
late
I was
90s.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
gonna say which one.
It's just a really old late 90s thing that came on.
Okay, I've stopped sharing on that.
It's 10.
What's your weapon? What kind of weapon do you use?
Scimitar's what I'm gonna plan on using.
I mean, it's Sarah and Ray's favorite weapon.
For right now, this is gonna
That's
be
fine, just
you.
whatever.
Okay. And I think,
Rapier for me.
Preferred weapon of my
Rapier?
deity, so-
I don't know if I got any rapier guys in here.
You got a mage in there?
Here we go. What's that guy for right now? Just for right now.
Is the Arcanist one of the Magus archetypes?
No, the Arcanist is a hybrid class, wizard sorcerer. But I'm using the Blade Adept archetype, which basically also makes it a full caster Arcanist.
Gotcha.
Full caster Magus.
There's a Magus archetype that uses charisma, and it's a spontaneous caster versus.
Yeah, Eldritch Scion. That was one of
That's-
my.
yeah,
that was one of the
that's
things I
what-
was thinking of, but we kind of need a full arcane caster.
Oh, cheers.
So
Just you and me, buddy.
But,
I'm going with a full arcane caster that I don't have to deal with prepared casting.
For the absence.
Still have the versatility of a wizard because I can still change my spells every day. And I went with the blade adept, so I'm still a magus. Just without armor proficiencies.
All right, you guys,
But more
wake up.
Mages are always.
Oh, gosh.
fishy.
Mage
Or
armor,
arcane armor, or
Mage armor and
yeah.
shield. As long as I get enough time to precast before then. Gotta make sure I have not.
I try not to show any shakiness as I wake up from that nightmarish dream and look at the others to see how they look.
Well, you wake up and you hear a man's voice, essentially, yelling, wake up, she's gonna be back in a moment, she's gonna be back. You guys kind of wake up and your heads are just throbbing. I mean, right here, it's one of those headaches that just gets you right in the middle of your head. And you guys wake up, you're laying on, and you wake up and you realize you are in a couple of cells, one on either side of a hallway. The guy who is yelling, wake up, is strapped to that table in front of you.
Okay.
He is strapped down with a bunch of straps that look like, I don't know, leather straps or something like that. And he's yelling, wake up, she's gonna be back. She's gonna be back soon. You gotta wake up. She's gonna kill all of us. You guys slowly come to. And you look around and you find you basically are in jail cells. You do not have your equipment. You don't have, your spells aren't memorized. And frankly, you don't have any idea how you got here. You know who you are. But
don't know.
as you try and kind of like back, it's like, how did I get here? You have no, as far as you can tell, you have no memory for an unknown period of time.
And we don't recognize each other from having been in here.
Don't recognize each other.
Well, what fun is that?
So I'm locked in here with a bunch
So
of
we don't have any of
strangers.
our stuff?
Nope.
Well, so some of you may recognize each other. Those of you who know each other from before
Okay.
recognize each other.
Hey, you guys know how you can get a bonded item?
Yep.
Yeah, I have one of those.
You have to get up.
Not with you.
It's
Well,
okay, I remember my character.
you don't have it on you. Well, it depends
Okay.
on what it is.
It's
You
a
would-
butt-
I remember my friend talking about a wizard he created.
What?
He had to take a special feature.
Did you
for this,
just
but
go there?
technically He could always call
She
his
did.
sword to his hand.
to his hand.
Fun
I
game.
don't know. There's-
I think it was called like Hand of the Mage or something like that, where he
Okay.
like it wasn't
Oh,
like
oh,
the called
no, no,
weapon,
no.
it was
Hand-
returning.
Hand of the mage, if you have a weapon, you can throw it and it reappears back in your hand the next
Okay.
round. Yeah.
I don't. He explained it to me like 5 or 6 years ago. I've been hit by a car since then.
Like Carson's then. No, you don't have anything like Accio, whatever. But yeah, so you guys sort of like come to and you're sort of trying to shrug off this forehead pain. You hear the guy's like, look, I can see you guys are waking up. All right, fine, good, that's good. She's gonna be back any minute. I don't know where she's going. She's going to look for some other things. I mean,
Servant civilized.
just look, you gotta figure a way to get out of there and get us out of this.
I go to the door and try it. Is it locked?
Are there doors? Are there cell doors? Or they're just
Yes.
open doors?
No,
No, they're
closed.
cell doors. They're
Closed.
closed and locked cell
They're
doors.
locked. Okay.
You got anything? You got a hairpin or anything? Somebody give me something. Can I find anything on the ground?
Yeah.
Do you want to search the room?
Yes.
What room are you in?
In the cell. I'm
Okay,
in
you're
this
now-
cell.
All right, so.
Can I find any small bones or anything like that?
Well,
or-
so there's straw. Okay, so the door is locked.
Okay.
It seems to be a pretty decent.
I tried to-
You're not sure where you are, but
I'm bigger than you.
Yeah,
it's
we might use you to
smells
break
dank
the
down
door.
here. You also smell sort of like an ammonia smell, almost something acrid.
To clean up the blood.
Yeah, well,
Well, lots of pee and
there's, and you can see that, I mean, if you look over at the guy is alive. He's got some wounds on him. His face is kind of bruised up. It looks like he's been cut in a couple of places. He's stripped to the waist, essentially. Well, not really, but yeah, I mean, it looks like somebody's cut him.
Mhm.
He looks in bad shape, but he also looks very panicky.
Since he is awake, can we ask him if he knows where they keep the keys?
Sure. Do you want to do that?
Yeah, or the key, I mean, can we
Where's the
ask,
keys?
where are the keys, where are they close enough?
She's got the keys to the cells around her belt. She's gonna be back in a minute though. You guys gotta figure out. So give me a whoever you're
I'm
searching.
gonna look, I'm doing
Give me a search roll.
natural 20 on
Natural
perception.
20. Takes you a minute, but you scare up a long nail, about 11 inches long.
Okay.
That's a long
Reasonably
nail.
sharp. It's just a big nail. It looks like somebody hit it, but you scared it up.
Hey, I'm gonna try
that's
to
how
use
it's
that
gonna
to
be.
pick the
Pretty
lock.
long.
You wanted to sit over here.
No, I would.
We're gonna try to-
I'm gonna try to pick the lock with this,
With the
with this nail at first.
Okay. Go ahead and try.
No.
Or you're less likely to get
It's too big.
Right
To
here.
get
Okay.
the lock. It's like, I think she's coming back. I
can
think I
send it
can
to
hear her.
Um,
And what were you gonna try to do? You tried to like
try breaking it.
break it in the thing?
So the nail didn't
Like
work?
snapping it off?
Nail didn't work.
Alright,
Nail's
so
too
give me a
thick
strength
for the keyhole.
Okay.
This dice is getting retired already tonight. It's usually a good
Are we
one.
dice jamming already?
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, so no, I mean, you push at it, but the halfling in the cell across the way yells out to the guy, "Where's the keys?" And he's like, she's got them, and she's coming back.
I start
Dude.
looking around.
So you see a woman come out of that door over there, and she's got what look to be a pair of gardening shears in her hand.
Ooh.
And she's like going, and she's looking at the shears. You look at her, she's wearing what looks to be, well, at one point it was something a doctor would wear, white long coat, white pants,
Okay.
those funky gym shoes that nurses wear that are really comfortable for your
Kids, yeah.
feet. But she's covered in blood, and it's tattered. There seems to be a lot of rips and tears in the sleeves of the jacket, but you can see that in the pocket of the jacket, rather than like a line of pens like doctors would have, she has what looked to be a line of pieces of sharp metal and scalpels and stuff like that, and some of them are rusty, that are sort of all lined up across in her thing. They're sort of like clinking, and she kind of like slithers forward.
Did she get within grabbing range through the bars?
She doesn't at this point. So she's just kind of coming here. She steps over to here, and there's like a little table.
There's a table
you can
there.
see. Give me a perception check.
All of us?
Yeah,
Perception,
better
you
dice.
say.
I didn't-
12.
That's 22.
What'd you get? 22?
And I always roll a 20. 20.
Oh, yeah, that
Roll
makes sense.
20-sided.
You guys are
And add your
in the
perception.
perfect position to see this. So
All right, so, and add what?
Perception. On the right-hand side, you got skills.
I'm sorry.
I had 19.
So I rolled a 9, then I've got
Might be able
perception
to come
6
up with
plus
one
1.
cantrip.
It's the 6 is what you're after.
Okay.
You'd have to roll probably.
The +1 on your things, or if it's a trap.
Headache, drooping,
Okay.
Okay.
kind of stuff. It's just like.
So you rolled a 9 plus 6, 15.
15.
I mean,
15?
I got
That's
19.
what Tracy
You
got.
got 15? It's hard for you guys to see, but it looks like the table is full of like tools and stuff like that. It's much easier for you guys to see where you guys are in position. You see that there's essentially a wide array of knives and cleavers and busted up garden tools and stuff like that. And she walks over to the table and she sets down these shears. And she reaches and she picks up some sort of pry thing and starts prying the nut out of the middle. And finally gets it sort of snapped open so that she has 2 blades out of it.
Oi!
Wow. And now she's like, you can see her like nodding to herself.
She's happy with herself.
And the guy's like, what do you, get away from me, get away from me. She begins going over there. She's like, she's making this kind of noise as she walks. You can see her smiling. She walks over to the table.
Okay, where are the keys?
So your 15 shows it. So she does have like in her over her coat, she does have like this weird sort of belt, and there is a big ring of like iron keys like dangling out there. But there's also a bunch of other stuff like knitting needles and some sort of weird looking,
Things
razor,
for torture.
straight razor
Very
and stuff
painful
like that.
instruments of paint.
Yeah.
You're in this room?
No, I'm
Yeah.
in
Yeah,
Yes, I am.
yeah, you're in that room. So Alex, you and Libby are in the same room, and then the rest of you are in the other room.
Is she close enough we can grab her?
You're human.
Yes.
I give you the long nail.
Okay.
Can you get the keys away from her?
Yeah, quick. Yeah, she close enough I can try to get the keys away from her with the nail.
I can't guess those. So, my character is literally just.
I'm just trying to distract her. Oi, you manky bitch.
Wow.
So you're like yelling, hey, hey, you know that
Why
kind
don't
of thing.
you pick on someone your own size?
So are you male or female?
Male.
Male. Oh, why don't you feel like something?
Half-orc?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So so she's got one of the blades of the shears, and she's like, you can see her when she's standing over the guy. The guy's like, stay away from me. And you can see she takes the point, and there's already, I told you, there's already like wounds on him. And she sort of like wedges it down into the wound and sort of like does like this.
is she close enough for me to reach her?
No, I mean your arms are. You've got
Yeah,
T-Rex
I'm
arms.
trying-
Yeah, so-
Even I can't even reach.
No, she's out of the way. But she is. You're yelling. You're like, hey,
Right.
bitch, what are you doing? And you see her sort of look up,
Cobalt.
and she's kind of like,
Roll.
patient. Your turn will come soon. I need to finish my experiment here, and then I'll work on you. Okay, just be patient. And she's sort of like waving it around. And you see blood flecks flying off the shears, kind of thing.
Ooh, 23 intimidate.
Okay. So what do you say to her? Like, I'll talk to you next, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, trying to distract her, throw her off her game, maybe get her so mad she
What
comes
4-0
within,
level
like,
spells would you
grabbing
have?
range.
Okay.
Okay, spells.
Shred her
Currently
with
have
my
acid
claws.
splash,
Okay. Hold on, I
detect
gotta-
magic,
I gotta-
mage hand, and light.
So you're like, so you say something like, I'm gonna
The last
kill you,
three
you know, that
are
kind of thing, or something like that.
Mhm.
Adventuring spells,
Mhm.
and, it's
And that gets her
attack
attention.
spell.
She kind of like looks over to you. And she, you know, and you can see
My
something
two prepared first ones,
very
mage armor and
strange.
shields.
She's just looking at you and she said,
Too bad I don't have them prepared.
Right.
Don't have my
Patient.
spell.
No,
and then you see her face change,
wait,
and her face becomes your face for like a second.
Can
And then it
I-
goes back to this woman's face, this sort of like debilitated woman's face.
Is there
At
a
which
knowledge
point,
check there?
something interesting happens. You can see that this guy, well, you can't see it because you're busy seeing, but her face is like, be patient, and it changes back. You guys see that the guy on the table has somehow managed to pull his foot, which seems to be maybe broken. It's like he's like the ankle is broken, but he's like slipped it out of the leather strap. And as she's looking at you, he sort of rears back and
And tries to kick her.
kicks her as hard as he can, and she goes flying backwards against. Oh, sorry, I punched into that. She goes, ugh, and you hear her like, and she goes flying over here.
Hey,
You
cool.
grab the keys.
Okay.
Grab her.
I'll grab.
You grab her. You grab her. I'm grabbing the keys.
Yeah.
Give me a grapple check. So you're gonna. So you wait a second. You got the nail, right?
Okay.
I gave him the nail.
Okay. So are you gonna stab her with the nail, or are you gonna grab
I'm
her and
gonna
hold
grab
her?
and try to hold her.
You're gonna grab her and hold her. So you throw the nail to
Drop
somebody
the nail.
else.
Drop the nail so somebody else can
You
pick
could
it up.
throw it through the bars to somebody else on the other side if you wanted to, too. Or to whoop somebody there.
I just.
You just dropped it.
Yeah,
Grab
somebody
her.
here can get it. Yeah, because if I throw one, I got a possibility that somebody.
Drop her. Grab the nails.
All right, give me a grapple check, essentially. So it's roll a d20 plus your CMB.
Tracy, grab the keys.
I need it.
Okay, is that gonna be, that's gonna be my.
I need
dexterity?
you to do a.
Well, he'll tell you.
It'll be like a what it would be, probably use magic device or something.
Sleight of hand.
2.
Sleight of hand. Yeah, give me a sleight of hand roll, Jess. You got a 2?
Yes.
A natural 2?
Natural 2.
I don't have a slide.
that's disabled.
It should be a skill.
Yeah, it'll be in your skills. Let's see. Under
My
it.
CMB is
Yeah,
zero.
that's like, that's on, it's burning.
Sleight of hand isn't showing up there.
Just give me a dex
Oh,
check
she
then.
might not have put it
D20.
I mean,
Dex
yeah.
bonus.
I'll try because I have sleight of hand.
All right, so you're gonna try and do it too.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Oh, I got it.
Yeah.
this guy that you gave the thing, he drops the nail and he slides it I'm gonna knock that over before the night's over. He slides an arm out there and kind of like tries to put an arm bar on her, but as you're grabbing her, your first thought is, I got her. And then your next thought is, her arm is changing shape. At which point, I mean, you sort of get her like this, and her arm just goes out,
That's
and
not
she
good.
turns to whirl at you. And he has the
27.
keys. He's like, I gotta make a roll to see if she even notices you have the keys.
Yeah, because it's sleight of hand. I'm trying not to show.
I-
Yeah, it would be real slight if you couldn't, if you could figure out you're doing it.
So I rolled a 27.
Okay,
She gets a perception check against it.
she gets a perception check, I guess. I gotta get my dice out, sorry. Have to get into my bag of dice.
Bag of dice.
There we go. All right. Yeah, not even close. So you've got the keys, so you've managed to lift the keys off of her,
Okay.
and she doesn't know, or at least she doesn't give any kind of indication that she knows that you have the keys. She looks around, she whirls around, and she says to you, I was going to do it next. She points at you, but now you're next. And you can see her as she's saying it, her face kind of like changes shape. She doesn't take your face,
Okay.
but it's almost like running wax. It just kind of like moves around. You're seeing this, and you're just like, whoa. But yeah, the thing, she's like, now, excuse me, I have to finish my experiment.
Let's real quick. You want me to go outside for this, or can I just step out back here?
Does it make a lot of smell? Doesn't smell like cigarettes.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay. As long as it doesn't funkify my whole house. To the point where my wife is going to be aggravated.
Right.
No, don't want that.
I live essentially on her supper.
Right.
So then the creature like backs up.
Huh?
I thought it was every man.
Pretty much. Yeah. So she backs away.
Not me
Looking at
for
you.
the next 2 days.
Well, to assume that Karen's the dominant one in our relationship.
Does it say I'm the king of my
I'll take
castle
care
when
of
she's
you.
not home?
In
Yeah.
a moment. She goes back over to the guy. And she's like,
Okay.
The experiment has failed. The guy's like, he's sort of like whistling and making these because he's bleeding from that wound that she sort of wedged open with the thing. She's like, this experiment has failed. It's failed. The experiment has failed. And she looks around and she goes, it's because of you and because of you. And now I have to start all over.
If you're being completely honest, he got his foot out on his own. We didn't do that.
She goes back over here.
Can I try?
She picks up a big cleaver
Yay.
that has a little rust on it.
Oh, well, that looks
She puts down the thing, and the guy's going, no. And she comes over and she just goes, without even, she just puts it right in his head. And he's like, whoop. Stopped. Blood pours off the table. And she's like,
Well, that was rude.
my experiment, I just don't like it. My experiments fail. And I feel like it's all your fault. Now we're going to start again. And we're going to start with you. And I expect your full cooperation.
I don't.
Now, if you'll excuse me, you see her like sort of like undoing the straps.
Okay.
And she grabs him by his head and she's like wedges the
Get the cleaver out.
Yeah, puts it back on the table. She puts it back on the table like it's an operating theater. She's like, puts it right back. Supposed to go.
When she picked it up.
And she drags him off the table with a plop, and she begins dragging him over here. And you see her drag his body into this room where she disappears.
Okay.
Disappears in the room. You can hear
You need to
the
get out of here.
Yeah.
you can tell that she's having he's a large man, and as she drags him off the table, you see that he's wearing sort of a similar kind of white jacket. It was hard to tell at first because it was so covered with blood and that kind of stuff, and it had been cut and peeled away. But when she pulled him off, you could see that he had this jacket on. And so she drags him in there. You can hear her sort of like, I don't know, there's some sort of like sucking noise. Like, and,
So,
you
over there in the other cell.
Yeah, I'm opening the door.
Yeah, let's get out of the cell.
all right, so
Oh,
go ahead.
never mind.
I'm-
You already.
I'm grabbing the 9-inch nail.
Okay.
Why did I need to steal?
I didn't think of that, but yeah.
I am opening this door,
Oh, puppy.
running across.
It was 11 inches. Did it shrink?
Yeah,
Oh, it's 11.
it was.
Okay, it's 11. I've got the 11-inch nail.
It was in the pool.
Yeah.
It's
She knows
cold.
about shrinkage,
It's
doesn't
cold
she?
in this dungeon.
All right, so you run across here. And
I tell you two to grab some of the weapons, and I come over and unlock this door.
okay,
There's no one in this cell,
there's no one in that cell.
and there's no wall here. I didn't.
Well, there's a wall there, but it's open on this side. And you can see there's an open doorway here.
right. Well, that's where she is.
Right, we
Because-
want to go there.
If there's anything that I do when I make cardboard models, it's heightened specificity and accuracy to whether or not the doors are friggin' open or not.
Right.
All right, so about that time, you see her come back out and she's like,
Oh shit.
well, that's not right. You go back to your cell.
Okay.
I'll be with you in a moment.
Is their door locked?
Okay.
Are those my keys?
No.
She steps forward over here and you see her pick that same cleaver back up.
You guys
She
are
goes-
supposed to pick up tools.
She goes, give me my keys.
She's up outside of grabbing range.
Okay, so- yeah.
She's outside, but the door's open.
I go into this
The
room.
door's unlocked. You unlock the
I
door.
go into
Oh,
this
okay.
room.
You run into that room.
I run into that room.
Okay.
We don't have any of our stuff.
Nope.
All right. This is a bunch of rubble, by the way,
Right.
impassable.
Okay.
This looks
so
like
right now I just go into that room.
You
It's
just
a
go in.
furnace, isn't
It's a furnace, yeah, and it looks like. Give me a perception check.
Are you telling us what's in there?
it? 13 plus 8. So
21?
1.
Looks like the furnace hasn't been used for a while.
Okay.
It's not radiating heat.
Right.
The rest of you, you haven't come out of your. So I guess that you're just sort of like play acting that the doors are still
Mhm.
locked. And she's like, the creature turns to you, and she's like, I have to go catch whatever it is that was, because I can't have creatures running around in my laboratory. Create a non-stable environment.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me,
God, thank
I
you.
will be
Sterile.
right back. And you see her sort of like, she comes running across here and comes over here.
Okay.
You, one more chance to get in your cell. I have promised someone else that they would be next. But if you want, if you go in your cell right now, you can be next after next. Do you say anything?
I run in the corner and say, leave me alone.
Maybe now. Look, I don't know what.
I want them to have a turn. I want them to have a turn.
of creature you are.
How noisy is the door if I
Yes.
start to?
Creaks a little.
Yeah, ours too. Can we get it?
She's talking. She's distracted.
Because I want to get the.
So I'm
What kind of weaponry?
Yeah, we're gonna get the table. Get
It's
some stuff.
mostly knives. There's a hammer, but it's like a tack hammer.
Are the two blades from the thing there?
Yeah,
They're still
right,
there.
right.
Yep.
Yeah,
There's
that's
some
right.
other tools like that, like gardening trowels, one of those 3 claw things that you
No.
use to pull weeds out.
Those would each be like a short sword.
There's no like weapons there. It's all like tools that she has
Something-
either like repurposed or made into stuff.
Something
They
that's
all
all
look
sharp
pretty
point.
sharp.
I'm guessing I don't have rage power since nobody else has any other things.
Right.
either.
Well, so rage
That's an
power is different, right? You can, I mean, it's not a magical power or anything. It's just you going. "Ah!" So yeah, I think
You
you
get
would have
mad,
rage
basically. Yeah, I would think so.
power. She's like,
Oh, so Libby's gonna get us out of this.
so you see
I
her-
hope so.
so she's coming in. She's shush.
So you.
She's got the cleaver, man. She's like,
I got out the nail.
I'd like to charge her.
put that down,
You put yours down.
creature.
I would like to
I
charge her.
promised you, you're just gonna like charge her.
Yeah.
All right. So what do you do? I mean, you're just gonna like tackle her, or are you gonna stab? her?
Well, I've got, when I rage, I have claws.
So you're just like
The dragon claws.
Wolverine.
Yep.
Okay. So these green, like greenish claws just come whoosh, popping out of your thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And once she passes me, I'm gonna open this cell door and run to the table and grab one of those shear things.
Parts for sure.
parts with the
Okay.
shear.
It's essentially like a dagger.
Right, pretty much, yeah.
Draconic
Yeah,
bloodline.
it's sharp, it's gonna be enough to puncture her.
I,
and give her some
I'm
damage.
going to grab the other one.
You're gonna grab the other shear?
Yeah.
Okay, same thing, same principle. It'll be effectively a dagger for
Right,
a weapon skill.
right.
Cause I have dagger still, right?
All right, so what do you? So you're running up to her and
Stabby.
you're just gonna like just claw her. You're not just trying to grab her.
I ain't got magic. I'm
I'd
standing out
be
of there.
probably more inclined to try and like tackle her to the ground and then start.
Well, so
If possible.
tackle is like trip essentially.
I don't know if you have the
Have what?
mage hand.
I do have mage hand.
I mean, not mage hand.
Oh,
Is it a cantrip?
Yeah, it's
Give me a d20 roll and add your
It's not
intelligence
any-
bonus.
but I was thinking hand of the mage.
I know I don't
Yeah,
have mage.
right. You don't have mage, but
I have a bonded weapon. That's all.
you don't have it on you.
And I know that.
Yeah.
When I hit third level,
That's
because
unfortunate.
Les, you're gonna have to with that.
I'm gonna hate that. I'm sure. So
No, you-
tackling, clawing,
Why do you guys hate
tripping,
beating my sword.
bull rush,
Yeah, kind of.
bull rush. Okay, so yeah, I mean,
Pushes her back.
well, it pushes her back, but you can also knock her down. So depending on how well you roll, if you get, so you're just like sort of like linebackering into her
Yeah.
essentially, and you're gonna like throw her into that rubble over there.
Yeah, I'm 6.5 feet tall and 231 pounds.
Oh yeah, she's smaller than that. I mean, it's obvious she's obviously female. Your thought was that she was a human at first. Obviously, kind of bent. Would you roll?
It's gonna be a 17,
17. All right.
which probably isn't gonna beat their CMD.
We gotta check.
First level.
First level, Mike.
Well, you'd be surprised at the kind of things that they throw at first level characters in this age. I was certain.
Nothing good
Most
like
people
that.
don't make second level in this AP.
I was surprised.
that's unfortunate.
CMB, what'd you roll?
17.
17. It's close. You hit her. And she stumbles sideways, but she's not prone, and she only goes about 5 feet. And she whirls on you, and it's like, it
By the way,
seems everyone wants to be next.
12 on that intelligence check, by the way. Okay.
Not enough.
When it
At
was-
this point, I think we got to roll for
mage hand, I
initiative.
would've won it anyways.
So let's go ahead and roll for initiative.
Cool.
Alright.
Eh,
Dirty 20?
20.
Raw
Ooh,
20.
natural 20.
So that is
What's
air
the
ball.
Or var.
Bar, sorry. Got it. Okay.
It's a lowercase
Aaron.
r. I know it looks like a
I know.
I got 20.
You also got a 20. What's
What's your
you guys
dex?
Sorted out.
Well,
No, we'll let them choose.
Okay.
My dex is 10.
Elin.
We're 5. I rolled a
5.
3.
Nice.
Jack's got
Oh,
17.
yeah, it's-
Jez got a 17.
Mhm.
Is it Jez or Jex?
Jez.
Jez.
Well, it's Jack's actually. Jex. It is Jex.
but it's
Yes.
pronounced Jess.
I'm gonna have to buy more.
Why?
answers.
Why are kobolds like this?
Who am I missing? Bella.
13 for Bella.
13. Okay, and then I can roll from my guy,
Big bad.
Dr. Scan.
A
Is
2.
her name.
I don't like that.
I have dog
Gross.
hair all over my shirt.
Captain.
Oh, it's a captain. I forgot he's here.
I probably have shady hair.
Gross.
Oh, I've got a.
Back to my hunch.
Solid black dog. Then I got a
Ooh,
light
okay.
tan pointer.
What's your initiative bonus?
No, when I
5.
sit down.
Jex.
I got a
5.
I got a Shetland sheepdog, so they got lots of hair.
Bless your heart.
Captain's blowing his code right now. Took him outside to toothbrush him after work
Yeah.
yesterday,
Doctor.
and it looked like 6 rabbits exploded in my yard.
Well, I was catching.
All right.
I think there's a cup over here.
So Grady and Erevar, you guys are gonna go first. You guys can decide amongst yourselves. who's gonna go
I'm
first.
doing nothing this combat. I have no magic.
Okay.
And I don't have my bonded sword.
You're up, Kevin.
I'm useless this
I'm gonna
combat.
run at her with my pointed shears.
So you're popping out.
Yep.
Of the door, coming out here.
And I should run up
Moving
here
one
to
is
get the
that.
shear.
You're gonna go here and grab a shear.
Yeah.
Okay, that's gonna take your round.
Right, it is.
All right,
Okay.
so you're just
For
reaching.
mine, can I make a knowledge check on?
Sure, if you want.
What type of knowledge check?
Uh,
Please say planes.
not planes.
Engineering, Arcana.
Arcana.
Cool, I can do that.
I can do that too.
That was good absent. We may have to do
That
one- I
would
may have
be
to do one
a
more.
25.
25. These
I'll
are
join you on one when you do
definitely
it.
a doppelganger.
Any special ways to kill her?
Well, doppelgangers are tough.
Any useful information I can shout out to the other people in here to put her down?
Don't say put her down.
Well,
Oh, no, you want to put her down.
they can't. Well, so the things you know
Kevin,
about doppelgangers
I'm gonna
are
make
that they
one.
can't imitate somebody perfectly instantly.
No alcohol.
Right. They need time. So what you're not sure. I mean, you're not sure if there was a Dr. Scan who this doppelganger is now imitating, or somehow that the real Dr. Scan has been affected by something and has become sort of a proto doppelganger or something like that. They are tough though, and they tend to be quite resilient to combat. They don't have any real weaknesses like vulnerability to fire or anything like that.
Okay. No particular resistances either.
No, not really.
I just needed.
They can. One thing you do know is that they have sort of a half-assed
Yeah.
level of
Don't screw
telepathy
up.
that's like one way, which means that they
They
can.
can read into people to.
They
better-
can't read people's thoughts. What they can is they can detect thinking beings in the region. So. Sweet. So they can. So it's basically like a thought detection radar that they have.
Detect thoughts.
Yeah, essentially.
He understands the word.
Because detect thoughts
Oh, I
isn't
know, I just. I'm
necessarily mind reading.
But yeah, so beyond that though, they don't have any specific, I mean, they don't have any specific, so you're
I
gonna,
got nothing for you.
so you're gonna run over there. You managed to knock it back, but it's sort of like that. All right, so you've got a shear.
Right.
You've done a knowledge check. Are you gonna come out? You still can move. I mean, you wanna come out of your cell or you stay in the cell?
No,
You stay in the cell, okay.
I don't have spells. My AC is 11.
I don't know,
Gotta do something.
No.
do a little non-lethal. All right,
No.
all right, Erevar stays there. Jax, you're up.
Bonus of 1.
A bonus of
There's
one.
a dagger on the table.
You grab
I have a bonus of 1.
Mine's -1.
But you have weapon finesse, no?
Not yet.
Oh wow.
And Bella, you'll be next. Oh, no, you won't. Dr. Shane will be next.
Unfortunately.
It's kind of rude.
I'm next.
Yeah, maybe.
Jax, you're next.
I thought you didn't want to go.
Wait,
I thought you wanted to let everyone else have a turn.
Since your turn was just.
Who said that?
I was
You
gonna
did.
get the other one,
Yeah.
so.
No, when she was chasing me, I wanted everyone else to have a turn. We've rolled a miss now.
That's okay. Where we roll?
Yes, you will. I'm gonna keep you. I'm gonna keep you here. Okay.
Can I-
What happened to your eyeball there, buddy?
Don't know.
Does it hurt you?
Can I jump up to this so I'm flanking?
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially rubble. It looks like this used to be like a
Passage,
passage,
but it's caved
but
in.
it's
and-
caved in and there's rubble sort of scattered about. I mean, honestly, you're not a miner or anything, but there's you don't feel like there's any way,
No.
especially considering the size of this cardboard, that there would anybody would dig that out. Oops, I bumped the thing.
Oh, God, no.
Okay, I am going to flank with her.
All right, what have you got? You got the nail, right?
I got the nail.
Okay, so
I'm
you're
just
trying.
stab. It's a
Okay.
piercing weapon.
All right, and as a rogue flanking,
Uh-huh.
you get your okay.
Mhm.
What'd you roll?
A 6 to hit her.
A 6. So close. 6 is a miss.
Oh,
You see,
at least
her-
I tried.
So she's facing Elith, but as the nail comes, like you're sort of go like this, and the nail is just.
I didn't do anything.
And you're like, but there is a flank. You will get a flank.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's back there aggravated. She's like, and she's making all kinds of like. She's making all kinds of like.
You were
weird
flanking. Technically, you got an
noises. So
8
she's
down.
like hissing and making mewling noises, but she's also talking to herself. certainly not talking to you guys.
So he's right.
This is wrong. This
With-
is going to interfere with my experiments. What is going on?
He's right. With flanking bonus, it's actually an 8. Did that hit?
No, she has a buckler.
You'll do better.
This is yours.
Oh, this is me. Okay, great. Thank you.
I forgot to add in the charge.
All
bonus
right.
last
Dr. Sayan has the cleaver, and she's going to try and kabonk you with the cleaver. She
Oh,
goes
God, no.
whistling across with that cleaver at you.
Cleaver kabong.
I'm just watching for myself. There's literally nothing.
My armor class ain't great right now.
What is your armor class, right?
Not great.
11.
That's okay. I didn't roll great. 12 hit you?
Probably.
Probably.
What's your dex?
I hope not. You're the closest thing we have to a tank.
14 plus 2.
You rolled a what?
12.
12 is what her armor class is.
Meets.
All right.
10
For some
plus 2.
reason It's telling me that it's 10 on this sheet. I don't know.
You take a -2 to your AC when you charge.
Oh.
Did you mark down
it's
charging?
raging.
That wasn't
Raging. It's raging is what it
Oh,
is.
it's raging. All right, so she does clock you in the arm with this cleaver. You take 2 hit points of cleaver damage. And frankly, there's enough rust on that cleaver to think that you may need a tetanus shot.
As soon as we invent them.
But you see her, so when she hits you and there's blood coming out of your arm,
I'll make sure I get lockjaw with my
you
tusks around
see,
the throat.
There you go.
you see something, she kind of like, she hits you and then you're bleeding and you see her eyes just go whoop to where the blood's coming out of your arm. And you see something that's really disturbing. Her mouth drops open, but like far. And like this weird tongue comes lolling out. And the tongue is probably this long. And it's just like,
Gene Simmons.
and and then her eyes come back up to you. And you can see this weird sort of smile come across her face.
And you hear
She
down
sucks her tongue back in her mouth.
And you hear from down the cell block, that's gross.
But she's like,
You can do it.
oh God, that's gross. All right, but that's her. Bella, you're up.
Okay, where is everyone again? This
So-
is,
I'm still in myself.
Me, Don.
Now the cleric is over, or the guy that was in your cell block is over here. He just grabbed up a piece of
weapon.
that shears. He's still in his cell, sort of looking out, going, "Ooh,
I'm commentating and giving motivational encouragement.
He's conjugating.
You
the
can
You
word.
can do it. I believe in you.
Okay,
That
Is
was
this-
disgusting.
is this the lineup we keep for
Could
everything?
check the other room.
Just this comment.
just for
Just
this comment. This
Oh,
comment.
good.
Yeah,
But I
when after this comment's over, then this goes away and we'll
I will.
for other stuff.
Just
Okay.
right now, I'm taking my free actions that don't require
Is
to be
it-
passionate. To just be an asshole.
Is it possible for me to come out to like this little alcove thing over here?
Yeah, like in this room here.
Uh-huh.
You want to pop in there?
Yep,
Absolutely, you can do that.
I would
Not
like to do that.
My character's a little
You
shit.
have to check some flavor tests on
And
that one.
use my charisma to distract.
Next thing you know, there are gonna be flavor drakes
and calm her
everywhere.
down.
Charisma. You're gonna calm down. You're gonna try and calm down the.
I'm going to try to sweet talk the woman and
That's diplomacy.
as diplomacy, yeah,
There you go.
yes, diplomacy. To
Oh.
give everybody a chance to do their thing in the
Okay.
background.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. Let me look at something real quick. So you're gonna pop it. Go ahead and move your guy into that room.
Could you make me do that?
Done already.
You're so awesome. I like her.
She's splendid. You could be reading stuff back here, but
Nope, I'm looking at the glass.
Oh yeah, they signed it. The shirt.
That's awesome.
Don and I at Gen Con went to a Glass Cannon Live, and we went to the thing afterwards, the after party,
Why?
and I got a shirt and I got a
Why?
sleeve. They're awesome, by the
Don't
way.
eat.
They sound awesome.
Why isn't it my turn? Everybody gets distracted, huh? Why? I'm a new person. I need to stay focused here, damn
We're
it.
Don't
trying
worry.
to ruin
That
it.
normally happens to me. It's just with my
So
turn. I
yeah,
did a
back
thing.
there, it's just that table just has what looks to be it's an empty table. There's nothing on it, but it looks like there's the wood has been soaked pretty well with soaked wood and some other stuff too, probably. But there's nothing back there right now. So you're gonna try and use diplomacy. What do you say?
All right, did I see her? I would have seen the look.
You saw her bull rush and
No,
As you
no,
were running
I
through
would've-
there, you probably saw her tongue come out.
That's what I mean. She saw. I saw her reaction the other way.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you would also have heard. That's gross.
All right, I'm gonna go over to the table that looks like it's got a lot of blood on it. And just,
Blood looks old though.
yeah, but still, kind of do one of these numbers.
Did you get,
That's
when
good.
you did your knowledge dungeoneering, did you get anything useful?
All right. So you're
She's a
trying,
doppelganger.
okay.
There's not no weakness,
So
no
that's
vulnerabilities or resistances really to worry about. So
charisma with,
hit her till she dies.
Oh, here's an idea.
Group up and hit it till it
kind
dies.
of distract her.
Okay. Give me a.
That's the best plan I've got.
That's a
Do
good
you have
plan
any
to do.
specific skills or powers that go to that, or do you want to just roll a charisma roll?
I've got charisma.
So is it
I've
Or
group
got
up and hit her till
diplomacy
she dies,
skill would
or
work.
you guys group up and hit her till she dies?
Or
It's you guys group up.
Oh,
and hit
okay.
it till she dies. I don't have anything.
I think would probably be more upfront.
There's weapons.
I'm
So
gonna look
I'll
at
roll
another
a
room
six to it.
to see if our stuff is
I'm
there.
getting there.
Okay.
I got a 19 plus a 6, so a 25.
All right, so she sees you, and you see her eyes sort of flicker over, and she sees you like.
Because
sort
if I get
of
my
running in that
rapier,
room, and when you
Then I
sort of
have a
do
plus
this,
2 to hit.
And you're
There you
like,
go.
oh, that tastes good. You see her look over to you, and she's like, assist me, and everything will be. You will join. You can join me in my experiments. Assist me now.
It's just me now.
That's also gross.
I'm going to start walking over toward her,
Okay.
but slowly.
Do you have a
because
weapon?
No.
Okay.
But that's going to be the extent of where I go. I'm
That's
just going
it
to
for
kind
you.
of start moving slowly toward her. And
Okay.
You see her smile.
All
All right.
That would be nasty.
Elib. Wolverine.
Oh, I'm full Wolverine.
Flanking.
Woo!
What'd you get?
Well, one of the dice is a 19, so it's gonna be high. Let me go back to that.
All right. That's probably gonna be a hit.
26, 2 for flanking, 28 to hit.
That's a hit.
And the other one
And then the other one, 9 plus 9 is 18.
with flanking?
18 is also a hit. So you come back with 2 Wolverine style strikes.
Good job, girl.
17 total points of damage.
17 points?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
17 points.
Sure.
That seems well beyond your capability. 17 points. All right. So.
I don't know, seems kind of weak
Shit,
compared
you
to
take
Steve's
advantage
campaign.
of the fact that you look
You know,
So
mine.
she has like cut her eyes towards you. So she's like, my assistant is coming, that kind of thing. My new assistant. And you see her sort of look away and you take that advantage. And you're just like, boom, claws inside, boom, right across the face. And you could see like these huge cuts come over and blood just comes squirting out, this like black blood. And
You're my best friend.
kind of like, oh, as she kind of like staggers backwards. You have to sort of step out of the way as she staggers backwards, sort of thing.
Yes, yes.
But then
Do more
you
of
see
that.
her sort of like grab her face after you claw her, and then she's like, and then flesh just goes and molds over. You know that she's wounded because there's still blood sort of on the thing, and the holes in her coat are still leaking some sort of fluid, but now she's angry. But yeah, she's definitely wounded. All right, that was the
Fuck,
end of
man,
round
you're up.
one. Grady, or Erevar. Erevar.
Grady goes first up.
All right, Grady, you've got a half of a lawn shears in your hand.
Okay.
I assume you took the one that didn't already have blood on it.
Yes.
is he still at the table?
Oh, you take the one with blood on it.
Yeah,
so you
he's
do
just
bonus
he's picked
disease
it up and
damage.
he's heading the other way. Sorry, I keep.
So I can move 30 feet. I can probably get to her.
You need to run over there.
I was just wondering if you were still at the table, I could holler and say, bring me one.
You could. Talking is a free action.
Okay.
So you can yell out at any time.
Yes.
Bring me one.
That's why I've been yelling this
So I'll
whole
grab the
time.
other one. And I'll go over there to her,
All right.
Della, and give her the other one.
All right. So you're delivering that other half of the shears. You get the bloody half.
Gross.
Okay.
All right.
That's
Is that it for
bonus.
you? All right, Erevar.
So I can do it.
I'm gonna check out that other room.
So you're gonna come out and go in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna look first before I step in, but
Give me a perception check before you step in.
okay.
That's never good.
I don't like these.
Before you go in that room, roll over some
Yeah. 7.
7. You do get a whiff of decomp, but it's not overwhelming until you walk.
Mainly, I'm just trying to see if like our stuff is in here.
He's just standing in the doorway during doing a cursory glance.
Basically, yeah. I just want to see if our stuff is in here. If it's not, I don't care.
You walk inside.
Oh.
Go ahead and put your guy in there in the hallway or however you want to put it. We can see. You can see
Barely inside.
a couple of things, but the thing that dominates your vision is the enormous
Pile of corpses.
pile of bodies at the bottom of what looks to be, in your eyes, some sort of coal chute.
So Erevar will literally be like this. You'll walk in.
There
goes
is
back
a
into the cell and
lot of
closes the
Back
bodies.
into my cell, and I'm gonna keep watching. Don't worry, guys, you got this. Our stuff's not in the other room.
But there is a big pile of bodies at the bottom of that chute.
I don't care.
And it looks like, well, it looks like to you that someone or something has been throwing bodies down there.
Yeah, it's gross.
It's well over a dozen, maybe close to 20.
It's disgusting.
It's
I'm not
disgusting.
staying in that room.
The smell hits you like a slap in the face.
She must not be any
Yeah,
kind of
it's
scientist
literally-
because she keeps failing her experiments.
The smell of decomp, I mean, once you smelled
There's no
like a person
hesitation.
up that's gone
No, oh, it's
right,
this,
you never
this.
forget it. So I don't know if I ever told you this, but when I was a newspaper reporter years and years ago, my first degree is in journalism, and I worked as a news reporter for 4 years. And but one of the things I did, one of my beats was cops beat, and I worked like Mascuda, Lebanon, all the cops shops around here. And so back then, and I don't know if it's the case now, but back then it used to be the law that anybody who died outside of a doctor's care was considered to be a suspicious death until the coroner could get there and sort of rule on it and rule it natural, which was just sort of this bureaucratic thing. The problem with that is if it was a suspicious death, the cops had to take pictures. And so the cops didn't have photographers on the thing, and they knew me. So I worked as a crime scene photographer for the cops, and they paid $5 a photo. And this is $1988. And I get 3 dead bodies a month that fell into that thing. That's my rent. Because I would shoot like between 36 and 72 shots of rolls of film every time I would go. But they had this thing because they always thought that I was gonna like throw up. And but once you smell it, there's nothing like it. There's nothing like it in the world. But it was really, a lot of it wasn't so much gross as it was sad, because a lot of the people that died outside of the doctor's care, they're like old people who are alone and
Been there for days.
yeah, I mean, a lot of times the neighbors called in because they're like, something's funky over at the neighbor's house. And I saw a lot of them, they were like super gross. There was just one, which I'm not going to talk about right now, but if you guys want to hang back later, I'll tell you what the grossest one was.
Well, I told you, you heard about Megan and Mason's first date, didn't you?
No.
They were in Echo Park there at St. Charles,
Mhm.
and we're taking a hike, and we're going across a log, and Mason looked up and he said, "What's that in the tree?" Guy got out there and committed suicide, was hanging in the tree.
Like,
Yeah. So they go back out, they call the police.
That
okay.
happened right across the street from my high school, my sophomore year.
Did it? They came out, they had to bring out the fire trucks. They've got to get up in the tree to get him out.
Mhm.
Because they could tell he'd been there for a couple of days.
Understand.
So Megan's sitting in the police car filling out her report.
Okay.
Mason's sitting on the ground filling out his report.
Oh God.
And
Les,
she heard somebody say something about a first aid kit. She hollered and said, "It ain't gonna help him."
it's not gonna help.
Well, the bad thing was they checked, to see where he lived. He was primary caregiver for his mother. So they went to do notification to mom.
She was
She was
dead too.
As far as I know, they've never found her. That instituted a silver alert.
Did they check the rest of the tree?
They checked everything out there. They
Yes.
start looking they start checking for a car, and not too far from there is a spot, where they started dredging the river.
Mhm.
They ended up pulling like 5 or 6 cars out. None of them were her car.
Oh, God.
2 of them were involved in current active investigations.
Of course.
The train conductor saw his car and they went and checked. As far as I know, they never did find her.
Wow. Do you know how many people disappear in this country every year? I mean, and never are seen again.
So what
Too many.
It's like 500,000
what
people.
they think is maybe he got tired of taking care of her and did something with her and then went out and killed himself.
Fixed himself. Yeah.
So that was when you were in high school, Alex?
No, not that specific.
Oh, okay.
No.
So mine was.
Someone was found hung in a tree across the street in the park across the street from my high school when I was in my sophomore year.
So mine was. It was one of these old guys, and so what had happened was, you know how like mid-century houses have those all tile bathrooms, and a lot of them have the like space heater in them. So I came riding up. They called me and they're like, "We need some crime scene photos." So I came up, and I knew it was bad because the cops were all standing out at the street level, and they all had Vicks Vapor Rub on their noses, and I knew it was bad.
good sign,
They were
yeah.
like, "This is the one, Les. This is the one that's going to do it for you." And I'm like, "No way, no way." And so they said he's in the bathroom, and there was cops all inside, and so they sort of led me to the thing. So basically what they puzzled out later it had happened. So this guy was probably in his 80s, went into his bathroom, which was all tile, and he turned on the heater and had a massive heart attack. He died on the spot. Problem was the door was closed, and
Wow.
the heater didn't have an automatic cutoff.
Baked him.
Well, more like crock pot.
Yeah.
When I found him, when I had to take the pictures, he looked like a big thing of bone soup. It was gross and it smelled.
Yeah.
The worst part of it though was that it smelled a little bit like stew. And you're just like, I don't want to get hungry. I don't want to get hungry because I'm taking pictures of this.
Les will never eat carnitas again.
No, it was gross. It was gross, and that was the closest I came because the cops always had this sort of like weird bet that they were going out, like this is the time.
This will be what he
And I never did throw up, but there was a couple of times where I was like, I gotta go outside.
Yeah.
Get some fresh air.
I
It was a
can
gross
do it.
job, but I'll tell you what, it paid buku money. When you're fresh out of college,
yeah.
your wife's a teacher, and you live in a shitty apartment in Belleville that's paying $350 a week or $350 a month
Yeah.
rent.
That would have been an expensive apartment.
Oh, yeah.
$350 a week.
$350 a week in '88. But I mean, it's like I do 3 of these a month. It's my whole rent check,
Yeah.
and there was no way I could turn them down.
No.
But all right, so where did we stop? Erevar went into the other room. So Jax, you missed.
Jack Smith.
Dr. Skahan. All right, she brings that cleaver up against you. She's like, I told you you were next. And now you're soiling my laboratory.
It's already pretty soiled, to be honest.
Yeah.
That's a miss. 8.
And this-
That's a miss. So you're like, as this thing just comes right at your face. And she's like, you soiled my laboratory. Now I'm going to have to clean everything.
It doesn't look like you've cleaned here in months.
I laugh wildly when she misses.
I'm rooting for the
Me
big
very
one.
angry. Bella. All right, you have a piece
He
of
brought
thing,
he brought me a piece of the thingy.
but she's not looking at you right now because she's busy with Elib, trying to attack her because Elib did her a fair amount of damage with those claws.
Okay, so I'm assuming since I'm a rogue, it's better if I can sneak up behind.
So the thing about rogues is anytime you can get, you don't have to be behind. Anytime you can get in a position where you are flanking, so there's a lot of theory and practice to this, but essentially what you need to do is get into a position where you're dealing with a enemy who's flat-footed. And generally the easiest way to do that is to flank them. There are other ways to do it. They are generally harder to make happen.
Yes,
Flanking is easier.
I'm in a position right
Well-
now where I can flank, correct?
Yeah, well, if you
Not
get
only
over to
that,
like,
but-
so it depends on how you want to flank. So flanking is essentially making a direct line between the enemy, between 2 allies,
Well-
right? So if you go to like here that's a flanking position. But also if you go to like here, that's a flanking position.
Leslie,
Because
it
you
could
would
also
be
be
flanking,
argued.
you, on one hand, you're flanking with Elib, on the other hand, you're flanking with Jets.
Do you want her to be facing you or away from you though?
Because right now she's facing this way.
Because
So-
I tend to avoid danger at all possible moments.
So Les, it could also be argued that she would be
I'm-
flat-footed against Bella because Bella made it look like she was friendly.
She's, well, kind of, but I mean, she's also got
She may-
half a
she may
shear in
think-
her hand.
She may think I'm coming in to help.
That could be too. I mean, it's, yeah, but I mean, if you get behind her like that, you're definitely gonna get your sneak attack roll. Which I think is 1d6.
Take whatever I get.
All right, give it an attack roll. So you get a normal attack roll, your martial attack.
So that's this thing.
Yeah, so whatever your
Melee or plus
that's
one.
what it is, +1. That's what you get.
That sucks. What about the flat foot?
That's you. So plus D20 +1.
Please.
And you get flanking bonus, so you get another +2 on it, so +3 total.
6, 7, I got 8.
8, that's a miss, I'm sorry.
Big oof energy there, dog.
That is a miss. You're not a combat specialist. You're getting in there, there's a lot of things happening.
Now, one thing you can do is you can aid another, which you just have to attack
That's
against
what
an
we talked
AC
about
10,
before.
and it would grant a +2 AC or attack bonus.
In this case, you don't get your rope bonus, but you can still do it.
I need to do
Okay.
that. That I can make.
Aid another, just roll your.
I haven't the last 2 times, but that I can make.
Oh, with flank, +3. Yeah, you just roll it
Roll again.
and add 3. Yeah,
9.
she didn't nail it.
I still suck.
Yeah. She's stumbling around back there. But now it's Elib.
I've got a stroke. That's Lynn's excuse for anything. I've got a stroke.
I had a stroke. I can't mow the lawn.
He said it enough now. I said
23
baseball bat, so I'm sure
and
stroke.
Wow.
21.
23, 21?
Mhm.
Those are both hits.
Ooh.
19 points of damage.
What was the first one?
23.
All right, she's facing you. She missed with that cleaver.
Or
Your
you need the
first,
damage. Did you want the first?
the first damage.
First damage would be 10.
So you back up and you see all this kind of activity around it. You see her sort of like looking around. Your claws, right?
Oh yeah.
You just do one of these, like, shook, and you get her right here. And the claws kind of go up in her face. The weirdest part is that you can see and feel, to a lesser extent, her face begin to retreat away from your claws as she's trying to regroup. At which point you take your left hand and just jam it through, like right here. It's both eyes, goes all the way through. You can see the points coming out the back of her head. You see her sort of stop. And there's this weird sense of serenity that comes over her. She doesn't say anything. Then you pull the things out, and she sort of stands there for a second. You see her sort of stagger a little bit, and then
Yay.
falls down to the ground. Blood pouring
Yay,
from
you
her
did
head.
it.
Good girl.
I believed in
She's
you.
down.
I never had a
She
doubt.
has the cleaver.
Well, the cleaver goes skittering across the ground.
I want to retrieve the cleaver and chop her head off.
Okay, so you go ahead and you take the cleaver and you're just like, chunk, chunk, chunk. The rubbery skin
Gross.
resists it. It takes a couple of cracks, but
I'm
yeah,
still
eventually you have a head in your hand.
You know,
Still back at myself, just like,
Do I have my belt right now?
No,
So I'll just carry it with me.
you're just gonna carry the skull,
so
Yeah.
or this the head.
our
Okay.
stuff isn't in this other room, but there are stairs.
So you see this person, this half orc guy, chop off the creature's head and raise up there like ah, ha, ha, ha! And then you see her take the hair, or him take the hair and sort of tie it off on the little, like, sort of like in a thing so she can carry it around with her. He can carry it around with her. Sorry.
Yes, I'm the she-head.
And that's where we drop out of initiative. And suddenly there is silence. And the area takes on a quiet aspect. You guys look around. What do you want to do?
Well done, Elib.
Very good job, you lived.
Do you even know he lived?
Yeah. He's the
that's
only
right.
one I do know.
That's right. That's right. You guys know each other.
So now we need to try and figure out how to get out of this place. Well, we need to find our stuff and get out of this place. Did you say our stuff was out here somewhere? Alex,
Our stuff isn't back here, but there are stairs. And stairs imply a way out, just
No stairs.
ignore the.
So there was nothing in this, that was just.
There are no stairs?
Well, there's a set of stairs, but they're above it. I mean, if you would look into that, you can see that there is a stairs that stop. It's all crumbled down. It goes nowhere.
Okay,
Oh, we're going to have to get.
It's more
gross
like
at
a
this.
platform than anything else.
Oh, we're gonna have to get gross at this, aren't we? I hate you, Liz.
here's,
I love
I
you,
have-
but I hate you, Liz.
I think the best thing to do is we're gonna-
Read the
that's
book.
the only way out that we, okay, the rubble over there does not go anywhere.
It's just
Impassable.
collapsed, and there was,
Okay.
your guess is that there was a hall or something on the other side that normally this would extend further, but this has collapsed significantly. I mean, it would take you hours to dig through
And
that.
there's
I mean, it's
nothing-
possible, but,
Okay,
There's nothing in here except this furnace room.
well, it's just a furniture and there's a lot of like crap sort of piled in front of it. The furnace is off,
Okay.
but there seems to be like a bunch
lot
of like
bone ash
stuff.
and Stuff. or-
Well, just a pile of, I mean, some of it's like clothing and shoes and shit like that,
Okay.
that has just been piled in there. It looks like they were piling material here to burn.
Okay.
You do see that there's like there's like a dagger laying there
Okay.
and that kind of stuff, but it's a big pile.
Okay.
I'm hanging on to the fever for now.
Anything else in that pile other than the dagger and the other kind of weapons in that pile?
You're just gonna pick through?
Yeah.
You do find after a few minutes, you find what looks to be a pretty long and frankly well-crafted rapier.
Okay.
It's among a bunch of other stuff.
Okay.
It's pretty good looking. I mean, it's pretty expensive looking.
Do I see him pick this up?
I don't know. No,
Where did he pick it
it's like in
Yeah.
here.
Furnace room.
Yeah, furnace, yeah. Is that the only thing I find of value or worth anything that we could use?
Yeah, actually, as you start digging around, there's a variety of different equipment.
Okay.
It looks like it's just all tossed here.
up? I'm coming back to talk to him.
Okay, so you're coming back through there?
I'm looking for a belt.
You do, you find it. Ultimately, it's gonna take you guys about a half an hour. You guys are digging through this.
So-
There's a lot. It's just essentially a
way,
big pile of stuff.
That rapier he picked up, is that my masterwork?
It is.
Is there a
Hey,
scimitar
that's-
in there?
There is.
Okay.
You have to dig for a while,
Okay,
but
but-
essentially, a lot of the stuff has been thrown here. Theoretically to be burnt. You find your material is all your equipment is here, including armor and stuff.
Do we guess it was from other people that they?
There's a
shared it
lot of
on?
other stuff
Okay.
there, but you don't find anything that's of value. It's mostly clothing, boots, belts.
And the only thing she had on her were like scalpels and other.
She didn't have anything
Sharps.
on her. As you know, after you kill her and you separate her head, it becomes that traditional doppelganger head where it's like that very
Looks
sort
like the
of
gray alien.
formless face. Yeah, gray alien stuff. And the body sort of like ratchets up into,
Shrivels.
yeah, kind of
Gross.
Kind of like the Aztec mummies.
a little, yeah, where it's just like, it's kind of like fetal position kind of stuff.
You were in the room with our stuff the whole time.
how big is the furnace?
The furnace room?
It's big. So the hole to throw stuff into the furnace is probably 4 by 4. And if you peer in the furnace, I mean, you can see the size of it. It's probably 15 feet deep.
Oh, yeah, it's huge.
And you can see that there is a big stack coming out of it that goes up through the ceiling.
Okay,
Nice stack.
where's, the floor is 15 feet down, or it's just 15 feet from the door to the back of it?
15 feet from the door to the back.
Oh, and the way
If
out of here
If
is
you
gross.
peek into the thing,
Just
are you gonna look
Yeah.
look inside?
It's definitely not hot, right?
It's not hot.
Okay, I'm gonna go in and look at the stack. and see if I
So you're
can
gonna
see
climb
that.
in. So as you climb in, you realize that there is a lot of bones in here. Somebody's been throwing bodies in here. Now it hasn't been for a while because it's obviously very, I mean, it's cold. There's no furnace action going on here. So it's been dead for at least a couple of days. But as you sort of climb across, you hear the like cracking of bones as you climb across it. People, you're guessing. You don't know if it was these Dr. Scan or what have you. But people have been throwing
That's where our
stuff
stuff
in there.
was.
Bodies, parts. There's a lot of bones. There's a lot of ashes. But the reality is that this furnace never really got hot enough. It's not a crematorium, so it never really got hot enough to destroy everything. So there's still a fair amount of parts, charred pieces, but recognizable. Your guess is that at least 20 people have been burned in here, plus a lot of clothing.
Oh, man.
Okay. So do I see anything through the stack?
Give me a perception check.
Hello. Oh, squad.
Natural 1.
Cause I got a natural 1, so I'm adding a 6 to it, so 7.
Ha!
7.
I got a natural 2.
You're going in there too?
We're both blind.
Oh, yeah, we're both.
blind as bats. Yeah, we're the little ones.
I got
It's completely black.
I got dark vision.
I mean, you can see that it goes up. I mean, you with your dark vision, you can see that it goes up about 20-25 feet, but also completely black and completely sealed as far as you can tell.
Okay.
Now, one of the things that you do you have dark vision? You don't.
No.
With your dark vision, you can see that there are like bolts and stuff. This is a metal
Rivets. And,
rivets and stuff. You're thinking that you could climb up it, but
then
what
do
happens at the
Yeah.
top, you don't know. You don't see any doors or anything like that.
I use my prehensile tail to unscrew the rivets.
Sure, as I like to do on weekends.
Yeah.
Yes, I do. I use my tail too.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
How much of our stuff did we find?
all of it. You have basically you have
Okay.
your equipment.
Okay.
They
You said there's stairs in the other room?
They blocked off, so getting out of here is gonna be gross.
What do you mean gross?
You'll see.
Climbing through bodies, probably.
Been there, done that,
Well,
because we're standing in the middle of it in furnace. So.
Yeah, but
what's
there's probably more bones in the furnace.
what's grosser than a pile of dead babies?
One alive on the inside trying to eat his way out.
Yep.
I thought this I'm,
You're disgusting. You're disgusing.
I'm floating everything
The
back
whole
in.
thing.
All the stuff that I took out earlier.
And I'm
This is the
sucking
perfect
here-
realm for dead baby jokes.
It is true.
It's the only appropriate room for dead
Yes.
babies.
So yeah, I mean,
Do you
so
know the
this is
Disney joke?
climbable, but you don't
What's
see
worse
any.
than,
You
100
don't see
dead babies
anything
nailed
on the
to a tree?
on the upside.
One dead baby nailed to 100 trees.
I've heard that one before.
Why don't we go to the other room?
Yes, we're gonna go to this room.
Okay.
I have my 11-inch nail.
Okay.
Oh wait,
Well, no, you have all your.
I've got my fork.
You got your
What?
fork.
Why a fork?
I have my scimitar.
Like,
It's a family heirloom.
Yes.
It's kind of like a barbecue fork. It's about this
Okay.
long.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
got a really long
So-
barbecue fork.
fork that can be used as a weapon reasonably.
Yeah.
Oh
very
yeah, it looks
useful.
sharp. It's essentially a 2-tine fork.
It's
great
a
for
one-handed
pork
vice.
steaks.
I
Got
got
it.
a 3-prong one like that at home.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys gonna go in the other room?
I can also use this.
I just heard fork.
locks.
I'm
Yeah,
like,
you see
Oh, yeah.
essentially a giant pile of bodies that look well. It's not giant. It's probably about 20 people, but it looks like
Yeah, it's a giant pile of bodies.
Somebody-
be
well,
To the kobold and halfling.
you know, I always wonder if D&D people make like good coroners, that kind of thing. It's like, you know, you go in and it's like, how many bodies you got? There's 20 bodies in it. Is that it?
Is that it? Yeah.
Is it a giant pile? That's what I need to know. But yeah, I mean,
fair, though,
essentially, it looks very much like people
be
have been
fair, though,
sliding bodies down the
would it
chute.
be? Is it a bad assumption to make?
you don't know
you
where
make
the
a
chute
kobold that
is.
fights Cutler?
No, no, no.
Exactly. So you
It's-
understand my confusion. I was like, what?
These stairs look like they eventually went up this way, but that's all collapsed.
And we can't see the shoe?
You could definitely see the chute.
Oh, okay.
You can't see. So there's stairs over here.
Is there anything that would have made that slurping noise that we'd heard earlier?
Your guess is that she was stepping on the bodies.
Oh,
Because you can see sort of in the middle is that guy who looks like he's been chucked into the top.
The shoe,
Gross.
is it actually designed that way with like top off, you know, like a kid's slide thing where you go through the top?
Like it opens up at the
Yeah.
bottom.
Yeah, it is.
Goes.
Okay. But it just comes out pretty much even with the wall.
Mhm.
It's an anti-fire escape.
So I'm
You
gonna have
slide
to
into the fire this way.
Now that I have a belt
step
back in my
into the
chest,
bodies to get into this, right?
No,
It's a cold
Okay,
shoot.
wanna-
You
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 gonna
have to
enter
start,
area?
you have to memorize them.
Oh, I can walk down there, but
Well, I mean, across
Yeah,
the
it's
body.
really, there's really
Technically,
no way to
you can
get into
cast
the
them
chute
directly from
without
the
crawling,
scroll.
yeah.
It's treated as a scroll and
climbing over
disappears
the
when you
body.
do that.
Yeah,
That's weird.
yeah, I've gotta go, and I've got climb, I've got.
I recommend
sure-footed.
not doing that.
I just
So-
thought that would turn any
It's gonna be best for me
casting
to
time
go
into a
up.
full round
And since I
action.
have all my stuff, I have this
No.
nice little 100-foot little rope thingy. So, yeah.
It's
I'm
got a
gonna-
little goo on it, but it seems okay.
Yeah, oh, little goo never hurt nobody.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to try to go up the chute, see what's up there.
All right, you're gonna have to climb over the bodies.
Okay,
Give me a quick fortitude save.
Do you have a rope?
which is what?
She does.
Yes, I do.
Leave one end of it here.
I have an open rope with a grappling hook on one end and a plumb bob on the other.
Take the grappling hook end with you.
Yeah.
Leave the plumb bottom here. If you make it to the top, we might climb that way.
Give me a quick fortitude save.
Okay,
As,
which
as you
one?
start climbing over the bodies.
10 plus what?
Whatever your fort bonus is.
Fortitude, reflex, and will are your saves.
Oh, okay. Fortitude is 2, so 10, 12.
12? Okay. All right. So you're climbing over there. It's gross. You're sort of stepping in, bodies sliding, and you kind of like, even with your halfling reflexes, you're finding yourself trying to sort of maintain your, you're climbing on bodies essentially, but you eventually get to the slide and you get up there and you're like, flip that grappling hook there and yank it up and just like, goes about halfway up. You get there, give me a quick perception check. Perception skill.
22.
22. Smell fresh air coming down from out of there. It's not great smelling fresh air. It has that weird ammonia smell that you smelled earlier. But it's fresh air.
Hygiene at its best.
Keep going up and up and up. And pretty soon you see what frankly you think might be sunlight of some sort of natural light. Now it's dim, it's gray, but it's not, you're in a dark tube and suddenly there's light at the end of it. And it's not a great light, but it's something.
Okay, well, I'm gonna holler down and tell everybody come up.
All right, you hear her yell, there's a rope dangling in the bodies, and you hear her yell, come on up. it's
Hook
great,
that up to
everything's
the
great."
rim of the grappling hook. Hook it up to the rim of the chimney. I'm gonna call it a chimney.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Shaft.
Would you like an ice cube, bud?
You like
Spell
ice
save
cube?
DCs are 10 plus caster level plus spell level,
Yes.
or are they 10 plus
Ooh, look at that.
casting ability modifier plus spell level?
Oh, we don't have or a dish of water for him.
I don't know. I have to look it up.
Louise. I'm sorry.
I'll look it up in a second.
My dog likes sweet things.
Hold on, I might be able to just look at it.
My dog likes sweet things.
Yeah, it's
You
a
see
casting
the
ability
box?
modifier now.
Okay.
Jesus.
Who's 13.
Also, he goes crazy for vanilla ice cream.
Okay.
I buy vanilla bean ice cream at Aldi for him when I buy the butter pecan or cookie dough for myself. So if
I
ice
don't have a
cream,
good
he gets, like,
climb check.
half-
No.
So somebody needs
You
to
can hang
follow
on
you.
to me.
Okay. Thanks, Elib.
Do what?
I'm hanging on to Elib.
Okay.
Elib's gonna climb up the shaft.
Okay. Hopefully I climb up.
It's like Master Blaster.
Yep.
I'm
We're a
hoping-
team.
I'm hoping I get to climb up because
Sir?
I got one.
I think I got rid of that old thing. Will he knock this over?
Probably not.
Okay.
She's the bronze and the brains.
And you were just 4.
Along for the ride.
Brains. I've got intelligence.
10.
I know. That was a joke.
Hold up, is my character the smartest one in the party with a 16?
I hope so.
For what?
Intelligence?
Yeah. Probably. I'm wiser.
The wizard being the smartest person in the group.
I mean, yeah, it's
Okay, I hope so.
yeah. There are other intelligence-based classes.
I hope I have a better dex than you.
Mine's 14.
What's your
All right, so
My dex is 17.
Bella,
Yeah, you
you've already sort of gone up.
I've got a 13.
Okay.
But
What are the
use a
rest of you
master
guys
rapier, so +3 to hit.
Devour.
And a +1 to damage.
You're just gonna have to grab the rope and
Yeah,
sort of
rope.
climb her over the thing.
Yeah.
I need fortitude saves from
I built
You
everybody
need
that
weapon
goes across the
finesse to
pile.
do your dex bonus with
He's
the
got it
rapier.
right on my shoulders.
+1 dex.
Okay,
Focus
so he
rapier,
won't have
master
to.
rope.
Okay,
+3 total.
Okay,
Natural 20 plus.
nice. Okay.
My strength and dex bonuses are the same. I have +1 in both.
alright, alright.
My dex is just 1 point away from being a point higher.
Pretty good.
Need a
doesn't it?
fort save from you as you climb over the bodies.
Okay, that's I'm not cool with that, but okay.
Well, you're gonna have to
What
be
if you
cool with
go-
it.
13?
Can I just say no?
Can I just not? It's a 13.
13, okay. All right, so you guys managed to not get any decomposing bodies in any open wounds, which is good.
I didn't have open wounds. I didn't participate.
Sometimes things splash up into your mouth, that kind of thing.
Gross.
You've seen zombie movies, it happens.
Yeah.
All right, so you get up to the top, you're waiting at the top. There's fresh air coming in, and you're like, this is the place. And at this point, I need to change the map.
Ooh.
Is there
You
some
said like the first book of this
intermission
is a
music that we
giant
need to-
mega.
I don't have any intermission music, but
Let's all
I
go
do.
to the lobby.
Let's all go to the lobby.
Let's all go to the lobby and have ourselves a snack.
Where's the horse head mask?
it died of COVID.
Oh!
I know, I'm sorry, bud. All right, I need more space.
Oh my God.
All right, glasses need to be out of the way, dice, cables.
There we go.
Oh my, it's thirsty.
Might not be able to do much.
You did more in that comment than I did.
Here for intermission music.
Granted, I actively chose to not do anything.
What you want to do?
Well,
That's a
with this
big,
character, I designed it to become sneaky and
This is 1 2 out of 5.
stabby. So,
Wow.
oh,
Yeah, you need too much free time.
I didn't get all 5 done, but
Oh, well, you gotta bring it a head start.
I built my character because we didn't have a wizard. I built my character today.
I thought about it because I'm used to playing mages.
I would not
I'm-
recommend picking up a wizard as your first full caster class in Pathfinder.
Well, see, my thing is, I am more used to online
You're
games.
so extra.
Switch a trick. That's trick.
I'm working on it.
This is the smallest map I have.
Is it really?
No.
It,
Well, after the one we just did. Oh.
You're thinking of that, and I bumped something over here.
Oh my God, no.
Oh, shut it.
You're good.
You tell I've got
Nothing
kids
broke,
and a
we're
husband?
I can tell. Did I tell you that I tend to be overly sensitive?
And I'm an AP supervisor with a guy that works for me, so I'm used to guys whining all the time.
No, I don't mind.
What are you talking
I get to work every morning and he looks at me and says, "Can we go home yet?"
So, is that wrong?
Decisions.
You don't like celery.
No, Mom.
You always say you want celery,
Oh.
but you don't eat it.
Put it out.
Fox would eat celery if you had it chopped for him, but he wouldn't eat a whole stalk.
I don't think we've ever given Dale celery. Carrots by the ton, but
Very cute, but I don't share popcorn with anybody.
We can't afford to get a dog in our car.
The pet deposit,
$400 extra dollars.
Huh?
full month rent.
That's half of our rent.
We
We have
thought
a
my,
two-bedroom.
we thought my dog eating toilet paper rolls was irritating. No, he broke through our gate on the fence today. So Glenn had to stop on the way home and get a
new dog.
He's threatening that. Last night I got home and what I hear from upstairs is, I left the evidence.
When he was 16 months old, he and his brother collectively ate a CFL light bulb.
Wow.
Gross.
This is awesome.
Got home
The
from
fountain?
work
Oh, yeah.
and
I know.
was looking for their food
Absolutely
dishes
perfect.
because they like to hide.
Is it?
So I'm on the ground in front of the
Is the
couch,
right
looking
height,
under it,
that
looking for a
stand,
dish,
is
and
the
I
right
see
driven rate,
the base
the
of the light
valve,
bulb.
you know?
No glass anywhere.
Oh, wow.
I'm like, okay, I'm looking and I can see CFL because I couldn't tell what it was at first. I'm like, what even is this? And I saw a label. I'm looking
Where
at
did you
like
get
CFL
this?
something or other. I'm like,
Oh.
oh shit. Call Montclair, my vet.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
That's
any
crazy.
chance you guys are still open and can do an x-ray? They're like, well,
Absolutely.
we're closing in 10 minutes. What's going on? I was like, I just got home from work and I found the base of the light
I
bulb and I
think
think
say your
the
menu
puppies
here.
might have eaten it. They're like, well, which one? I'm like, I don't know. There's no glass. They're like, okay, well, how quick can you get here? I was like, I'm 10 minutes away. So they stayed open, ran x-rays. They both had glass in their intestines.
Gross.
Oh, when they ate the light bulb?
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah. Thankfully, I had just won a $500 Visa gift card, which paid for 2 sets of x-rays for 2 dogs.
Classic.
Actually,
Classic captain.
No.
So what did you end up what they have to do?
By the time that we found it, the glass had already started moving into their intestines, and they're like, feed them white bread, bulk up their stool. It helps cushion the glass. You're gonna have to dig through every bowel movement they have for the next 5 days to make sure they're passing glass and there's no blood.
Yeah.
Okay, and then in 5
Nothing
days.
says
bring them
love
back.
like digging through some stool.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
and then in 5 days, bring them back for another set of x-rays so we can see if there's anything left. In 5 days, there was no more glass according to the x-rays. So
There
thank
you
God
go.
for that.
Sounds like a World of Warcraft quest line.
All right, you pop up. Bella,
The fuck?
climb your way up. You realize that there's a bunch of blood on the floor, but it's a floor. You come up in a room, there's nothing in it except for blood on the floor. It looks like drag marks, things like that. You can hear rain and you can smell ammonia. But beyond that, there's nothing there. What do? You climb out and wave everybody on, or
Yeah, because I mean, we know we can't get anywhere downstairs.
it doesn't take long for everybody to climb out, a couple of minutes. You guys find yourself in a room that is essentially looks like a place where they would have thrown bodies down a hole. The hole itself is lined with metal. It looks like some sort of chute. You're not sure if it was ever used for bodies, but that's what it's been used for a while.
Obviously.
The worst is like on the tiles of the floor, you can see that there are a lot of blood drags. There are a lot of bodies have been dragged through here and dumped through this hole. Obviously, you saw them at the bottom. You're not sure why, but
Why not?
something else. The other thing that you hear is you hear rain. And it doesn't smell like regular rain. It has an ammonia smell to it. It's acrid, it's unpleasant, but it's coming from this direction. Now there is a open door right here that
And
you
no
can
other
see,
doors.
but no other doors in that room.
I'll walk to that end of the doorway and just kind of stand in the doorway and look in for briefly. I do have dark vision, so.
So it is outside. And there is some gray light that comes on, this gray yellowish light. You can see some of the edges around here have this yellowish clouds, and you can see that up above. There are these yellow sort of clouds sort of hanging over, and they're drizzling rain pretty loudly out into here. This is a courtyard of sorts. And you can see that there's a fair amount of blood here, and it goes sort of in this other direction. But then there are also trees which seem to be dying in this rain. If you've ever been in a forest that has been hit by acid rain, the leaves are all falling off the trees in spring, and you know there's scores on the bark, and that's what these trees look like. You reach your hand out to sort of touch the rain, and at first it seems normal, but then you're like, oh, that smells, and then you realize it's itchy, and you sort of like shake it off, and it has turned your skin it has discolored your skin a little bit. It's itchy and sort of irritated.
So my skin's even more greenish yellow.
Well, not so much yellow, but I mean, in this case, it's essentially if you would put your hand in ammonia, it's starting to chap.
Gotcha.
You know, it's chafing. You know, there's that kind of like if you have any open sort of cuts or anything on your hand. I mean, obviously they just like you know, that kind of thing. Whenever you get home, and even if you smell it, you're just like, whoa. You know, it's a very strong sort of ammonia smell.
Gross.
But yeah, that's what you see. There is also a door right here.
Oh, it's not that good.
Do we wanna?
I don't think we want to go out in the rain. You don't have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd have to.
You kind of have to, but I mean,
No.
it's not very far.
Yeah,
It
no.
looks like, and you can see that a lot of the blood seems to be coming from, like the drag marks seem to be coming from that door and sort of coming into the room. Your guessing is that whoever's been dumping bodies down that hole has been dragging them into this room from that door.
That's the logical way to go.
Yeah, because
Yes.
you want to go.
Is there anything
There seems to be some drag marks going back that way
in
too.
this area that would provide some cover from the rain, like a door I can rip off the hinges, or
I mean, not really. The door here is missing, completely gone. I mean, theoretically, you see the door over there, you could potentially rip it off, but I mean, it's not really. I mean, the trees all look sort of like burnt by the ammonia.
Okay.
Does anybody have any knowledge nature skill?
fresh out.
Nature has not been picked up yet.
Bella,
As far as you know, I have it. Let me
I
roll.
have local and
you got any knowledge nature?
I got a 14 untrained.
Yeah, you're not sure how long these trees have been burning in the ammonia rain, but it definitely seems to be coming out of those yellow clouds. Slam that shut.
I can do that. Open.
So the sky's yellow.
Clouds. Well, I
That's
mean, the
bad.
sky's not so much yellow. The clouds are yellow,
That's bad.
and they seem to be swirling a fair.
I don't like that.
They're ammonia-based clouds.
It's kind of acid rain.
You know.
Such a good boy. Whatever you are. Good boy. You're a boy, aren't you? You getting sleepy? It's like I haven't been able to
He's still being nosy, so.
avail myself of the snack bar as much as I would like to. Much as I would like. How old? They're 4 years old now? Good God. I remember when these little farts were puppies.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's a subreddit, there's a thing, I don't know if you guys look on Reddit, it's a social media thing, and they have a subreddit, which is essentially these like topical kind of things, and they have one that's called Fuck I'm Old, and it just talks about it's the name of it, it's like called Fuck I'm Old, and it just talks about like it's been 39 years since the Backstreet Boys released, you know, and it's been 25 years since Jethro Tull toured, you know, like and you're just like it's been 29 years since Friends went off.
Oh my God.
Like,
Fuck, I'm old.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's crazy amount of time.
Halo
since
is
friends
20
went
years
off
old
the
this
air.
year.
Yeah, they drop these kind of things. We're so they did one a couple of days ago where it was like, do you see the movie Dazed and Confused?
Yeah.
We are much farther from when Dazed and Confused was released than the era that Dazed and Confused showed, like 10 years longer. We're old.
Mhm.
Yeah, we is.
It's terrible. Sucks to get old. I'm not gonna do it anymore.
Refuse.
You know, I really thought killer robots were gonna be a bigger problem than they turned out to be.
Quicksand too. Yeah,
Quicksand.
no.
Right?
All right, but so yeah, so there's a little door here. You probably get to it without getting too much of the rain on you. Who stuck their hands out? So you stuck your hands out, and I mean, it took a minute. It took a minute for it to kind of sink in. So you're guessing if you spend a ton of time out in that rain, that would be problematic. But if you're just gonna like scoot through, it would probably be negligible. You would just smell a little bit and maybe be a little itchy.
But depending on how long we've been down there, probably
Yeah.
already smell.
It is.
Yeah.
So here's the thing: you guys don't know how long you've been down there. I mean, you do have some memory loss. It's not total. I mean, you know who you are, you know what your stuff is, but the problem is you don't know how long you've been out. You don't know how long the PowerPoint took place because you guys were away
Right.
for a while.
I know this is probably assumed, but I've learned a long time ago with these games never to assume.
Because you make an ass.
While he has been checking the rain, I am rolling up my rope and putting it on my belt, so I've got it with me.
You got it with you. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Cause I don't wanna get a little ways later and you say, did you get your rope?
No, I'm assuming that you guys got all
That's
your.
a Bob Dickerson.
I'm assuming that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would do that.
But I just used it to get up, but. I'm
Right,
Right.
assuming
Oh,
it's
you
not
mean
broken.
pull it up?
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, you wouldn't. do that. So I would never. But yeah, no, if something that's important to you is that.
You'd never be
Yeah.
my favorite again.
Well, I would never do that too.
But always mention, do exactly what you did.
You get into the habit of it, you never have to worry about it.
But yeah, I mean, I mean, it's odd. You don't hear anything up here. I mean, nobody's coming through that door. The door doesn't look like it's been come through for a while. The blood on the ground is fairly dry.
Tim's not feeling
I mean, it's
sassy.
not really dry because it's raining, but you know what I mean. I mean, there's obvious blood, but
That's okay.
Yeah,
He's
we
not
can't go
quite
that way.
Brady level sassy.
No.
We have to go this way.
Mommy still loves you.
well, you can go this
Well,
way. There's no
We have to
door
go,
over
we have to
here.
go this way through the door. I don't know if there's a door here yet, because I haven't come in yet.
Right. So basically, the rain is here.
Right.
Right. So you got to make the catty corner. I mean, you can't tell from here if the door is locked or unlocked.
This door here?
Now Sadie's changing too now. She's the only child.
Hello,
Cause
bug.
Crunch was so in your face about everything.
No doors here that I see.
Sadie's pretty chill. She'll go in.
I got nothing for you.
What do you want to do? You want to investigate the
I'm gonna come to here, that corner here.
peek around there?
When I come in here,
Always attention.
I see that there's a little bit of opening, so I come to that and look.
It's more.
More rubble outside. I'm
Well-
getting rained on. Is that blood?
Yeah, a lot of it over here, and there's rubble down in here. There does seem to be some sort of way out. This is collapsed over here. That does seem to be open.
This is open air. Is that
Well,
also open air?
No, as far no,
So you went
Okay.
out in the rain?
Hmm?
You went out in the rain?
he did.
Okay.
We'll get to it in a minute. Yes, we will. But there's a bunch of like collapsedness over there, but it does look like that wall. This wall looks like it's
Right.
fallen out.
So I go back in there.
Okay,
Trying to split your way between
Give me
two legs.
a
Your
quick
reach on a rolling
dex
chair is not a
or a
great
reflex
idea.
save.
9 + 6, 15.
Yeah, other than a little bit of irritation, you feel like the rain that's got onto you. It's pretty mild.
It's acid though?
Yeah, it's basic, but essentially acid.
Okay,
Or mystery.
eventually I have resistance to that.
He gets ignored all day
Yeah,
long.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Because I'm a copper hued.
You got that like sort of like rough skin.
Yeah.
That's protecting you. Yeah. You're worried. You're worried that the halfling and maybe the human is going to have a problem with it.
With what?
Humans.
Humans.
Going outside here.
Yeah. So they're-
Okay, guys, so right there's a door.
Right.
There's a door right there. If we go around here, there's another collapsed wall. We can get in the building that way. So we're gonna call the door A. And around this way back is B. Which way do you want to go?
Preferably the way that keeps us out of the rain.
There's no
Both
way
of
to
them get
really
us out of the
stay
rain, but
rain.
that way we have to go through the rain a little longer.
I'd like to not go through their lane.
I'd like to not go through the rain either.
Okay, both take us through the rain a little bit.
Okay,
I would
One
like to
takes us
not
a
go
little
through the rain
longer.
more.
one that takes us.
The least, okay.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
That's
We're,
right.
That's
we're-
the least resistance.
Do you wanna run in there and try that door? See if it's locked, see if you can just bump it. If you can't, I'll come over and unlock and pick it.
Yep.
My buddy Elib's gonna open that door.
Cool.
I could probably poke it with my great axe to see if it pops open first before I poke it with a stick.
All right, so where are you going? You're like to the door?
She's gonna poke it with a great axe first to see if it's just not even latched or anything.
Well, it's latched. I mean, you bonk it and it's like clunk, but you don't get the impression that it might be locked.
So I'll just walk out and
Sort of
Try
turn,
to open it.
turn the handle and kind of like open it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, go.
And step
I
in.
immediately step in.
Yeah,
All right.
Quick look both ways.
All right,
I listen. She's not in a fight.
you see a long hallway. So if you look to the right, you see a long. Oh shit!
This is why we can't have nice things.
One moment. All right, you see a long. All right, you see a long hallway, the end of which you can see a couple of
rubble
areas
here.
where there's like a lot of rubble. It looks like you can get over it, but it looks difficult. You turn to the other way and you see a fairly ornate's the wrong word, fairly complex barricade right here. Hold on a second. You see a complex barricade there. There doesn't seem to be any people there initially. Give me a perception check.
15.
Just taking rolls from before, or
As soon as I walked through the door, I said, I'm gonna do a perception
Oh,
check.
okay.
And I said 15, and then you just kept talking.
Okay, so
So I
there.
assumed that was.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
You never
Um,
listen.
I don't. There are. You see some movement behind that barricade,
Okay.
and even more so, you hear what sounds like the distinctive click of a crossbow bolt being levered into position.
I'll step forward so that my body can shield the door and raise my shield and just kind of wave my
Like to
companions.
here,
Yeah,
kind of thing, like that.
yeah.
Okay.
Kind of fill in the doorway, but so that my companions can get past me and
You hear a voice. You open you. These guys are sort of. You guys like. Who are you? It's coming from behind the barricade.
You're our best diplomat, right?
I need
Yep,
to know who you
probably.
are.
I really don't know that, but I
I got-
just know that she tried it before.
And I've got a +3.
I got a +6. I believe.
Name.
yes.
Diplomacy's +6.
So what's that?
It's
Okay.
not a class skill for me. Leave me alone.
I didn't say anything,
And
did
then
I?
you see a
I
guy.
killed the thing.
Useless.
You see a crossbow bolt kind of like materialize, and then there's a person.
Go tell them to stop.
And let me get these guys out.
No.
What's her name?
Bella,
I saw that, but I was
I'm
asking
going-
her because my character
going-
doesn't know. Bella, tell them to lower the weapons before Elib kills them.
Wow.
I just
Oh
have
no!
my
I
shield
mean,
raised.
so
I know you're doing defensive right now.
Elib, give me a quick perception check.
16.
The barricade that they've made is a barricade made by people who desperately want to make sure that nobody comes through it. It is a tangled web of wood and stuff. that they put together here, and they have like ratcheted to the door with these kind of things, and I mean they're for real about this. So you see a little halfling that kind of comes into the thing, and then you see two other dudes sort of behind him. Everybody has crossbows. Everybody's crossbow is loaded. Everybody's crossbow is pointed at you, and the little dude says, well, that's interesting that you have one of those. He's pointing, he's obviously looking at the head. He's like, that's a step in the right direction, but I don't know who you are. I don't recognize you.
I don't know you either.
So what are you doing in my hallway?
I'm gonna get the plug out of here.
I walked up, I'm walking up behind her,
Okay, so you're coming out?
right behind her.
Kind of like peeking out from behind my
Uh-huh.
giant massive
Do you
leg.
remember these numbers? And I heard him, and I'm going to tell him that we're friends. Please don't shoot us.
Pharmacy check.
Pharmacy check. 14.
He looks at you,
Is that with the
because it's
plus?
another half, and he's like, are you Osiris? What did you have for second breakfast? What did you have for second breakfast?
I've been in the dungeon. I don't know if I've had second breakfast yet, but I am very hungry.
What did you have for your last second breakfast?
Apple.
Apple.
Yes, it was sad.
Well, that is sad as fuck, isn't it?
Yes, very sad.
You see him sort of like unhook the thing, and you see him sort of like jab the guys behind him. So there's a couple of humans behind him. They keep their crossbows loaded, but he seems to uncock his crossbow. He's like, well, I never seen any of the Dopplers come as one of us. And you seem to know what second breakfast is, so
And I haven't had any good ale in months.
you and me both. Here's the deal, though. I can't bring you into winter unless you can prove to us that you're not the Dopplers. We've had more attacks from Dopplers. We can't do anything. You there, orc.
Oi.
3 heads is your price. You got 1. Bring us 3, and I'll believe you. You bring her with.
Keep going.
Does the Doppler head look like a Doppler?
What do you want, Mr. Fox?
When it died? Okay.
I can't let you in. Not unless you bring us 3 heads.
Which way do I go?
The only way to go is that way over there where the map leads to the south.
No, it's that way.
What's behind that door?
I don't know.
I have a question. So for some reason,
Are you in the hallway or are you in the back room?
He's in the back room.
wait, okay, I'm just confused as to what we're doing.
Do you want to go to the hallway?
I would like.
Well, in this
Move him-
case, I
move him
mean,
to the hallway.
you have Elib here, and then you have Bella,
Bella?
who is sort of like peeked out. So Bella has seen like the guy who seems to be in charge of the barricade is another halfling.
Okay.
And
No,
he's
I-
recognized a halfling. He
I've
has
got
sort
that
of like a thing.
I didn't get the before that.
Can we hear the exchange?
Yeah, I
going on
think
here
so.
From that
Yeah.
room?
Yeah.
Okay. So then
They're
we,
not trying to hide it. So
Okay.
Do I know the half?
no.
You barely know yourself at this point.
right,
Well, give me a wisdom check.
I was gonna say, he would recognize me before I would recognize him. It's this plus my wisdom.
Plus your wisdom bonus. So the plus is
The-
plus
the-
3.
what-
the plus 2.
what's your wisdom say?
Oh, they got him back.
Yeah.
They just packed them.
you get a plus
I
6.
think that's enough. That's enough for me.
She does not have a +6 wisdom. Is
It says. Oh, 0, I'm sorry, it's a 0, I'm sorry.
0.
Okay.
0. Okay.
Oh, six.
It got curved like a 6.
Okay. It would have to be a 22.
I just glanced, okay.
So what's the score on the left, the 10?
That's your wisdom, and then the one next to it is the bonus.
Oh,
We're kind
The score the score is a carryover from D&D first edition because it ranges from 3 to 18.
okay.
Everyone thinks eventually you'll get rid of that and just have the bonuses.
Kind of bonus.
One of these days.
Yeah, pen and bonus. Yep.
What do we got?
I'm gonna
think
drink
that-
this whole bottle of vodka.
I think that was the
I'm not
only
there.
thing that I had that I could try.
I'm gonna come out soon though.
Were you back in the room?
Yeah, I've been listening.
All right, so what are you guys trying?
So much damage.
All right, Jez, let's go.
Hey, boss. When I come out, I ask about these two doors. We should go into those two doors first before we go down
What
that
now?
way.
Whoa, where are you guys going? So
I got in the
this is it.
hallway is all.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, we're just discussing.
So I'm gonna move into the hallway also.
So Elib is sort of blocking it, and
We're just lining up behind her.
okay.
Him.
Just fill it in.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Elam's the guy.
I'm taking my
Ever.
I'm taking my long coat and I'm putting it over my head for the rain
It-
because
It'll eventually be him. What?
I have a long coat. I'm doing this with it
Yeah.
for the rain.
Well, you're inside now.
It's,
Well, I mean,
it's
Oh, just to
for
get
the,
through the-
for the 2 foot junk.
for the very small amount, I'm still covering myself.
Because mages are squishy.
So so the guy says,
Look, when you've got a sweet ass coat like that, you
so
get.
he yells
to use
out
that
to
as-
you. He's obviously yelling to you. He says, "My name's Foster. I come from I'm a legacy of the Proudfoots. Plans from well south of Oosterhoff. Where do you hail from?
Proudfoots.
Proud feet. You can just make it.
Or you can just say that you don't remember yet.
I don't remember yet. My name is Bella Shortwick.
I know Shortwicks. I know Shortwicks from where I'm from. I know your kin. It's okay. Prove to us that you're not Dopplers, and we'll let you in.
How do I prove it?
Well, I told your orc. 2 more heads. I can see the Doppler
We can do
head.
that.
I can see the Doppler head in her hand, on her belt.
His
His belt. That's what I meant. I meant that.
He's been down there a long time.
I've been down a long time.
Say,
It's-
once he gets used to his, well, you're gonna change it to there.
We're gonna be all over this.
Look, I don't know about the pronouns, all right? It's nothing I can do.
So
Have it.
we've been down here long enough. Everybody's looking good.
The whole
never
place
tasted
is-
You may not see me because I'm directly behind her. I'm like, what about that door? Can we go in that door?
Are you saying that?
I'm saying that.
Are you- Which door are you talking about?
This one.
No.
No?
There's a door here on this
Sorry.
side of the barricade.
You can go in that door if you want to die, little
What's in there?
one. My guys are in there. That's our lock.
Okay, but there's no doppelganger.
No, there's no doppelgangers. They made a couple of forays against us.
What about this door?
We fought them off. Don't know what's in there. Well, he probably would know.
So,
I don't know.
We're gonna look. We're gonna not look.
does anyone have ideas where we're actually supposed to go?
Yes,
That way.
Cool.
Down that way.
we're gonna go get doppelganger heads.
So, like, normally, I'm glad to have my sword back, but normally I do
Mama,
things
before
like
I-
magic.
before I
like
tell
that.
ya.
Problem.
Pardon?
I haven't had time to
It's the
memorize
GM's
spells out of
prerogative.
the spell book. So is there anything we can do to maybe take some time so I can
Have magic.
It's a hard
Again.
freaking row.
it'd be appreciated.
Yes, we will take some time later.
Okay, now I do know what's back there. It's the boilers. The boilers are back there.
Like,
Do they boil things?
The whole thing for over 2 weeks now.
so like when you say the boilers, you mean like the machine boilers, or do you mean like is there something else called boilers over there?
You're an arcanist. All right, get out of my hotel room. No, I'm kidding. It's what provided, it basically, I'll explain to you, it's what provided hot water to the rest of the asylum.
Okay. By the way, for reference, embroidered across the back of the coat, like here, is the Talden Lion sigil.
Okay.
And a small postie that says kick.
That's a recent addition.
It's about what level.
Every
Yeah.
every time I'm like, hey,
He reached out. It's on his butt.
I was about to say it's on my back, it's on my ass.
It says here, you bring us two more Doppler heads. Let you in.
It says here.
We can't let you in. Winter won't let us in. Won't let me let you in.
Winter won't?
Winter, she's the boss.
Oh, yeah. We're gonna go in the boiler room
Runs the
first,
chapel.
Please tell me your name's not Mab.
after you, Elam.
Oh, yeah, the big one goes first.
So which door are you going?
The boiler.
Boiler room. B9.
It's not benign at all.
9.5.
All right, so you go in there and you can see that there is an enormous boiler in it. There are a couple of big tanks and some
There's
sort
an
of
enormous
thing.
boiler in the boiler room.
Yeah.
I just keep it.
Yeah, really.
Uh,
I never thought put it there.
Who would have thunk?
I mean, you look in there and it
Don't
just
see any
seems
critters moving.
you don't see any critters moving. It's filled with machinery. I mean, the guy told you that this was basically the tanks from which they got their hot water. Anybody have any knowledge local?
Bella does.
Do I?
Did I end up actually taking one?
Give me-
Probably not, 'cause I
give me
told
a
you to.
knowledge local or knowledge geography.
Wow.
Yeah, okay. Hey, that knowledge local,
Yeah.
local. It seems odd,
I'm
but
gonna-
it works
I'm gonna
out,
do-
you know?
So like the way I'm gonna be doing it is like
7?
I have some skills that I'm gonna level up every level, but I'm also gonna like
That's gonna be hard.
vary it up and broaden my skills.
Didn't exist.
Knowledge local is on the list. Eventually I will have ranks in every knowledge skill.
Pretty wide.
Anybody else got anything?
Not it.
No.
I am not
Not
a
it.
smart man.
Your guess, and it's a wild estimate, is that
I'm best at
the
those.
boiler is above where the furnace was downstairs. But I mean, you're.
I had to take skills specifically related to my background.
So we've kind of wrapped around a little bit.
Mhm. Because if we came up with the thing, I would have figured the room we were in was down here.
Kind of underneath the bigger room.
I was thinking one would be over there.
Okay. I do not know if that helps us any.
Oh, we're gonna go down the hall.
No, you're not.
We're gonna run down the hall.
You're
gonna
a
fight the boiler
shivering
monsters.
noise before you. Well, sorry, what? Wait.
Put some basic-
Thanks, Pete.
No, I got.
Sounds to me that
So
would-
as you guys are sort of investigating the boiler room, you hear a strange noise. Give me a perception.
13.
Oh, I heard it.
I got 23.
I got
20
21.
22
Wait, perception?
perception.
I got 23.
Good job.
18.
Good job.
I'm running with raw wisdom there.
It's
First thing,
working.
the first thing you notice is that you're going in through there and you're like, well, this is a boiler room. It's got, machinery.
Big tanks.
Got boilers in it.
Heat underneath it, heats it.
And then you realize there's one of the doors on the boiler seems to be open. Now it's been cold. I mean, you guys remember.
Because the
being
furnace hasn't been
upstairs.
running for a long
Furnace
time.
has been running for a while. And you hear a chittering sound.
Oh, well, that's unpleasant.
And then
Oh, right.
you see a pair of red eyes at the doorway that looks out into the room.
Fire rats?
Huh?
I draw my rapier.
Scarabs?
Did you say dire rats?
That's possible. So many things are possible.
Mhm.
My rapier is out and I'm ready.
Oh, yeah, you're good.
Another one of the little doors.
Every
kinda like-
RPG, you start by fighting giant rats.
Yep.
Yeah, makes sense.
Another one of the little doors in the tanks kind of like pops open,
Swarms. I hate swarms at first level.
and there's another bit of
I
dire
hate
rats.
swarms in general,
Yeah.
especially when I don't get to have my
Remind me
spells.
of your perceptions again.
Mine was
24.
13.
18.
21.
22.
All right. You three hear a voice inside the tank that makes some sort of like it's not a rat voice, but it's speaking in rat, and it goes, and you see the dire rats kind of like drop out, and then you see more dire rats drop out. and they begin to sort of stagger to you. Their heads are low. And they're like,
All right. My linguistics, what is it?
I don't.
Speak.
Theoretically,
It lets
so
you kind of puzzle out of language.
A language, yeah,
So
you
what
can't
do you-
necessarily speak it
you have linguistics.
unless you
I
study for it.
do. I have a linguistics.
Yeah.
Like say you know
Modifier
German
of
and you
6.
can kind of sort of puzzle out Dutch.
Yeah,
Give me a linguistics check.
So it's like how I can vaguely understand Italian because I know a little bit of Spanish.
yeah,
Right.
How about a 23?
23 is awesome. So you are puzzling out this. You hear this voice in the background, and you're like, it takes you a minute, but you hear them like, they don't belong here. Go get them rats.
Do you want initiative?
I do.
Great.
And I told everybody what I puzzled out, by the way.
okay.
I'm first next round.
All right. What did you live? What you get?
A total of 3.
Me too.
Oh, you got a 3 too?
No, I didn't get a 3 and a 2. I got a 3.
Yes.
Awesome.
You should never 5.
19.
Or 6. Where'd you put a 3 and a 2 together?
Iraval.
17.
Bar. 17.
Yes.
Grady.
16.
What's your dex? My dex is
Okay, I need to roll for my guys.
17 with a 3 modifier.
Down.
Just
Oh,
17.
tiny
Just
office.
17.
Did you roll a 20 and then add the 3 for your dex or for your initiative?
No, for,
Would you?
what did I? No. I didn't have anything.
Bella got a
So
3.
you got a
Oh.
plus 3. So you
Oh,
roll
I
a
rolled a
20.
6.
So you
Okay.
versus 9.
Hmm?
She rolled a 3
I rolled
plus
3,
3,
so
so
I
it's 6.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. I forgot about that part. I'll get there.
Yep.
I'm learning. Hey, I got us out of the pit, damn it.
You took your rope with you too.
I did. I remember my rope. Like,
Fuck you.
I haven't played in yet, but I
Yeah,
did.
quit fucking around.
Why do you fight with cutlery?
So where does Jazz come from?
It's an online COBOL names. Yeah, no aunt or uncle for this one.
Oh, that's convenient.
Again?
All right. Top of the order, Jax. What are you gonna do? So you see these rats sort of dropping out of the thing, and they are like, and you can hear this voice behind them that says, it seems to be encouraging.
Well, she translated it also
Right.
real quick.
So did she say that though?
Yes,
I said I did. You weren't listening.
she said when you were doing initiatives, I relayed that information to everyone.
Perfect. Okay. So she says there's somebody back there.
See, I'm-
Right.
Like I said, I may not know much, but I know when.
Yep. So I yell out, call off your pets. We mean you no harm. We don't want to harm them. And then I get ready in my fighting
Harm
stance. Well, if they approach.
You're gonna harm them.
Okay. There does not seem to be any reaction from the rats.
Right.
They're not
They're
charged.
just like,
Should we just close the door,
Erevar.
back out and close the door?
I'm waiting to see what happens.
okay, so you're gonna delay?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna delay.
Let me know when you want to jump back into the initiative roll, okay?
After he gets his spells.
I've got a sword.
He's
and
He's
I've
not gonna
got a
do
sword.
anything until we let him rest.
So-
That is it, right? You're not gonna do anything until we let you rest. Okay.
Unless something gets close
Did
to
you
me.
identify that the doctor was a doppelganger?
Yes, if he did a knowledge check, that would help.
Yeah, the 2 useful knowledge checks I have available to me in this dungeon are Arcana and Planes, because the other 2 are History and Nobility.
Are the dire rats from the plains?
Are there celestial direct?
Yeah.
Extraplanar dire rats?
I can use my knowledge of religion to find out what their religion is.
They don't seem to be celestial.
Gee, that's.
Okay,
All
he's
right,
done.
Grady.
I'm holding until something is close to me and I can stab it, or I get my spells. Either way. I would do
So they're
things.
coming out of, so they're coming out of the mechanism of the boiler.
Okay,
And they're just sort of like,
wait. they're
If I
waiting
can
there.
also.
So you
provide
haven't
flanking
attacked
partners
So you will
with-
stab them,
but your guess
As
is
they
that
come
they're
to
gonna
you.
charge.
but right now you're out in the hall.
At the doorway, I can look in. I can see what's going on.
I got your back.
If one of y'all need a flanking
I
partner,
can't, I
can
can't,
step
didn't
in and be
understand
like,
what the person
But
speaking
you gotta
said.
I have an AC
Did
of
I?
11
No, I mean, it's just like,
I said it.
So I didn't,
because I
But-
have no
but,
other
But I
Um,
announced to the
but
room
she
what it was.
translates.
I couldn't cast mage armor.
So.
but yeah,
any kind of
so
diplomacy
Bella
wouldn't-
said, what did you say? To them? I
When I'm
mean,
able to prepare, my AC will be amazing
They said
because
yes.
when I'm able to prepare,
yeah, they were
I'll be
like,
able to have
you
mage
get
armor
these
and
guys.
shield,
Okay.
which is
Yeah.
like,
I was gonna say, I don't remember.
Right.
what I
Sakes,
said,
my
but I said
AC.
it said-
I'm just gonna,
and I'll be able to just be like, yep.
I'm gonna move in here and wait till they make the next move.
Alex, is those your Doritos?
Yes.
I'm gonna refrain from eating them.
I mean, you can have some.
No, that's okay.
No, really, I
There should
don't
be a
mind.
bag in there.
I do not mind.
I'm so tempted, but no, I'm good. All right, Grady, what do you do?
I'm gonna move into this here room and just wait till they come to me.
All right, so you're just coming in through.
Yeah.
All right, where are you?
Right.
That's you?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're comfortable with that spot?
Yep.
Okay.
Really? No.
Rats kind of like stagger around, red eyes, sort of looking at you. You guys are like, they're coming our way. Yeah, be careful. Watch your back. And then they just trounce forward to try and get you. So can you move all those guys forward?
They all coming at me since I was the one in front.
No, two of them are, but one of them's coming around the other side. Whoever it is that with the scimitar.
Oh,
Is that Grady?
That's
it's Grady.
You know what? I've actually got to be in the room because I couldn't have heard them talking out in the hallway.
Yeah, you would have been right behind
So I'd have been over there too.
Yes.
All right, on Grady. Ooh, 20 to hit.
That'll do it.
Yes. On Elid. It's a miss. And a 18.
Second miss.
Second miss. All right. So Grady. You take 3 points of damage from a
I'm not raging
just
right
an
now.
unbelievable
Right.
rat bite. And you look down and you're thinking, oh God, I gotta make a fortitude save. There's no way around it.
You want a fortitude save?
I
guess you're
do.
telling me?
You need to know you got to
11
play.
plus 14.
14, okay. The bite seems, I mean, it's bloody, but it seems clean.
Yay.
You're not sure though. I mean, rats, who knows?
Oh, I'm pretty.
Bella. You're up. All right, you seeing these guys getting bit? Grady took a big bite.
Yeah.
Everybody's getting eaten by rats. You're just thinking, I gotta get out of here.
Or-
I've had it with these guys.
How far am I from the rat dudes? Are all the rats on somebody or just?
Yeah, so you've got
Oh.
one on Grady and two on Elib. You're probably 8 feet from the nearest rat. You're behind Elib, essentially.
Yeah, being behind is not gonna help with the plumb bob though.
Hmm?
Being behind is not gonna help the plumb bob.
If you
You're still within range.
Yes, but they're between,
tumble
my
past,
other people are between them, and-
That's okay.
if you tumble past, you can get to here
okay?
and hit them kind of from behind.
Okay, let's do that.
So roll an acrobatics.
Yep.
Ooh, I like that one. What does it mean, 9 minus 4?
It's 9. Oh, just use the 9.
Okay. Well,
Natural
So-
3.
So they get an attack of opportunity against her as she tumbles past,
Right.
but then she would still be able to use the attack.
Well, no, it stops her.
Oh,
So she would stop in there. Yeah. Now they would get an attack of opportunity. She would still get her attack,
but she's
But-
right next to him.
but she's right next to him, which is not what she wants to be.
Right.
So they're going to take that attack of opportunity
Only one should get an attack opportunity.
Yes.
Right, only one.
11.
That should miss.
So your
Say, I have a
AC.
hourglass.
17.
Okay, yeah, that's a miss.
Well, and I also have dodge. It says my training and reflexes allow me to react swiftly to avoid.
To one
an
attack.
Yep, no, you're fine. You do not get hit. And
See, I did read the papers.
but it does stop.
But
It does stop.
it does stop you, yeah. So you didn't get to do exactly what you wanted, but you didn't get hurt.
Okay, I can look at
Now
that.
you still
No,
have
she's
an-
not gonna.
Oh, she's not gonna do it the attack. Okay. Well, Elam. Alright, so where are you? So you're surrounded by these rats.
Right where she wants them.
He's in his element. So
Did I at least
It's
strength
like
them?
Damien when he's flanked. Oh no.
Oh, no, not rats. Whatever shall I do?
Oh, rats,
B12.
rat fart.
I'm going to attack the rat that tried to hit my new little friend.
Okay.
21 to hit.
Go for that.
And sadly, only 8 points of damage.
I actually think 8 points might be.
Go for it.
range.
Yeah, essentially you just whip down,
Do I rate his box?
you get that rat, you lift him up, throw him across the back.
I think that box used to be one of those boxes.
It
So
was.
raid as you please.
This one, the closest to the hoblet.
Yes.
Whoppers are effectively the signature snack of this group.
Yeah, you
That
basically
and
just like.
Chicago mixed popcorn.
Huh?
That and Chicago mixed popcorn.
Yeah.
Yep.
You don't get waffles.
Do you get a second attack? Or no?
No, you don't get chocolate,
No.
sorry.
Not this round, not this level.
I only get 2 attacks when I've got claws.
Right.
All right, so you just like take this guy out with axe.
Mhm.
Okay. All right,
Top of the
top of the order, Jax. So you see Elib just like axe the crud out of some. Just like throws it away.
Bad.
It's the one
bad.
closest to you. She's like, "You're not gonna hurt my friend." Boom. Okay.
My flanking.
With this guy here.
Okay.
Cause I'm right across from you.
Are you in that square or that square though?
Oh,
Part, well, okay, good point.
rocking.
Yeah. You're hitting the.
Oh yeah, don't.
Don't do that.
Because you have to be.
Not the camera.
I'm flanking. There's a 6 hit it.
No, not even flanking.
You're flanking.
Okay, is that it for you?
I moved and attacked.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Arvar.
Stop giving me bard ideas. Bard rogue combo.
This is you, right?
Thank you very much.
I get
I believe that's.
I get weapon finesse in
That's you, right?
two levels.
Arvar. It's your turn.
Actually, next one.
I don't see that's an opportunity that I can take advantage of, so I'm just gonna keep watching. You guys can do it.
Specialized
You got
in
this.
ADD,
Yep.
and you
Okay.
can be my service kobold.
You
There you
took
go.
away my main thing.
No, this is fine.
You took away my main thing.
Grady.
I've actually created for a specific task.
I'm good with that. You keep me alive.
I know how that is, being trained for a very specific task. The difference is you get to do yours. I'm gonna do mine.
I'm good with that.
One D
The
six plus seven.
kobold, the service kobold, it is
Okay.
trained for a very specific task
Oh.
to aid me.
Either way, you get to do yours.
Seven.
Yep.
No,
I know.
8.
8 points?
Yeah.
Cause like,
kill it.
yeah, I could
Your
run in there with
scimitar
my sword, but I have an
slashes
AC of
and
11.
destroys.
Yay, all right.
Chops it in pieces.
Yeah, good for me.
You can go in there, you can aid in attacks.
There's only one
And you
set
can-
I
of
have to get in
rats.
reach of the enemy to aid.
Yes, you do.
I don't wanna do that.
Hello, Puffer.
Okay,
I don't wanna get in reach of the enemies.
Okay.
I have AC 11.
stay where you are.
That's the plan.
Stop whining.
I'm not whining. I'm,
AC
I'm,
10.
I'm yelling encouragement. You guys can do this.
Okay.
You got this. I believe in you.
All right. 3, does that hit?
What, me?
Faco.
Well, no, Grady.
A 3?
Yeah.
No.
No, we're
No,
good.
it's bite.
So the rats try to bite Grady as they sort of cluck across there, but do not gain any purchase.
Yay.
Bella's up.
I wanna use my plumb bob.
Yep, you're in a good
Okay, what are you
position
gonna
now.
do?
I don't even know what that is.
Think
It's
of
a
it with a
heavyweight
rope
on
with
the
a heavy weight and you like throw it, hit them and then pull it back.
I'm going to try and hit that one that's still up.
Okay.
Have you heard the phrase plumb the depth?
Nope.
Okay.
Now you have.
Weird, I'm in a pirate band.
All right, so essentially it's a range attack.
It's basically
15 foot.
a heavy weight on a rope and you lower it down.
You're in
and
line.
you feel it when it hits
Sort of
the
like
bottom.
locking into
You
it.
feel it
Okay.
when it hits the
So
bottom.
Yeah.
Probably have,
And the rope has
But I've
knots in it or
been
whatever.
so probably forgot.
And plumb has a B on it, kind of like plumber.
Right.
We put me some, I thought we had range on here.
Well, it's this crappy spreadsheet.
What are you looking for?
Melee is 1,
4
range is 4.
plus 4.
And then I'm aiding others, so I get another +2.
Well, not in this case.
No.
But you will definitely get another +1, so +5.
Oh, you do say no.
9.
And +5 is 14.
No, I rolled a 4.
Oh, comes very
Just so-
close.
just so
The
you
rats
know,
dodge
Glenn
out of the
Bobby
way
is
at the
Maybe
last
you need to
minute.
serve
They
as
get away.
tackling too.
Yeah, you do.
Do what?
I don't officially have leadership.
We're only here to help her. Him.
They leave.
I got him distracted for you, bud.
I kind
I'm
of
just gonna help
chortle and
myself.
Yeah.
snack the last
That's
rat.
fine. That works too.
I'm flanking, so 19 to hit and 11 points of damage.
It's gonna be more than enough to destroy that rat. The rat goes flying.
And then the rats came out of these things here, so I'm gonna walk over and knock on the side of the thing with my axe. Kind of just bang.
Give me a perception check.
Come on, bring out your last.
I'm sure 8 doesn't do it.
You hear something that sounds like.
Did you ever see Scott Pilgrim versus the World?
Sound like things.
Yes, a long time ago.
My character's basically
Across the
Wallace.
metal.
Okay.
Hey, bye.
Doors open.
Yeah.
It's not long before they. Before
Evil guy.
came into the sound.
I have not had chocolate.
They are.
Yeah, that is not for you,
No,
Bubba.
he's not for you at all.
They seem to be gone,
Thank you.
No problem.
but the doors are open. If you want to crawl down there.
Try and crash.
I wouldn't fit in there, I'm
These are the
sure.
boys. Even the girl.
That's okay.
This next song is called "I'm So Sad." I'm so very, very
The
sad.
door's open to this boiler.
Yeah.
And that's where the voices were coming from.
Oh boy.
They went
Um,
away.
But they ran. Yeah, it sounds like. I
Breaks
mean,
the
you
law.
could hear the like scuttling sound,
okay.
like nails against steel.
Okay,
You want to climb in there with me and see what's in the room?
actually, I was thinking, are they too far for me to sense motive?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they're too far.
Basically, I have to see him to
Jimmy
sense motive.
the, doors so that they can't be opened.
Not always, but almost always.
Potentially. I mean, you could try and like. I mean,
I
there's
didn't know
on
if
the
they
outside
were
of the
like-
door.
Yeah.
There's an actual latch.
Yeah.
But it was not latched when you came in.
Well, I'm gonna just
Well,
close the
latch
doors
it,
and
yeah,
latch them,
right.
and
Okay.
then we can leave this room and
Right.
close the door
Well, what
here
if the
too.
doppelganger's in there? So we have to like take their head.
There's probably more.
We'll find some.
Okay.
I'll go find.
I'm not
Fine,
crawling
guys.
around.
So latch the
I wasn't
boiler
asking that you do. I was
and then we're gonna go south or that way.
Yes.
whatever
And I'd like
direction
to
it
stop
is.
at each room as we pass it, just to make sure it's empty or clear.
Okay.
Devoid of rat.
Are there doors on this side of the hall? Okay, I don't see any
Yeah,
on
there's
that
some.
side.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, I don't know where there's a door on here, but there's a door.
I don't
here
see any
and then one
door. Okay, I don't see any door on that wall of the hall.
here. You don't see any on this?
Right.
side? Okay. Yeah, there are 2 doors here,
Okay,
and I'm assuming a door in here somewhere.
at the end, there's an opening
Okay.
and it probably comes back
There's
this
an
way.
opening on this
So
end.
if
Right.
there are doors here,
Here.
those.
On these,
I was
yeah.
gonna say there's doors.
There's no door there.
Okay,
Two doors
so that
down
means
or
we're gonna
left.
go all the way to the end.
And then come in, right?
Oh. Good old dungeon crawl.
You're fine.
You're very precious.
Thanks.
I'm not in a good spot.
You
Do
still don't
knowledge
get
checks.
chocolate.
Yeah, do not want that.
Those are also limited right now. I had to pick the ones that fit my character's backstory
Okay,
for level 1.
okay.
Which is why I have history and
chocolate,
nobility,
here's
because
the
I'm a court mage.
Okay.
I can't believe Les opened the Whoppers. Just can't believe he opened the Whoppers. That's just rude.
Once you crack the seal, you have to eat some.
Right.
Yeah, I opened another box.
I hate the idea, but I can't load up on snacks. All right.
I can't load up on snacks, pouring snacks. Yeah, as I was just telling Don.
We're gonna proceed that way, and anytime we pass a door, we're gonna pause and make sure that room is clear.
Okay.
So we're not leaving anything behind us.
So she opens the first door on this hall.
Except dead bodies, we leave a lot of dead bodies behind us.
I'm following.
Me too.
I'm following along. All I bring to the table right now is a real chipper attitude, but
Oh, when do you see that?
I've been yelling encouragement to you guys, being like, "You got it! This is going great, guys.
Okay.
I believe in you." It just sounds sarcastic.
I believe in you.
So, like, Les, have you seen?
the sarcastic part.
Did you ever see Scott
It's like
Pilgrim
it's
versus
from
the World when that came
B10L.
out? Did you ever see the movie Scott Pilgrim versus the World?
Sure.
My character is basically Wallace right now.
Nice.
Evil X.
Yeah, we're opening up,
Bye.
we're opening up
Doesn't
B10.
actually do anything to help.
All right, so that door is unlocked. So you
Cool.
can pull
Just
the,
kind of kick it in.
Okay.
yeah, essentially.
If it
That
opens
seems
in.
a bit excessive, but
Hey, we're a bit of excessive.
I've got a shield and an axe. I kick it.
You pop in
oh no,
there.
it seems just right to you. Just a bit excessive for the situation as a whole.
Pop in there.
It was unlocked.
Essentially, the room is filled with shelves, and they're all along the walls, and they are covered with what look to be sheets and towels and things like that. There is
A linen
fairly
closet.
flagrant blood spray across some of the white towels, but it's not. It certainly doesn't cover all of the towels. And there's the like other cloth. and
Just some death, not
Yeah.
lots of
Yeah,
death.
something bad happened here, but it was limited.
Wasn't like John Wick.
But it's a-
bad. It
but
was
it's-
just-
But it essentially it's a linen closet
With blood.
with a little blood.
Room Bravo 10 Romeo.
Oh, whose closet doesn't have a little blood in it?
We go to the next room.
Okay. Pull the cord on
Keep the door open.
So this one has suffered. I mean, it's similar in that there are there are shelves here that have cloths and towels and whatnot on it. This one is a little different from the previous one in that it has, if I recall correctly,
Thank you, John.
some yeah, there's a little bit of like collapse that's happening on the wall. Not a ton, you can still get in there, but there's a little bit. There also seems to be some cracks opened in the side wall that seem to be just sort of like sitting there. They seem to be obtrusive in a weird way.
You want to check that out?
I want to, yeah.
really odd.
Yeah, I'll step in and
Okay,
Check out your crack.
check out the cracks.
okay.
Check out my crack.
Give me a
I
quick
will
perception.
go with you. It's probably a bad
The
idea.
two very perceptive people go in.
Watch me roll a one.
She's gonna plumb the
that
crack.
time.
I rolled a 15 and I add 6 to that. So 21.
21. So Bella doesn't hear anything. She's like, this
I got-
place is
I got
gives me
no
the
idea.
creeps. I gotta get out of here. But you're like, no, be quiet, be quiet. You hear at first you hear a sound like this. Be quiet. Be quiet.
Okay.
And then you hear from that crack, you hear sort of like a sound.
Elip,
And the next thing you know,
Elip.
something comes out of the crack.
Bella, get out. Elip.
I'm running
And it
As fast
looks
as my-
Oh
like,
shit.
as fast as my little legs.
It's a little bigger than I thought it was gonna be.
it looks like
A
a
giant cockroach?
giant
Oh,
centipede.
giant centipede.
Elip.
There's one right behind it,
Elip.
piling out of there. Let's roll for initiative.
Elip.
I ran out the hallway.
17 this time.
$19 for Jex.
Just so you know, when I get home,
Mhm.
you two will have fair reign to fight for my favorite GM. Cause I'm gonna kill him when I get home.
No. Not me.
15 for Arabelle. I'm
What'd he do?
going with Arabelle now. We've just said it so many times.
13 for Graydon.
It looks like a rival.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be Erebor.
This character's coming.
He got me.
He'll be here soon.
Bella, what'd you get?
Shit.
Once we rest, I'll be able to actually join the party.
A
let's
natural
see.
shit.
I
You
got
assign the
one,
miracle value
so
to your shit.
4.
Yep.
4?
Total.
So you could have left it the way
This
it was.
many.
Hey.
Fine.
It's not a negative
I am
one.
this many
Sure.
initiatives old.
Yeah.
Negative 1 once, so don't feel bad.
Why you got your ears all pinned back?
What do you mean?
It's the breeze, Mom.
Did I do that?
No, I did.
Can I do
I'm disturbed by the one.
Oh no,
You'll be
roll
okay.
people roll ones around here all the time.
Yeah, well, I don't.
Ones don't mean much.
My first roll of the session was a 1.
You're gonna love this.
No, I'm not.
That means we're gonna hate it.
Yeah.
Bro.
Oh. They're not rats.
No,
Could be.
the rats are following us, probably.
No, that's not nice.
Oh, well, there's centipedes.
Okay, so it's
Yeah.
not rats at all.
Okay. I was like, we latched the boilers and closed
Right,
that
right. How
door
could they
when
be
the
after-
rats
They weren't
came
rats.
out.
Sorry, they were rats. All right, so
He's just testing us.
all right, so first things first, there's only one, so I'll go first.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. So this one just reaches out and grabs onto whoever the kobold is.
Jax.
Who do you think it is?
Kobold
Centipede
recovery.
attack. It just comes out of there, and you can see the other one kind of like bursting out of the hole.
I matrix away from it.
This character has all the earmarks of.
I really need a
Bitch and,
whole crew
Damien.
of, helpers.
People helping to roll dice and stuff.
Exactly.
I like
I
like
do
your
not try and like cord myself off into this.
I like your port replicator.
Thanks.
one I
I
told you to
stole the
get.
idea from you.
Yeah, I know.
All right, 16 hit you?
No, it does not.
Does not. Okay. The other one comes piling out, so that's it for those guys. Jeff, you're up.
I am swinging once and then giving way to Elam. He will take care of everything.
Chicken.
Yes.
8.
go away. And then I run away.
Stop it.
You're having the worst rolls.
I am. After my first natural 20, I haven't had shit since.
We've had shit.
You got the O'Brien
Oh, I've
curse.
got those.
Your rolls just steadily decline until it's
I
all
am,
ones.
I am not going to start bitching and throwing dice or anything like that.
I'm going to say,
Bella, get behind me.
Ever.
I've
and
already
With
heard about it.
misfires.
As soon as I started coming, I ran.
oh, okay,
I think I should be in the hallway.
okay. I'm gonna stand in the doorway because they can't get past.
Right.
Right.
And then if they get within range,
Think big. Good
You're
job.
essentially reserving an action.
yeah.
If they get close to you, then
Right.
they're gonna get hit. Okay.
From the
All right. All right. Aragorn. Where are you? Oh, you.
He's like, go get him, Steve.
You guys got
He's
this.
back here.
These
I'm
are
in the
She's back here
cheerleading.
cheerleading.
I'm in the back. I have an AC
This
of
is him.
11 and no spells.
Oh,
I only see
wow.
10.
Well, it depends on the spell. You might be able to recall a spell.
It's always right there.
If you roll a d20 with your intelligence check, you might be able to recall a cantrip or something. But you got a spell in mind?
Acid splash. 14? Yeah, no.
It's a DC 20, isn't it?
Give him light.
Okay, so that's Erevar Grady.
I'm
I
just
don't
gonna
got much
stand
going
behind,
for me right now.
Elid and wait till,
Like, I'd participate in the combats if I could just, recall mage armor.
Not the doctor.
$50.
There's
Thanks,
two
buddy.
behind you there.
At this point, I feel like he should be able to get.
There's one under the fridge that
That's
can't
okay.
be reached, so.
Thank you.
Hey, bud.
Sorry.
Why we can't have nice things?
I'm still a prophet.
One at a time, Wes.
Oh, there's another one.
There you go, buddy.
No,
Oh, chocolate. Never mind.
Chocolate.
there's another one on the floor next to the
Lettuce.
pie.
Was it?
I don't know.
Oh, I got it.
How do you?
And there's one
Oh,
next to
everyone
the
knows that.
white chair. Okay.
Look, my education went different ways.
As
You
in,
know
it
what?
didn't?
You left those alone, so let's
He knows what you can feed albino raccoons.
Well,
It's
no,
just
right,
everything because they're trash pandas.
All right. That was fun. Grady.
I'm gonna wait behind, Elid to see what happens.
So you're gonna like slip in behind there?
No, just stand behind her to make sure if something comes past.
Oh, if
her-
anything gets
Yeah.
past her, you're gonna smash it.
And
Now, and I don't have any, any of my spells.
Okay.
Done.
Well,
Stay here.
I'm just gonna stay put. Because I can't roll for squat.
all right.
y'all just keep an eye down that way.
Yep.
Right. Watching the hallway, making sure nothing
I'll
comes our
watch.
way.
You got this. I believe in you.
All right. Well, the centipede.
We start walking down there because we know she's
For a
gonna get
while,
off.
so it comes charging up, and the other one comes out. It's gonna
He
try,
doesn't hit it.
Nope.
but it's gonna try and bite you.
Fight you.
Bite me, you manky beast.
Sorry. 5.
Yeah, that hits.
Ah, damn. All right. The other
No,
one is
she said
sort
it
of-
hit.
the other one is sort of in the round, but it's kind of like looping around. It's
Yeah.
gonna try and get sideways on you. But in the meantime, Jess.
Delay.
Okay.
We're just letting her kill him.
Elif.
Him.
Him. You got it.
Ugh.
I have a lot
I'm sure 11
Yeah.
doesn't hit it.
friends.
Nope.
I LARP and
No,
now
they
now I'm a red
skitter
character.
out of the way. They're hard to hit.
I've got a lot.
You got a lot.
Okay.
That it for you? All right.
First level, I get one attack per
I've
round.
managed to fall in favor with the
Just-
fair.
just
Grab
say
a
delay.
Dagger and step.
Just say
and
delay.
Attack, Erevar.
delay.
He's keeping an eye
We're
down.
really just
You
letting.
got this.
Wanna wait? Yeah.
We really are just letting Elib take care of these two centipedes.
No.
He
Just
I'll get there.
I know.
never too late to form habits.
Ooh, 17.
I have fallen in
Alright.
favor with the fairies of Central Missouri.
Jack.
Delay.
I love how these guys are all like standing in the hallway.
She's got it.
You got this.
He's got this.
That's it.
11
See?
points of damage.
11 points. All right,
Chop
that
it in half.
yeah, you basically and it goes down. The other one climbs over the body of the centipede and begins making its move to attack you.
Why, just no kind of.
Terrifying.
Delay.
Sure you don't want to light a cigarette or something?
You got this. Actually, yeah, he does that. No, he doesn't because he doesn't have the spark cantrip ready.
Grady.
And he doesn't have
Delay.
matches.
Well,
Very precious.
Such a good boy.
Say it.
okay. The other one climbs over the body. Ooh, natural twinzo.
Oh.
And confirm the crit. 11. Okay.
No, he's got
It's
a
still a
buck.
crit. Which
Fortitude.
means it's still a hit. So I need 6 points. It gets a great bite on you.
I've got like 3 healing
And
potions, so-
I need a fortitude.
Looks like 1 digit for me.
Don't open that
11.
potion. It
11.
draws
11 is okay.
dwarves.
That makes it, but you feel sick.
When you
I mean,
open a
there's-
potion
this
of
creature's
pure light, dwarves come
centipede
bursting through walls
You
to
just
stop
feel it
you.
inside you and just making you nauseous, that kind of stuff. It's not
Let's
hurting you.
surface to another
You get bit
campaign
again,
run in.
now.
Yeah, I know. It's
Okay.
it's a
Jets.
dwarf cleric that I had. He said,
He lived.
never use healing potions unless
19
you
to hit,
have to.
Minimum damage 7.
No, let
7
clerics heal you.
Will
Let
kill it. So
something
the other one
else.
goes down. So the other centipede goes down, but
The
you guys-
issue with this
you guys
situation
look-
is our cleric
I mean,
has no
these guys
spells.
are looking at you like, are you okay? You're starting to look a little green around the go.
Cleric has no spells, but he should be able to channel. That's an innate
Not that
ability.
they can tell, I'm always green.
Poison's
Okay,
there.
Joe,
I mean, you
okay,
make
Joe.
your save.
You should be able to channel
you feel
energy.
the stuff gross.
Okay.
Don't channel while there are enemies nearby.
Some
though.
sort of like gross centipede
it's,
poison is in you.
Oh, you can pause
It's
it.
not picky.
It's not hurting you from a
Yeah, but
from an
it's
ability score
it's
standpoint,
not
but it
picky,
makes
so
you-
it'll
it's
heal
making you a little
any
gross.
living creature in its radius.
Elib doesn't look good.
That
Does anybody
centipede
have
did triple the
anything?
damage to me that the chick downstairs did.
Did it?
Yeah.
Well,
What are you
know,
down?
That's the way.
I'm down by 8.
I'm down by 3.
So he should be able to channel energy, because
Right.
that's an innate ability. You don't have to
Yeah.
study for it or anything like
As
that.
long as you can contact this deity.
Well, find out if you can channel energy. Try it once.
Yeah,
Okay, I can do that. You try that.
Sorry, I'm not home right
Yeah,
now.
you're
Look
good.
at these fireworks.
What does it do? 1d8,
It's a D-
D6.
It should be a D6.
Yes, D6.
level 1.
1d6?
Yeah.
Okay, so roll a 6-sided.
3. Everyone in a radius gets that back.
So both of you guys get 3
Going
points.
back to
Have you taken any damage yet? Neither. Okay.
Don't even bother asking.
Something.
I have
All right, you guys are next.
So how big is the opening that these manky beasts
It's the
came through?
advantage to the rich parents trait. I got to start with 3 healing potions.
What now?
How big is the opening in the wall
Because I
that
can
these things
afford
came
3
through?
healing potions.
It's a door.
Yeah, I still
I mean,
have-
it's a door in the cabinet.
I
It's
can
like a
afford
service.
3
It's
healing
maybe
potions
2 foot
for
by
Oh.
6 foot.
Oh,
So
It's
we
not-
open up that door to the cabinet. It's just a cabinet. There's no.
Well, it's not a cabinet. It's a door to like a tank. This is a hot water tank.
No, we're not in the boiler room. We're in the centipede room.
We're in the centipede room where the crack in the wall.
Oh, the crack.
Leave the boiler room.
I can't.
There's no
I can't
rats.
leave the boiler room.
We are so over
We're-
the boiler
we're
room.
2 rooms past the boiler room.
Right.
Here's-
My
So
character
the
got
crack
to
is
start
not
with-
very big at all. It's not. It's
Okay,
not
so
a lot
something
of
you can get into.
Arcanist, get which has much stuff in it.
These
A master would break
these
here.
centipedes
And 3 healing
are
potions. I
large.
couldn't think of
but
anything else that
they
I
are-
would need. Because I just automatically have a spell book. as
Did you get the wand?
You couldn't get it through there.
I've got
It
400
seems
gold
like it goes deeper into the wall
Masterwork
and
rapier
then
seems more
down,
important.
but you're not sure where it
Okay.
goes.
So we'll just close this door behind us.
What's in the cabinets? Anything of use?
It's not really even cabinets. It's more like
Shelves.
shelves. And it's like
More
towels
towels and
and
bedding.
sheets and there's no like
Okay.
medicine or anything here.
Okay.
But if you wanted to get a hold of, I don't know,
Fresh linen.
cloth, it would be there.
Okay,
Washcloths.
middle note, we
got
know where it
this.
is. We're gonna go that way.
Okay.
Wait, are the centipedes dead now?
Yes.
Drink this. Healing potion. Cure light.
We've already healed her for 3.
She was down 8. He was down 8.
He was done. Yes, sorry.
He has potions, he's going to use them.
Stand back.
There you go.
Do not-
I'm participating now. I did something helpful.
You healed me for more than the cleric did.
We don't have spells right now, so it makes sense.
Potion 1d8 plus 1
Yes,
It's a level 1 potion.
puts me back to full.
There you go.
okay,
Good job.
And it's something actually helpful.
yep. Good job.
That's all I got. I got 2 more of those.
Try to save him.
I know.
Okay,
I know that I should try to save them, but
we go that direction. Is there any doors on that?
Not a door, there's a big opening on the B11, the big long,
door.
Okay.
Opening into this way.
it's like a,
So we'll check that one first.
Okay.
you should be able to see it from the hallway.
Do 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 do
And if it's dark in there, I
do
have dark vision. so-
do 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 do.
Oh, she,
B11,
Elib,
Dark vision.
he is gonna open up this door right here.
there's not a door, it's just a
Dark
big
vision,
opening.
60 foot.
Oh, Elib goes in the opening.
That's one thing I like about 5e. They don't bother with
it right
it
here?
anymore. It's just you either
Yes.
have dark vision or don't, and pretty much if you're a human, you don't have dark vision. That's it. Everything else has it.
Take me a while to get back to where it is.
It's okay.
We love you in spite of you.
Right.
Useless.
I think I might cross class this character.
Wow.
Inspired Blade Swashbuckler cross.
What?
I think I might cross class my character into Inspired Blade Swashbuckler.
Okay.
He's a rapier.
Okay, where are you guys going?
Maybe.
There's an opening, I am told, this way.
Yeah.
We're going in that room
All right,
here.
pull in.
He says pull the lid, something usually bad happens.
Is this a door here?
Yeah, and
Okay.
well,
That doesn't look
no, it's not. That's a wall.
Okay,
So. Oh, that's right, we could get there from the,
Other
here
room.
probably. We don't know that.
Not yet.
This looks like the remains of an office.
oh, okay.
There's a couple of desks sort of busted up, with file cabinets, papers sort of scattered about. Several bodies that seem to be here. A couple of them in the white coats of what you're starting to think of as
What's your character's name?
Orderlies.
Aramark.
orderlies
Aramark.
or people who work at the asylum. Other people in what could only be determined as plain clothes, although the clothes are in such disarray, it's hard to determine.
Well, while we're
Check them
searching
for
this
a
room,
good one.
I yell at Aravar, Aravar, where are you going? He's wandering off into this other room by himself.
Wandering into another
I just
room by
moved,
yourself.
I just
I'm not
moved his
going to.
character.
Okay, we do.
No, I don't want to.
No, it's okay.
No, I don't want. The fact that you're so chill with it means I don't want to even more.
You mean that room right across from there?
Yeah, he's going into that.
I'm not going nowhere. I'm staying in the back of the group.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Technically, you are kind of behind the group.
If I can determine that there doesn't look like any danger in this room, I'm gonna go out in the hallway to just keep an eye on that other door.
Give me a perception check.
7.
7.
Well,
I am in the hallway, correct? So
As
I'm
far
not-
as you can tell, there doesn't seem to be, oh, I'm sorry. There doesn't seem to be any obvious problems with this room.
I rolled a 19 for searching this room.
And I rolled a 17 for perception. Not more pieces of paper.
So you guys are sort of staying around.
You need some
There's
stands?
rubble, there's bodies, you're sort of like figuring out what's going on. And as you sort of
stumble across something, you realize something very quickly. And Jax, you realize it first, and then you realize it second. Is that one of the bodies, sort of buried under, sort of a little bit of rubble and a little bit of other bodies, seems to be breathing.
Stop that.
Cut its head off.
It may be a doppelganger. We'll find out once it's dead.
Wait. Do it first, ask questions later.
Right. Beg for forgiveness afterwards.
Tie it up with your rope. If it can get out, then it's a doppelganger.
So you go over there and tie it up?
We're gonna tie it up and then try to unbury it
Are you gonna-
and see if we can help.
Does it appear to
The
be bleeding
person.
at all?
Huh?
Does it appear to be bleeding at all?
Yeah.
No.
The
I mean,
doppel
there's a fair amount of blood splashed around, but I mean, none of the corpses that you've discovered seem to be bleeding.
the doppelganger that she killed,
They've been here for
it
a
did
while.
bleed.
It had black blood.
Had black blood. That's what I was gonna ask.
Right.
Okay. I'm gonna use my fork and stick this guy and see what color blood it is.
Stick a fork in him, he's done.
Done.
So you have to get pretty close to him.
Yes. Yes, I'm getting close.
Okay.
I'm gonna stick it just enough to get a little bit of blood. I'm gonna look at the color.
Okay. So you sort of like, I got this. You pull out this big barbecue fork, and you're like, and you stick it. At which point, an arm comes flying out, and just like, and I roll a natural 20. It grabs your wrist and pulls you toward it, and you see like underneath the body, it's just like the body sort of passed away, and you see like this face is like.
There's another one. There's another one.
Yeah.
Doppelganger.
Elam, there's another one.
Let's roll for initiative.
Elam, there's another one.
It's got your wrist like it's an
Elam.
iron cuff.
I'm gonna quit rolling on this.
Elib, doppelganger.
You don't
Fight.
mind?
Why? What'd you do this
I
time?
refuse to roll it anymore.
That's
I
fine.
do moderately well when I'm not rolling initiative, but when I roll initiative, I suck. It's bad.
She's got the Trevor Montford curse.
She does. She has the Trevor
The second
curse.
we drop into initiative,
I know, let's do
everybody
that.
tries
You
that.
die?
It's okay. I didn't do so hot either.
All right, what do you got?
10.
This doesn't count, but roll that.
What's your dex?
Plus 1. It's a total of 13.
Elib's is 10.5.
Greatest
then.
5.
Greatest 5. Okay.
When I hit level 4, it'll be
It's not the
14.
dice, it's not the dice, it's me.
It's the box.
10.5.
We're gonna
10.5.
we're gonna call it the box.
That may be it. Let's get rid of the box.
Bella.
Hang on. Ah, there we go. It's the damn box. All right. Initiative would be 18.
18. Look at Bella.
I don't like the box.
In the box,
14 for Jax.
That's what she
14
said.
for Jeff. Okay.
Hey,
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
sorry. Where's the habit now?
Yep. Nope.
Thank you very much for letting me borrow this, but I don't think it likes me.
Okay.
Les loves you using it.
It's not like we do anything in combat anyways. We just tell Elib to fight it and it dies.
Yep.
For
I
now.
got us out of the dungeon. Thank you.
Yeah, you
I do something from time to time.
yeah, but that wasn't a combat.
I took a swing. at it.
So
I killed a rat.
I tried.
You dirty rat.
Y'all are doing a wonderful job of staying out of my way.
Hey. Always stay on the barbarian's way.
I've got nothing to do right now. We're good.
Elib, it's another one. Get it.
Kill it, kill it, kill it.
Doppelganger. Fight. Okay.
First. Okay. Second. Okay.
You just can go ahead and tell us that it is one, huh?
Yeah.
Who's a good boy?
Good boy.
Okay.
Really?
All right.
Elab, Elab, there's more than one.
So you're like digging around in these bodies in here, and one a creature just grabs onto you and attacks. Only it's not my turn, so it's Bella's turn.
It's my turn. But it's already reached out and got him, right?
Well, it's got it by the arm, and he will yell out, "It's got me by the arm!" And it's definitely exercising a fair amount of strength.
I
Right.
am. Unfortunately, just flanking because I'm here beside him.
See, the creature's like right about. Where is he?
He's right there.
So it's like right there.
So I'm there beside him. So and I've still got that
Oops.
half of the cleaning shear.
Do you?
I do. Because remember we said we were taking our stuff that goes with us?
Mhm.
And I'm gonna try and cut the arm off. Not his, the
Thank you.
You're just like lopping at him.
Yep.
Okay.
Good work specifying.
Yeah.
I'll learn. So what am I rolling here?
20-sided plus your attack bonus.
Martial attack. So I think
Anytime
plus
we
Me-
one.
take
melee.
PTO, we have to send out an email
20
to
plus
our
one?
entire team
Mhm.
saying, hey, I'm gonna be on PTO from this day to
So
this day.
we
Please
should
watch
have
out.
our
So
trade.
12
And one of the
trade
things is
12, I don't
staff
think it's gonna hit.
so it's
Like
please
he's
Well, I gotta
staff.
check.
See, I'm doing where.
Yes, you'd have that.
Okay,
I'm not working
so I
in
can,
music
I can,
anymore.
okay, I can use that instead of my farther
I
away.
work in a carpet warehouse.
Based on that, I get 7 of
1
those a
week,
day.
and I'm
Okay,
already
that's a miss.
seeing improvements. I'm like,
You take a slice at it.
Finally
and
look
then
at myself in the
dodge
mirror.
out of the way.
not
This
be
range
disappointed.
touch, but
Do you have
still
anything
have-
else you can do?
but still.
We switched hairlines.
I'm looking. So it's like-
Faster,
What do you
faster,
bitch?
come on, you should have memorized by now.
Well, it was a whole lot of, I don't want to go to a hair, I don't want to be one of those guys that goes to a hair salon. While the pandemic.
I'm not one of those guys.
I didn't want to be one of those guys.
Too late.
Also, the other 2 guys in my band have short hair and beards, so I shaved my beard and grew out my hair. So, because we can't all look the same.
This is I can gain the ability to make 1 additional attack of opportunity in a round.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. This time, because, well, I'm sorry.
Attack of opportunity, if something tried to move past you, you get 1 per round,
Oh.
except you have combat reflexes, which means that if more than one thing tries to move past you, you can strike each of them up to your dex modifier.
Thank you.
Combat reflex is essential for swashbucklers.
He's amazing.
Opportune
by the
parry
way.
and riposte.
Excuse me, the nacho cheese was getting the best of me here.
I really don't have anything else.
And that is how we
Libby
know
is
your
a
bloodline is.
she, Elib is a he.
It's true. All right, well, that's okay. I mean, you've made an attack, you've moved in. That's pretty much what you can do. Jex, this thing has your arm,
Jackson.
but you seem nonchalant about it.
Jackson.
Jexum's ask is his actual name. So
Jax's ass, what? I'm sorry.
Jexum's ask.
What about his ass? What's up his ass?
I need a server in service.
That's right, take it to the carpet so you can leave a puddle.
Oh, a puddle on that carpet would make a difference.
I can always call United to get it replaced.
I've left more than one puddle on that carpet.
That's gross.
I did not need
Okay.
to know this.
I am using my escape artist skill
Okay,
to break free.
all right, do it.
Yeah, that's the way to go.
To break free.
Unless you're specifically built for combat maneuvers, you use escape artists.
I actually put points in escape artist. So
You're a rogue.
26.
You pop out of there like a bodily function.
Pop
green
out
screen.
like a bodily function. Which bodily function?
All right, so you managed to extricate yourself from that guy.
I gave you 2 guesses.
What do you do now?
Good point, yeah.
Runs behind you.
Get behind me.
Goodbye, Neelan.
I
Okay,
think a theme for this party.
all right.
Kill it,
Yeah, you could have
Arr,
grabbed me when you went by and drug me with
Everar.
you.
What do you do?
Let's focus.
Erevar.
Yes,
Yeah, you.
Should be neat.
Erevar.
Delay.
Delay.
I'm half a point
I have an
higher.
AC 11 and no spells. What do you want? What do you want from me?
Oh, it leaves 0. Sorry.
Move to the zombie and crash my axe down into it.
Okay.
Oh,
Well, it's not a zombie.
It's not a zombie.
Well, it says zombie on the board, so.
Well, there's also says doppel on the board.
Oh,
there's two
The
things.
doppel's what grabbed me. Kill the doppel.
yeah, I'm going after whatever.
Yeah.
So it's.
So this
a-
thing's rising up out of the
15
like body pile.
The
15's a hit.
pile. Let's take a theme here.
15 does it?
Yeah.
So it's going to be 10 points of damage this time.
All right. It's a good clock, but it's not dead.
I'm not dead yet.
It's not dead
You
yet.
will be.
Don't put me in a wagon. So it's still alive.
Okay.
But it's like you knock it back into the pile. At which point you see the pile sort of expand outward, and there are other creatures that are sort of like dragging themselves out of it.
They're next.
Whatever it was, I mean, it's gross. But it's like the sides are starting to come alive.
This doppelganger was nesting in a pile of zombies.
Yes. Is that it
That's
for you?
gross.
Yeah, that's it for her. And then Erevar, he passes.
He passes.
Doppelganger's
what's
up.
the doppelganger? So the doppelganger that you just hit is going to reach up. It's got some wicked claws.
Wicked claws.
9
Not
plus
just any
8
claw.
This
is
is wicked
17.
It's
Yes. All right. It doesn't hit you. And then the side zombies
Gotta love the
get
tank
up.
life.
Zombies.
Gotta love the tank life.
Where are these zombies at? Oh, there.
Oh, I gotta get my my stuff.
Zombie.
That's yours.
Okay. Okay. Oh, they're over there.
And they look a little bit like the doppelganger in that they sort of ape its facial features and stuff like that. So you're thinking that these might have been doppelgangers before they were killed and turned into zombies, but they sort
Their heads will
of
count.
they rise up out of the pile of trash.
Oh shit!
They're over there.
Oh shit!
Oh my
And one of them
Fucking
tumbles up onto you, just kind of comes up out of the blue and attacks.
No, I think like in magic, you've got res sickness, so I don't think they should be able to do anything.
Something sickness.
Somebody said, there we go.
14?
Miss.
I knew it
Yes.
didn't
All right.
sound
So
right when I
you,
said it.
you hear up, and you look
I
around
got
and
what
see
you
this
were
creature like. They all kind of look a little Dopplery, but they are definitely dead. They've got pieces missing. They've got big holes in their guts. They're draping down intestines and stuff like that.
Plenty.
Great.
Plenty.
Five?
Plenty.
Because one thing you could do is first to damage undead.
Yeah.
I need a bigger room.
First.
Nope.
Now good.
Nope.
No,
You can. Don't.
don't do that
Nicholas,
now.
did you ever get around to watching Castlevania? on
Yeah, I can do
Netflix?
it.
The burst gets all of them.
Like I
The
kept
fireball
recommending
gets one.
all
Yeah,
the
I
previous-
bookmarked it. I watched a little bit of it.
Now,
So I want to eventually
Channeling
get
energy is
the,
not spell.
dancing
Okay, so it's part of the
channel
channeling
here,
energy.
so I
Right,
can
okay.
basically have Alucard sword.
When you channel energy, you
Yeah.
channel positive energy.
Okay.
okay,
You choose whether to do that to heal people
right.
or
do
to
damage.
harm
Okay.
undead.
5 times a day I can do that.
And you've done it once.
Done it once, okay.
Do it again. But
All right. So what are you doing now?
I'm gonna burst and channel
Positive energy.
energy to damage the undead.
All right. They're all within 30 feet. So
And I believe they all get a will save.
They all get a save.
they do.
Roll a 6-sided die to see how much damage you do.
DC 12 for half.
1 point of damage.
Hey, it's 1 point of damage to all of
They all
them.
take 1.
What's the DC?
12.
Well,
So I got a 13, a 6, and an 8.
Okay, but
Okay,
they have to
one
take a
pass.
minimum of 1.
All right.
So they all take one.
And he rolled a 1.
Now I have
So
to
it's a
do-
minimum
now I have
of
to do
1.
math. I hate this.
They all take 1.
I know what 1 is.
Maybe don't roll on the paper.
yeah. I
Okay,
was doing good on paper earlier.
they all take 1 point of damage. If your answer to that is now I have to do math, you really are bad at math.
He's a DM for the stories, not the math.
I'm
He
a
has other
narrative DM.
You guys don't know.
Cool. So if we explain it really cool, we can just one shot the boss. If we explain it in a really cool way,
Mhm.
yeah,
Essentially.
It's like doing a heal check during the one skill challenge.
that's what's weird. Is like second edition Pathfinder's like
We're just letting Les know
Functioning
how
fourth.
awesome he is as a GM, and he's our favorite tonight.
don't get me wrong, fourth edition
Or
sucks.
you, whatever
So
it
does
is you're
Pathfinder
doing,
too.
you just wanna
Yeah, I like
tell
it.
us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No. I got your back. All right. So that
When he says,
was-
Bella, what do? You point to that.
Bella's
I'm
breath.
going
So
to get
a
them
giant
all,
bottle of
I am
vodka.
going to get them all drunk.
So Grady, you just went, right?
So the thing about Pathfinder
All right,
2,
Bella,
And
you're
we're
up.
going to sing
Versus-
Kumbaya.
Kumbaya. I like it.
so the thing
All right. So
about
Bella, you see
Yes.
that there are zombies coming out of that pile, and one of them is right behind you. It did not attack last time, but you can see it sort of like, and its teeth are snapping.
Well, first, I'm pretty sure this doesn't really count as an action, so I should get 2 actions this time. First, I'm probably gonna pee my pants, and I'm gonna have to run to the door.
Pee my pants is a free action.
Our pants is free in action. Yep, running for the door.
Well, it's
is
really
an
part of a move action, but
Yes. Well, yeah, I'll probably leave a trail.
I think it's an unwilling effect though.
So I'm gonna kind of get out of the middle of everybody. Because I am not big enough or beefy enough.
I think pissing yourself is like
Okay.
a zone hazard.
Yeah,
I think it's just an environmental hazard.
You don't have to do anything.
Um,
Do you have reach with your plum?
yes.
I'd mop up the pee spot.
You could
They might slip in it.
you could strike at this guy.
Yep, let's go, let's do that. Let's
you want to do that?
Yep.
Okay. You use the, like that.
Yeah.
Dip.
Boom.
Yep.
Okay. I didn't break it. If it's broken, I didn't do it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
My screen.
Son of a,
What'd you roll?
I'm pretty sure I've got it hooked in the ceiling fan.
Is that a natural 1?
Yep.
Oh no. Okay. So this is an attack roll, so you got to roll again to see if you fumble. Better than 1.
How about a 20?
20's okay.
That'll do it.
So yeah, so it does
You miss.
around and you're like, oh, you have it back, but it did not hit. You fungoed that. But that's okay, it happens. Jax
It was worth
saw
a shot.
Bella getting the hell out of it.
You just have poor eyesight, not butterfingers.
I am attacking the one next to me
Okay.
and yelling for Elib to hurry up.
You're so glad
10.
I'm around.
Miss. That's a miss.
No, these are my coupons.
No cap.
All right, no problem.
This is good.
I have to do that with mine all the time.
I'm pleased
I'll
that
stay
you have been
there.
sassy tonight.
You stay there?
I'm gonna stay there.
Let's not
Alright.
talk that. He argues.
I have to distract it until my
It's not
friend.
hard to understand.
friend
When I'm
finishes, yep.
asking When I say where is your object, like food bowl or toy or this or that, because he runs straight to whatever I ask him where it's at, and then he starts shouting at me, giving me like the side eye equivalent of a mic drop.
Elib, you're up.
I
You got a
Whack it.
doppelganger in front of you.
Yep.
You got a couple of zombies behind you.
whack in the doppelganger.
Yep, Jolie doppelganger first.
Jax is losing his shit back there. Would you roll a 1?
No, I rolled a 4 plus 5 is 9.
Ooh, that's gonna miss.
So this dice is also getting retired.
All right, is that it for you? Do you want to move or get out of the way or run away? There's a lot of people running away.
I'm gonna stay.
One.
back.
Seems a popular choice.
One person ran away. 2, if you want to count the wizard who never even got close to anything.
Good one.
We should all went in there.
But he's with us in spirit, so that's.
Is that it for you?
You guys got this.
Erevar.
Okay, I'm actually gonna do stuff this round.
Ooh.
Oh, faster?
Well, this
Yeah.
one, there's like a lot of stuff. Can I get there?
He's gonna
Yes.
where are you?
do.
Yeah, you can get there.
He's gonna skip this time.
Stab. Who are you stabbing? The zombie.
The zombie.
Okay.
Ooh, that's solid.
That's 19 total.
That's a hit. So what are you stabbing him with?
Rapier.
My masterwork rapier.
Okay.
Max damage for 7.
7
How about
points.
those?
All right. That is, I gotta check. That might be enough.
Considering it's already down 1 hit point.
You talking about him or the zombie?
The zombie.
I'm not down any hit points. And I hope I don't get down any hit points. I don't have that many.
All
I
right,
have seven.
you come running around the corner, you get the rapier out, and you're like, for the rose and the light, and you just like stab it right.
Except neither of those things.
You you just stab it right in the face, and the
Ow.
rapier just goes into the thing, and the zombie just goes. And you pull it out, and it falls.
He burned it.
Yep.
You did. You got it. Ooh, we have to talk about burns at some point.
No, we've talked about it. I know what it is.
Tracy
Well,
might
it's
not.
Tracy does not.
changed. Tracy doesn't know what burns. All right, so before we go any further, let's talk about burns. So Vermithral was my friend Tom's character in our old campaign, and Tom loved to do this thing where he would like wait until he was a wizard, and he would wait until everybody had like worked the characters down to like 5 or 6 hit points, and then he would magic missile them and kill them off. So he always loved to swoop in, take everybody.
He'd call the claim. He'd claim the kill, you know.
Tom died of cancer a couple of years ago, and so we all, but everybody loved him, and so we sort of started calling when somebody sneaks in and takes and kills vermithrals. And so it was just a couple of months ago that we changed the rules on vermithrals. So the idea is if you come in and so the rules of vermithral is if you come in and you kill a creature and it has either less than 10 or less than 10% of its hit points remaining, and only one other
Person.
PC or person has
Damaged it.
has damaged it, and you kill it, then you get a verm, you get in the verm chart. And what we've started doing is
Donating
you do
money.
that, you donate $5 to St. Jude's.
Yep.
And we've already donated $75, something
Yeah,
like that,
something like that.
75, $80 to St. Jude's. So if that happens, you get your name on the chart and you are then responsible for the donation. So there you go. That's a
I
verm.
was unaware of the donation, but I thought.
We
it was
just
a-
added that. We just added
It's
that.
relatively recent. We only did it about a month and a half ago, 2 months ago.
Alex, I'll cover your 5.
Thank you.
Yep.
I don't think he got a verm this time, did
Is it dead?
he? Yeah.
Only one other person had done damage to it,
But it was.
Yeah.
That was a burst AoE
and it
though.
was.
That was an
Less than
AoE.
10
It's an
hit points.
attack.
But-
It
Less than
does
10 hit
damage.
points.
Only one other person had damaged it,
Yes, I will.
and
It was an AoE.
that
I
doesn't
feel like
matter.
there needs to-
Fireballs are AOE's too.
Yeah, but using a fireball to steal a kill is different than being like,
It's
I
a
fireball the whole room. If everyone walks in and kills things, then after being weakened by the fireball, then everyone just burned the wizard's kills.
Oh yeah.
I got it.
You're vermed.
Oh yeah.
And she's covering
It
it.
still makes no sense, but
You got a verm. She's covering it.
okay. I got bills.
All right.
I'm new to the adult part, okay?
that was-
You're supposed to pay those?
Doppler.
Yeah, that's why my mattresses got so lumpy lately.
So the doppelganger is going to attack you. What?
Lay down that one that's right next to you because it's dead.
I didn't know what the policy on what to do with the pawns was.
That's why I was telling you.
Yeah.
That's a
knock
miss.
it over.
I was about to just take
She's
off.
claws. There's a 17 hit you?
Smack it on there.
Comes back.
So,
you're just like,
oh,
doesn't get anything. The zombies. Where are my zombies?
One's right next to Jax, and the other one is in the back.
All right. Move that one back in the back. It's gonna.
Attack the one that killed his friend.
It wasn't a double.
Yeah.
Oh. Be a zombie, was it?
No, it's gonna attack whoever's closest, which is the halfling there.
You mean the kobold?
Cobalt?
No, it's gonna pass that by and go.
The
to
halfling's
halfling.
back here.
The halfling all the way
Oh
back
no!
here.
Well, who's that
She
right
moved back.
there behind the kobold?
This?
yeah,
That's me.
That's
Yeah,
you.
that's you. Okay, then he's gonna attack you.
Oh, no.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
First zomb
Oh,
against
oh,
the
yeah.
kobold.
I have 7 hit points in AC 11.
Ooh, that's not that could be problematic for
Oh,
you.
yeah.
A lot of things can be problematic for me there.
AC
Les.
17.
14.
Nope.
All right, and then
Yep, that's it. It was a
18?
16. I have an AC of 11.
Ooh, yeah, that's a hit.
That is-
All right,
You didn't
so
let me have my
You should-
spells.
You should cast Mage Armor and Shield.
Really? Really? You think?
5 points of damage as this thing reaches out and just.
You'd have the best armor class with that.
Sideways.
I would.
You could see its teeth like. It hasn't bit into you yet, but it wants.
18 or
You said
19.
did 5?
5 points.
Your AC.
Look at my hit
20.
points.
20.
Look where my hit points are now.
Let's see now. How much damage do you do?
I had 7 when I started, and he did 5. I
Okay.
have 2 hit points left. I'm going to die. I know. I put it.
Green.
Yeah.
I know what I did.
You're up.
But
Oh, gee.
26.
Yeah.
AC of 12 or DC of 12.
I'll put that in tonight, by the way.
Yep, select the channel, yep.
The Verm.
You could
I'll put that in tonight.
burst to heal, ignoring the doppelganger, or you could burst to damage the undead.
I'm gonna burst to damage the
I have,
undead.
I have 4 things that are
Yeah.
mine.
So I wanna burst to damage the
Thank you.
undead.
Well, 6-sided.
Make a wish.
One doesn't make a difference where I roll it at.
Ours is
Maybe I have to
Dr.
DM for a
Cardboard.
D6.
Yeah,
Both of the zombies take 1 more point of damage.
1 more point of damage, huh?
yeah.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt.
Oh, there.
Go ahead and roll saving throws for them, but they all take 1.
Hold on. Let me roll it. Okay, no, and no.
So they take the full 1 point of damage.
Unless you want to roll a D6 for Kevin for the
Yeah.
burst.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he could. I mean, essentially
It's
a
positive
spell. Do
energy.
you want me to roll it?
He can't do worse.
Say yes.
Yeah,
Say
can't
yes.
be worse than that, yeah.
6.
And they both choke their saving throws.
They both took their saving throws.
So they both have 1 hit point.
A blast of like a golden light emanates from him, and he's just like, and you see these like the zombies kind of like go back. The Doppler is just like, you know, and that, he's like, I don't give a shit about this kind of thing. He
He's just pissed at me.
continues to fight. Bella, you're up.
I'm still in the hallway. I'm now doing, I'm now going, I now have the pom-poms.
Well, I don't know.
Hit the doppelganger facing me because I'm short. You can swing and hit him in the head above my head.
Well, if you have a ranged weapon.
She has a ranged weapon.
I've got the pom-pom thing.
It's got a range of 10.
Reach.
Reach of 10.
If I can roll for crap.
It's really range more than a reach
That's crap.
because it's a ranged weapon.
But a whip is a reach weapon.
9.
This is following generally the same.
So you see the plumb bottle
Yeah.
whip around and it misses the creature. It's like, wow. That kind of thing.
Okay. We should do something.
You can move if you want. If you want to move into a different position or anything like that.
You can do it. Roll above a 10.
I know.
Fella's still in the hall though.
You can do it. They're zombies.
Yeah, but I mean.
They're first
usually
level
I'm a-
zombies.
Usually I'm a stab and get out.
Yeah. Stay where you are.
And I'm.
Don't worry about
I'm not thinking I wanna go in there.
Okay. Okay.
They're big.
I'm
Jax,
thinking
This is it. I'm killing it.
He's gonna burn it.
Ooh. 14?
to hit
The
the.
zombie?
That's a hit.
Yes.
Maybe not.
Does it have 1 hit point?
There's more than one hit point.
Oh, I can't kill it then.
One hit point. All right, got it.
I do 1 point of damage.
Stab with a nail.
No, I got my fork.
Oh, the fork. You
Yeah,
used the
his-
fork. Okay.
Let me guess,
It's like,
D2.
you missed
No,
the
D3?
You missed his eye and get him in the cheekbone. Didn't happen.
It's 1d3 minus 2. With that 1 minute, with a minimum 1 point of damage I can do. So basically do 1 point of damage no matter what.
What are you talking about before?
Yeah.
No, it's 1d4 plus 1.
He's small.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
'cause
but
you're small.
I'm small and my
Yeah.
strength is minus
Yeah.
2.
It's like- all right.
Come here, I'll
That's
take your
good.
hand.
All right. He lived.
Oh, not killing.
Rock and roll. So you're still fighting the
Doppler.
the Doppler.
But that 1 point damage can do a lot. if you get
16
from
hit.
behind.
That'll hit.
And
Oh,
that's 11 points.
Frankie,
damage.
I get more damage.
It's the only way you get damage.
First time
Yes,
really
I
even
am.
hit. So I think yes.
No.
No, she did 10 points to it earlier.
You did?
I don't remember that.
All right, but I'll trust you on that. So so you is claws or what are you using?
No,
Anything
she's
else?
using.
Great axe.
Great axe. All right, so it does dodge out of the way. It's hurt badly. You put a significant slice in its arm. There's a scrape across its abdomen. It's like hissing, kind of like trying to back out, but it doesn't have anywhere to go. It foolishly got into a corner and you've got it trapped. So it's like a Wolverine. It's coming out at you like full blast this time.
It's gonna be a honey badger.
So, yeah.
Basically,
Honey badger don't care.
Honey badger.
how much
Erevar. Now's your
How much
chance to
did you
redeem
do this
yourself in
11.
front of your.
So 21 total?
I killed one, and then I almost died.
Everybody thinks that was an accident, essentially.
Did you kill one?
13 hit.
What are you hitting?
The zombie in front
Zombie
of
in
me.
front of him.
Zombie in front of you?
That
Yeah,
hit
13
me.
hits.
Okay, does 3 points of damage kill it?
Nope.
No?
No.
Backing out.
It's only got a few couple left, but.
I'm gonna take a 5-foot step back.
Okay.
So I'm not the closest thing to it anymore.
All right.
Good luck, Don. Just
All right, the thing
have
comes out.
fun. I'm one shot away from going
claws.
down. Nope.
Yeah, I know. I get that.
Wait, I 5-foot stepped. I have a move action. Isn't drinking a potion a move action?
Ooh,
Pardon?
Is drinking a potion a move action?
What's your
It's a
AC?
separate
20.
action, yes.
All right.
Okay.
The other one bounces off.
You
your
can't move
armor
and
and
drink
that
potion.
stuff. It's just like.
Well, I only took a 5-foot step.
Oh, that's a
Yeah.
move.
The zombies attack
The
5-foot step is not a free action.
Jax.
It's
They
a
attack
swift
Jax.
action. Because you
No,
can 5-foot and then full attack
no,
action.
you, right, but you did attack it, right?
First one gets a 7.
The 5-foot step is
Second
you
one
can't
gets a
move anymore
20, and
for
that's
it to
a
count.
bite.
So
First one gets a 7, second one gets a 20.
The zombies attacking Jex.
The 20 hits.
That is a
take
bite.
5-foot step. 5 feet
4
around
points
you
of
from
damage.
any other kind of
Pardon?
move.
4 points of
4 points
damage.
of damage.
And it's a bite. You've been bit by a zombie.
Wait, so what are your other?
Okay.
Gonna be one of those assholes that tries to hide it.
I can't imagine you wouldn't.
I got bit by a zombie. Oh, wait, I'm hiding it.
Grady,
Okay,
where are you?
Okay,
I'm right here.
so
I'd say just step up and.
there's a move action and a
So-
standard
This one
action.
here,
5-foot
Or-
step falls under
I'm gonna run up to
miscellaneous
here.
action.
I'm a swing at
Verbatim
that one.
says you can move 5
Okay.
feet in any round when you don't perform any other kind of movement. Taking this 5-foot step never provokes attack of opportunity. You can't take more
Because
than
we're
one
gonna do
5-foot
this.
step in a round.
Really?
You can't take a 5-foot step in the
Nice.
same round that you move any
16
distance.
hits.
Okay.
You can take a 5-foot step before, during, or after your other actions in the round.
You want the laptop.
It's basically a nondescript.
Okay,
It doesn't have like an action time.
Chicken six
It
pack.
has
Okay.
rules around it specifically.
okay.
So the 5-foot step is not an action because I didn't.
2
move.
+ 7,
Okay.
so 9.
9 will kill it.
So in a normal round,
This
You've
one's
got-
Yeah, it goes off. You get
a
that
standard action and a
Standard
move
save.
action.
scimitar.
Yep.
You get that scimitar and you just take
Those are the ones you
top
want to
part
be
of the
standard
head off.
swift.
Bye-bye. And it goes away.
Okay,
Indeterminate amount of.
Fall
or you
reaction.
can do a
Tile.
full round
Right.
action.
Bella,
5-foot step can be done.
Now's
before
your
round
chance.
action.
Okay,
I'll use
so
that
to
It doesn't
redeem
have
yourself
an
in the eyes
action
of your
time.
friends.
you attacked once.
There's one
Yes.
zombie left,
You
or the
took a
doppelganger.
5-foot step, which is kind of like a free action.
Yes,
Okay, you have a movement action.
Both of whom are injured.
is drinking a
That-
potion to move action.
Let's
No, it's a
point
standard
it
action.
at the
That's what I wanted to
doppelganger.
Okay.
The 5-foot step's really weird because it's one of those ones like this isn't necessarily this type of action. There's a lot of rules around it.
Right,
Um,
So.
but it's one of the ways to keep
11?
maneuvering while you make full attack actions.
Is that 11?
right.
It clangs off the side of the stone wall, but misses the doppelganger.
Okay, what is,
Oh, cool.
what is this one?
The
big
cleric got
door
in front of me now.
That's
Good.
hit it. That's
I don't have to worry.
Oh.
I don't have to worry anymore. I'm gonna die.
Missed it barely, but it's like the plumb bob clangs off the thing, and you're
Yeah,
just
let's
like
play time for you to die later.
wrapping it back up. Missed him. He dodged
How
out of the
about
way.
I don't?
You want to move or
Okay,
anything?
there's that too.
I'd like to
So
actually get to
far
play my
back, huh?
character.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
In
think
his
so.
full
Unless he goes
capacity.
charging out of there, which
point.
he hasn't given any
Good point.
inclination to do yet.
Who's not charging?
Jess.
Killing it this time for sure.
Yeah, I think so.
Has he got 1 hit point?
I think this is your round. Buddy.
Do not.
Even though,
He's got
you
one
know,
of one.
even though you're a zombie now.
It's 12 hit it.
12 does hit it.
1 hit point.
Still up.
20 to hit the doppelganger, 7 points of damage.
All right. So with claws or with axe?
No, axe. She's only using
Axe takes
axe.
the head off. So you see this thing kind of like this rope thing kind of like wick around there, and the doppelganger kind of looks around to see what's going on.
He's only
You take
using
that
axe.
opportunity, you're just like, whoo, boom, and you get him with a big club, and it just head goes flying. Boom.
We'll pick it up later.
Catch it.
Hits the wall, rolls back down, gouting blood. Thing slides over to the thing. Knock him over, would you? Now you still have a move action if you want.
Yep, I'm going to move to the zombie.
There's a lot of people in the way.
Are there
You're just
2
gonna, like,
left or 1 left?
There's just one left.
I'm just
I killed the other one.
kind of standing on top of the other one then.
All right, so you're just stepping on that guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
And menacing the existing one.
Erevar. Now's your time to be a hero.
Yeah, I'm drinking a potion.
All right.
Here comes a dwarf.
Potentially hero.
I need this.
We're all heroes in our own way.
Hey, cool. I'm back to full.
Nice. Okay.
Yay.
Back to full.
I'm not almost dead.
Now he can go out and not endanger himself to lose him.
Basically
all
what
right,
it's
that's
gonna turn
Erevar.
into.
All right, the Doppler is down. There's one zombie left. And it is going to. Who's it
Because
standing
when I
in front
said,
of? It's
hey,
standing in
can
front
we
of
wait for
Jack.
this?
And me.
And heal him.
And it rolled a natural 1.
Oh, he fought Jax. I don't mind now.
17 on the
Now.
confirm, so it didn't confirm.
No, 17 is my armor class, so it
That
does
is
not
not
fumble.
confirmed. So he just like snaps down. You can see teeth particles kind of like fly out of his mouth and slams his gums so hard down on you. But not on you. You dodge out of the way at the last minute. Grady, where are you even?
I am right here.
Okay.
Is there any room for me to get in there?
Sure.
I'm gonna swim.
All right, just push the half orc out of the way. Get out of the way.
Kind of just
Stupid
right over the
half-ape.
kobold's head.
Yeah,
You're a human, right?
Yeah,
the football's definitely giving room.
15. That's it.
15's a hit
Try this.
on a zombie.
5.
5 points.
Plus 7?
Had 1 hit point left. So you reach in and just like scimitar in the thing,
I like this dice.
and you just sort of like cut his strings. It falls down
Goodbye.
and dies there. A weird quiet comes over the area. You hear things scuttling in the background, but there are no more zombies or doppelgangers. There is one doppelganger that you guys said.
I put the doppelganger.
The zombies here were at one point doppelgangers.
It looks to be the case. Give me a medicine check.
Can I do a knowledge arcana check?
That would be a heal check.
Maybe. Heal
Heal
That's
check.
what I used to identify the doppelganger in the butt.
True.
Go do some damage.
Not bad. That's a
4 plus 8.
plus
12.
23 knowledge arcana.
3.
That's totally.
You examine some of the zombie heads. You do guess that they were doppelgangers, at least at some point. They were zombies at this point, meaning they had been killed and raised.
We're gonna take their heads
But
and see if that counts.
they're all wearing like sort of like the uniforms and stuff. Two of them are wearing sort of those white coats. One of them seems to be wearing some sort of like pajama-like garment. It's softer, it's covered in blood and ripped up, but
Patient type person.
yeah, maybe. The doppelganger is wearing like doctor clothes. There's 2 other like orderly clothes, and then another with patient clothes. But they all seem to have been changed into doppelgangers.
3 zombies,
Yeah,
1 doppel.
one live doppler.
So we take all 4 heads,
Okay.
give them to her, him, give them to him. My buddy Elib puts them on his belt.
Okay.
And we go back up to the barricade.
All right, so you're gonna head up to the barricade.
Yep.
Thought I told ya, don't come back till you got 3 dead.
Sorry, we got too many then.
Let's see them.
I'll drop the 2 formerly living doppelgangers and the 3 zombie doppelganger heads.
So you can tell that they're like. So he's like, hold up, and you can tell that they're like.
Yeah. We didn't think they would do it.
We didn't think they would do it. We all thought this was just like crazy town. It's like, where did you get them?
Off of doppelgangers.
Well, where did you get the doppelgangers? You think?
Office.
Office.
Down the
Straight
hall.
down to the right.
Straight down the hall to the
Yeah,
right.
the hall.
And these were all in there.
Yeah.
And you hear me like, holy shit, I'm glad we didn't go in there.
Glad we stayed at the barricade.
Right.
What do we do with these idiots? I don't know. It's like, where's your hobbit?
Hey Bella.
Right here.
Let her through.
All of us or just Bella?
Just Bella.
Just
No,
Bella?
Just come to the. He's basically
Oh,
waiting.
Bella, go up front.
Yeah,
He likes me better than me.
Negotiate. Oh, hey.
Can't blame him.
right.
Goes,
You get us behind the barricade. I like you better than me.
You knew about second breakfast. Is this for real? Did you all kill these?
We did. They were under a pile of bodies and rubble.
Is anyone bit?
Was I in there when I heard you say you were bit?
Oh yeah, you heard me.
The whole dungeon heard you.
The scaly little bastard.
One.
Yeah.
One? Which one? And how long ago?
10 minutes?
Not even.
Not even 5 minutes?
How long does it take to walk back here?
Yeah.
There's a little bit of conversation. They're like,
So
all right, you can come through.
rule.
Go
So
into the little area that your DM has set aside.
The quarantine area?
the thing is, each round is 6 seconds.
Oh.
Like for the whole round, not just.
Cleric, is there anything you can do for me?
That's the measurement of time in D&D because it's wonky.
So basically, he says, come through here.
We'll see what they're gonna do first.
Okay.
And there's like a little table and whatnot going on through here. And there's like another doorway here, which they have blocked off. And there's almost like a little wall here. So the hole to get in is maybe 4 feet by 3 feet.
Okay. So you have to kind of crawl. Right.
You have to
Well,
kind of
you
crawl
can
through.
just walk right in.
Yeah.
There's a couple of dudes in here that are essentially blocking it off and guarding it. But you can come through here and come out here. These guys like sort of back off and they let you through. And they're like, if you do anything stupid, we're gonna have to kill you. He says,
What do you consider stupid?
well, not being able to do the jumble.
So say, is there a book? Is there a list?
Rolling 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 and Yahtzee. All right, so you come through here, and there's a big door here, and they essentially bring you into this area, and it's a large sort of chapel. This is the chapel of. Essentially, this is the chapel of the asylum. It has a lot of different areas for deities, and I don't have it, but there's a lot of people in here. Yeah, those are bedrolls. Essentially, they've been jamming up, and the guy was like, so the guy's talking to you, this halfling captain is saying, look, we were all working here, and when it happened, we were able to retreat to here and build a barricade, but everybody changed. It's something surrounded the asylum, and now we can't get out. And we've tried to bring everyone here that is okay, that has survived the change. But so many of the people that lived here or worked here were affected, that we've been fighting a retreating battle ever since. We built the barricade and we've been trying to keep people out. But we're running out of supplies. We can't get out. we're in dire need of help. Hopefully that now that you guys are here, you're the first people we've seen in 3 days that weren't trying to break through. We've had several people,
Zombie kindness.
basically doppelgangers try to pretend to be creatures, try to pretend to be normal humans, and we were able to terminate before they got in. But it's essentially like Terminators getting in, right? We can't let them get in, and so that's why we were so careful about things. You guys seem okay. And with all these Dopplers that one thing that we've realized, the Dopplers don't attack each other. So knowing that you guys have brought Doppler heads here tells us that you're for real. You're safe here for now. We've got our barricade up, but I don't know how much longer. Like I said, we're running out of supplies. We're running out of arrows. We're doing our best. But we've been doing this for a couple of almost 2 weeks. Yeah.
I got a bit. What do I need to do?
Oh, here, let me get my machete.
Oh, no.
I was gonna ask.
Heal him.
No, it's not like getting bit by a regular zombie in the movies. They can treat it. It's like a bacterial infection.
Okay.
So what they do is that they'll like send you to some people, and they have poultices and things like that to draw the infection out. You're fine.
Okay.
Where
Moldy bread.
Where are the supplies that you need?
We don't know. There are, it's like
Our wizard will get
it's
him.
like he basically sits down and says, "Look, I used to work here. I was an orderly here, and now I work for Winter. But the reality is, there were supplies here in various places, but we've checked some of them. They're all gone. We don't know what happened." He's like, about 10 days ago, we were all working and everything was normal. And then suddenly this yellow fog just engulfed the place. And the next thing you know, everybody's going berserk. And we have people who are going on murderous sprees. We have otherwise normal people who are just like killing people wantonly. We gathered up as many people as we could and got them in here. But he's like, look around. You can see some of the people are like, obviously suffering from PTSD. Some people are catatonic. People are trying to get them to drink water and stuff like that. But they're like, look, we've saved as many people as we can. But the reality is, we don't know what's out there because we can't go out there. We sent a crew of people out there to try and find supplies about 4 days ago. A crew of 5, 2 came back, no supply.
So where are we?
We're in Briarstone Asylum.
Why?
Why? Well, I don't know why you guys are here. I don't know you guys. Several of us used to work here.
Okay.
Some of us were patients here.
I had a dream that was really messed up, and the next thing I know, I'm waking up in a prison cell downstairs.
Welcome to the show. We've been all of us have been dreaming. We've been trying to keep the children okay, but all of us have been having horrible nightmares every night. And you could see, his eyes are dark. You could tell that he hasn't been getting any sleep. He's like, every one of us has been having horrible dreams, nightmares every night.
All right, it's past my bedtime. Y'all gonna have to start talking about sleep.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't know.
I
He goes,
don't know where this place
he goes,
is.
I don't know what's wrong, but
How we got here.
What kind of dreams did you have?
Kind of like the rain outside, but there was a giant monster and it was eating people, and
That's good. That is.
I had that same
19.
dream.
So did I.
So did I.
you've heard of Briarstone.
Spout off the information because I'm spouting it off.
You know about Briarstone Asylum, and you feel like you know it pretty significantly, but
My
you
character
know
remember
that
why
this is
he's
a
up
place in Usala, right? Huh?
Does my character remember why he's even in Usala?
Not really.
Okay. Because I had an idea of why he'd be in Usala, but if he doesn't remember, then he doesn't remember.
He doesn't really remember.
Oh boy.
And you're trying to figure out how much you don't remember because it's like you were one place and then now you're here. So you're not sure how much time has passed. These guys are saying that it's been 10, 11 days since the incident, and they've been fighting a retreating battle ever since with, crazy people and creatures and stuff like that. And basically they'll say, like, look, the mist affected the people in a couple of ways. Some, it drove crazy. And they just became murderous psychopaths. And he says some it changed even more. And he says, then they could change their forms and they became doppelgangers or something like that. I don't know if they're real doppelgangers, but they've been trying to get in here ever since. And we don't, we've been manning this barricade.
Is everyone having the same dreams?
Tell me your dreams.
We were just
dream of-
discussing it. It's like the yellow fog has a rain,
Do you dream of the city?
an
Yeah,
abandoned city with a huge monster that would tower over buildings and grab people.
Yeah,
And
he's like, don't say anything in front of that children because they're having a really hard time. But yes, the city we know. The yellow comes from all around us. He takes you over to a window. The chapel has windows. And he says, look outside. And if you look outside, there's this like yellow fog that surrounds the building. And you can see that there's like a little bit of courtyard outside, maybe 20, 30 feet. And
But
then
then
this
it's
yellow
fog.
fog. And he's like, we tried to get out of it. We lost 3 people trying to get through the fog.
do you recognize the city in the dream?
No, it's nothing I've ever seen. He
Okay.
goes, I used to work on a farm before I came to the asylum.
Right.
He's like, you guys need to talk to Winter the next time we play.
Yeah.
Because she might have more information.
Is Winter a big column?
No. He's a person.
Okay.
You're talking about the big column on the map?
Yeah.
It's just a column to Pharasma,
Okay.
because that's where this chapel is dedicated.
Okay. Okay.
Can we rest?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's about what we're going to do.
Yeah,
That's
we can-
Yeah.
It's a safe place to do it.
We can keep you safe for now. I mean, we'll wake you up if anything happens. We haven't had the doppelgangers probe our defenses for a couple of days, but they keep trying to get in here, and I know why. They want to pretend to be us, and then they want to open it up for.
so next time we play, we're going to talk to Winter
Talk to the winner.
and then rest.
Yeah,
You hear that, Alex?
Yes.
we've got food. we've
Winter
got
first,
water,
then
we've got
Alex.
a lot.
Rest. I mean, Winter first, then rest.
If you guys have any supplies that you could share, that'd be most welcome.
Fresh out.
Barely got supplies for
Um,
ourselves. As far as I know.
Fine, you Terry. Get that.
You
supply.
might be able to create food and water when you rest.
Yeah.
I think it's a first level
It's
spell.
a 0 level spell, I believe.
Create water is.
Great water is.
Water would help, food would be better. We just can't, we've tried to look for supplies we've sent guys out there. And frankly, it's so dangerous that most of our guys, we sent a crew of 5 out 4 days ago to go find supplies. 2 of them came back with no supplies. That's how hard it is out there. We're gonna run out pretty soon. We've got maybe
Oh.
3 or 4 days.
Purified food and drink is the first level spell. Or 0 level spell, sorry.
We don't have much.
there are supplies out there.
That would be much welcome. Because we're running out. Even on rations, we have maybe 3 days, 4 days, tops. We don't know how to get out of here. We've tried to get out of the fog. We lost 1 guy. 2 guys came back.
Create food and water is 3rd level cleric spell. So create
Their
water.
lungs were
Water.
burning out.
You can do that.
There's
So
sores on their skin. We don't know what it is, but it's horrifying. We can't get out that way. We don't know what the problem is.
We'll figure it out.
So I went off this island.
Wait, it's an
I don't
island?
want to die on this island.
Wait, island.
Briarstone Island, yeah.
I forgot. I didn't hear the island part. I knew we were in an asylum.
It was more psychic.
The island was on the island. So the island was always what they thought, that Thrushmore thought that was where the Briarstone witch lived. And everybody sort of credited the Briarstone witch for being responsible for the banishing.
the vanishing, right?
1,200 people 700 years ago just completely disappeared. The whole town vanished. And it took practically 80 years for people to start moving back in and rebuilding the place. Now, since then, it's never been a problem, but everybody talks about it's the Briarstone witch. Now, about 100 years ago, Lowell's the first came out here with a bunch of Pharasmids, did a big exorcism on the whole island, and says it is now clear of evil, everything's fine. And then they built the asylum, which brought people here who had magical maladies and mental illness and stuff like that.
Right.
And they had been using it like that ever since, and it had been fun. Then about 30 years ago, they brought in this Oliver Zandelus guy, who was this artist and that kind of stuff. And the latest count, who was Lowell IV, took an interest in him, actually had a couple of like art shows where he did his art, very disturbing kind of art. But, and then all this happened all of a sudden. Nobody really knows what happened. All we know is that the asylum, which is where you guys are at, is now a free fire zone. There's doppelgangers, there's zombies, there's undead. Nobody knows what the hell's going on. You've essentially found yourself in a redoubt where there are more or less normal people. As you guys wander around, you can see that there's some children. There are people who were like orderlies and stuff like that. They seem okay. There are also mental patients here who are in various states of mental disrepair, but they're being treated, they're being given water and that kind of stuff. You get the, like, this is a sanctuary, but these people need to get out. Otherwise they don't have a future.
Right.
And even they're telling you, we have 3 or 4 days worth of food and water left, otherwise we're toast.
Okay,
And
so
they're telling you that the doppelgangers have tried to get in a couple of times, but they managed to fight them back, and that's why they built the really
Barricade.
strong barricade, and walled up the door between the 2 rooms. They're essentially using it as an airlock, essentially.
if you can use your remaining bursts, 2 left,
2 left, yes.
to heal anyone that's hurt,
Right.
and then create water
Right.
to help them. He can't create food or
Right,
anything
yeah.
like
You
that.
can't create water until he rests either.
Okay,
Right, you have to rest for that, yeah.
Well, they're saying you're safe. You can rest here.
but you can definitely do the bursting right now so
Sure.
that anyone here that's hurt, including me.
Yeah, if anybody needs medical, I mean, they have guys who need medical attention.
Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah.
People are saying I can do, yeah,
Just get everybody real close.
real close.
Yep.
Group hug.
All right, cool. That'd be awesome. And they do ended up bringing like people who have injuries and stuff like that. They're like bringing them close. They get what you're doing,
Right.
and so they do that, and they're like, that's most welcome.
Who's your deity? Saren Ray?
Yep.
Is there a chapel to Saren Ray in this room at all?
So this chapel is dedicated to several gods. It was essentially the chapel of the
Asylum,
asylum.
right.
It's dedicated in general. The biggest pillar is to Pharasma,
For Pharasma.
but there are also smaller niches to Saren Ray, Erastil,
Right.
all the major good gods. There's not. It's not.
Yeah. So I would, when you study, not that it's going to actually make a
No.
difference,
Right,
but character wise.
Yeah, exactly. I would pray that, yeah, in that chapel. The nature, whatever, yeah,
Altar shrine.
yeah.
Other questions?
Do you want to go ahead and stop the recording?
Oh, yeah.
I think this worked well.